Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Said, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said, it's Cincinnati, baby, it's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invincible. Over the coming days, let's cut to the chase. We're gonna beat this maze, let's go deeper. I wanna reach it all, taking a leap or fall. I'll get to you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invincible. and maybe we're invisible. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. I've been flying to make you believe. With my heart like the drive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, the Champions League returns and brings with it good fortune, hopefully for us, as we try to fucking win one finally. After no trophies for Hungarian sides last season, we hope that we can turn that around this year and finally make it a year where Hungarian sides get a lot of points, and I'm even ignoring the sub message. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest. And we're dancing. Look at that, he's kept his cool. Ice in the veins, head in the belly, cheese in the freezer. Oh, you love to see it. Nearly got him, but you didn't.
Congrats on the intro. Today's goal is to not lose 100,000 channel points on the prediction Sicker Sips.
Look at me being all capable today. It's a brand new day. 0 out of 10 went perfect. Them feels. Oh, that was really difficult. I now understand how difficult it must be for newsreaders and like presenters and stuff when they've got someone jabbering in their ear. That's exactly what that is like. I'm sure it's exactly the same. Now I've got to read that sub message again because I heard nothing. Oh my god, there was loads. Salty Scotsman, thank you very much for the 19 months, my friend. That's super duper nice of you. E Clay, wow. Sorry, E Clay. Yeah, E25 Clay. Thank you so much for the brand new tier 1 straight away. That means a lot to me, so thank you so much. And you nearly tripped me up. Nearly, but not quite. And that's the main thing. Whoppers as well with the 2 years. That's ridiculous. What's wrong with you? Dean as well with a 36 month. That's 3 years. What's even more wrong with you? I'm just going to start chastising people for subbing to me now. And hard news with a gifted sub to Kerm Raid. And I'm up to scratch. Up to scratch. I'm up to date. So, for those of you that may have just joined in, there was a lot of talk during the intro about corporate jargon. There is a lot of bollocks in corporate talk, isn't there? Now, as someone who doesn't work in an office, nor have I ever worked in an office, I've only ever seen this from the outside in, but it does seem like there's just a lot of nonsense spoken pretty much at all times. Got to touch base, we've got to circle back, and we're going to circle back to being thankful for Alice for the raid. Look, he's seamless today. God, it's like it's my job. Look at me go. Segways, everything. I can fall off a 2-wheel bike. It's fine. Oh, holy shit. Which I'm assuming it was the one that ended with Sassuolo, Clay. Because I've actually done 3 Outcast icons. Now, obviously, one of them is completely lost to the sands of time now because it was a stream save before I did the VODs. But if it was that one, I fucking loved that save. And thank you very much for joining us. And, wow, yeah, drop Alice a follow if you haven't already. She's great. How was stream, Alice? How's things going with the new save? I've lost track of what you've been up to lately. Oh, intro could have been an email. The acronyms. Got your ducks in a row, you got to circle back. Oh, what was that? Run it up the suggestion flagpole and see who salutes. Has anyone actually heard someone say something like that? What I got? Those of you that work in more corporate-y types jobs, that have this kind of jargon on the more common thing. What's the dumbest sort of corporate-y jargon sentence that someone's ever said to you? I'm really kind of curious now. I want your experiences. I've basically just turned this part of the stream into an Ask Reddit thread. Oh, the fixer, of course. So what club are you currently fixing? The synergy between our 2 firms. Hopefully this isn't a hostile takeover from FM Go. Also, to go even better, I put a video out this morning and everything. Look at me go. J-Pro, thank you so much for the 12 months as well. That's really kind. Another year. Wow, a lot of like direct years today. We've had a 2-year, a 3-year, and a 1-year. Is it? No, it's July, so that doesn't even make a lot of sense. Hey, we'll just take that. We'll take that. A recognition huddle. Did you actually have to huddle? Because, you know, I'd be all right with that. If there was an actual huddle involved, that kind of makes it all right. I'm doing all right, Holbrook. I've been just shooting fish in a barrel or something. Turning pro, maybe, Lord Richard. Just see if it goes along. Don't worry. What's going to happen is the moment I go off of this, the game will crash. We'll lose our first game to Manchester United, and it'll all be real back to normal again. The camera will freeze, and what I will say is the camera did actually freeze while I was preparing for stream today. So we've clearly not eliminated that gremlin entirely, but it does seem to have been squished back down to the point where it's manageable again. Low-hanging fruit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, actually, that's the kind of expression that you see all the time, really. Our only aim is to be number one for customer experience. Ah, yes. Meaningless. Oh, HSV. I take it, when are they the second tier? That's because it's Hamburg, isn't it? It froze. It did froze. It did be frozen. Every time I can't hear Being a Family now without thinking of Vin Diesel. It's just impossible. Australia, I don't know. This is the thing. I don't know enough about the international scene in women's football to know, because obviously it's very different to the men's game, because there are certain nations that are much better in women's game than they are in the men's, and vice versa. So I'm curious to know who is, like, for those of you that are more clued up on women's football at an international level than myself, who is the favourite for the World Cup? I guess the States are probably up there. I assume, you know, the Lionesses are probably quite high up there too. Are Germany were in the Euro final with England, weren't they? Who's like the worst rated side in the World Cup? I'm actually more interested. Who's the shittest team in the World Cup? Is anyone going to get hit for double figures? Oh, Sweden, of course, yeah. I would love to see the Lionesses win it. Annoyingly, their first game is against well, whoever it is. It's on Saturday morning, and I'm going to be running that time, so that's going to be annoying. Zambia. Oh, Haiti. Oh yeah, we're playing Haiti on the weekend, aren't we? Germany, France. So basically, the usual sort of nations are sort of up there as being the best, plus the US. Burkina Faso are the best nation. We've already established this. Is there anyone who's like surprisingly bad on the women's level? That are like, their men's team is like outstanding, but their women's level's a bit mid? I'm curious. Like, it'd be kind of funny if Italy were just rubbish. Just out of nowhere. Although Italy do kind of do that every couple of years in real life as well. So there's that as well. Ah, dear. Oh, is it actually Italy? That was just me taking a guess. Ah. But he was massively rated. Really? New Zealand are the opposite. Oh, I see. Who's the biggest underdog, I suppose? School men's football real life. I did, didn't I? This is all existing in a simulation chat. Oh, the rubber bootleg kit. Portugal's first one? Really? Wow, that surprises me. Right, let's get off of this. I have many, many things to catch you up on. Better men's teams and women's teams. Oh, okay, fair one. So yeah, I heard that the New Zealand result against Norway was a massive upset too, because it's Australia versus Ireland now, isn't it? So that'll be interesting. Do you know what they need to take some players from England? They could learn. What about Jamaica? Do you think they could take some players from the English team and get a little bit better? Wink, wink, nod, nod, he says to the video he just put out. Never won a World Cup game. That's dope. Not that New Zealand's men's team have been essentially prolific in men's World Cups. Didn't New Zealand once go out of a men's World Cup without losing a game? Because they drew all three of them and then went out on goal difference or something. Yet the value is still there, and I don't know why. And the players' values are still there too. Blaz is still worth 150 mil. Even some mid players are worth
Matt,
like
I want to
100 mil
reach
now.
up and touch base to help you leverage your core competencies and push the envelope to make the stream fit for purpose. Let's think outside the box and push the paradigm.
Let's think outside the paradigm and push the box, and all those other things. Mitra's worth, I don't know. But the point is, he's sort of essentially worth however much we want him to be worth at this point, because it's we are in total control of that, in the sense that he's got a 3-year contract. We have no particular desire to sell our best striker, so it's essentially, unless they put in an insane bid, like a genuinely insane bid, I can't see much happening really, but we'll see. Kirkish is now this time for more. I don't know if Kirkish is actually still available, but we'll have a look. Firstly, I want to look up this stadium name. Oh yeah, no, 50 minimum. Bear in mind, we paid like 30 million for him, so it'd be a bit weird if we sold him for less than that. And I know their latest bid was obviously more than that. Is this the stadium of Klaksvik? Of course it is, yeah. I was expecting it to go that way. Jake Humphries on LinkedIn. Ah. So yeah, is this their first team? Yeah, stadiums are actually, you know what? It's got a fixed stand. Ergo, I'm gonna bestow it the SYC seal of approval. It is a
The
stadium.
Venga bus is coming and everybody's jumping New York to San Francisco and intercity disco.
I love the fact that Twozik's probably never seen any of Alice's streams. Maybe he has, but I just know that would have irked her slightly. Thank you very much for the 38 months, Mikey. Oh dear. I don't know. These people are having a lovely old time. I mean, volcano or hill? That is the big question. It's a bit like siblings or dating. Volcano or hill? Iceland edition. Although in Iceland, I suspect, why not both? Right? There's a strong chance. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was the attendance, for the capacity for a second. I thought it was 6,000 is not bad, actually. How much is the capacity? 2,500. Then again, that's probably like half the population. So, you know, they get away with it, I think. Kirkej. And I'll catch you guys up on stuff in a second. I only made one signing off stream anyway. I don't think he's even... I think he's actually gone. I'm fairly certain he's already retired. Yeah, it's an understatement. Could just see you sitting there seething. Just seething. Unfortunately, yeah, I think with us being 20 seasons in now, most real players have... If they haven't become, like, coaches, then I suspect that they're just gone forever. Here's the thing, right? I would think... This might be something you disagree on, but I think it would make save file slightly bigger, potentially. And unfortunately... Oh, hang on. Have I spelled that wrong? I don't think Villamosa's in there, Emu. Have I spelled it wrong? What I was going to say is that I think it'd be cool if you could get a little bit more stats for retired players. You know the way that once a player retires, you kind of lose a lot of the cool career stats pages, and you have to kind of get them right before? I think it'd be cool if you had an option next to like keep history after retirement that said keep stats after retirement for certain players that you could tick. Yes, it would make the save file a little bit bigger, but I feel like as long as it was players that you specifically requested, I think that would be an okay use of the save file time, and it would be nice to have that additional data sometimes, right? Do you have a fan going? Yeah, I do. I always have a fan going in the background every stream. It just keeps the... Well, not every stream. In the summer, I do, just to keep the airflow in here a little bit much. Just to make sure. But yeah, unfortunately, it does appear that he is no longer with us. He's just not currently with us. He's gone around. Ferris Bueller, I think he's... Oh, no, I think he retired. I definitely distinctly remember him retiring. Yeah. I think when we last looked him up, he was literally like retiring in like a month, and that was the last time we saw him. So it does appear that... Then again, I probably should just check his actual name, because... Oh no, he's just fully gone. Wow, everyone's dead, chat. Everyone. Even we. Ruud van... Let's start with Ruud van. There he is. Ruud van Nistelrooy, of course, is Chelsea manager, and has now been for 10 years. So there you go. Oh, you thought it might have been a face in the game? Potentially, yeah. Yeah, something like that, Schubert. Just that little thing would be kind of just nice to have. There's a buzz. Bear in mind, it shouldn't be any different to normal. I always have a fan running in the background. Just to keep... I mean, I can turn it off if it's that annoying. But no one's noticed before. Choose quality players. Yeah, just a little bit. Like, or just like... I mean, honestly, just another little drop down like you have with other players where it just says keep history after retirement. Just another one here that says keep stats after retirement. Or even have it so that it splits out and you could decide what kind of history you want to keep. Almost sounds like electricity. I mean, I can turn it off. Let me just turn it off. It's not too bad. Luckily, it's not super hot in here today, so the fan isn't making much difference because it's not actually pointed at me. I just like to keep the air circulation. Yeah, that should be fine now. I don't think it'll be electrical interference. It's definitely the fan if it's anything. But yeah, so I'll turn it off now. Right, let's... yes, that's Ruud van Nistelrooy. He's very, 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 very good. He's won a lot of trophies with Chelsea. He's been there for 10 years now. In fact, I think he's won like... well, he's won multiple things. Thought it was silly volume. Okay, well, weird. Normally I get away with it. Maybe my music's too quiet today. I might have to turn it back on later if it gets a bit hot, because it can sometimes get... Even when it's not super hot outside, it can get a little bit dodgy. Yeah, I mean... Ruud's clearly... I mean, what was he doing before Chelsea? So he was PSV Eindhoven's reserve manager / No, he's a real manager, isn't he? The real manager. And then France for, well, a brief spell anyway. So that's Ruud. Obviously, Mr. Tootsies. Who is just annoyingly slightly too good for us to sign. Which is just very irritating. Then again, I say that. If he was at any other club outside of England, he would be £5 million. We'd be able to pick him up easy as piss. The problem is because he's at Arsenal, we're probably going to have to wait for him to not play for Arsenal loads and then pick him up on a free transfer. Which obviously with him on the shortlist is going to be fine. The full name on... No, I didn't. Has Ruud got a big boy name? I want to see now. Rutgerus Johannes Martinus van Nistelrooy. I like it. I could see why he went with Ruud. After all, I had no idea his name was so long. Also, 69 caps for the Dutch. Man's just an eminent meme lord. Flavian Moors. I think he might have retired. He might be one of the first, like... no, actually can't be retired. I bet he's playing Belgium or something. Oh, no, he has gone. Big Flav has gone. He's retired officially. One of the players that we signed, a regen as well, one of our first big signings with the Belgian amateur method, has now retired. Only played 9 games for Dortmund, but he did find himself at Japan, at West Ham, for £22 million. So, you know what? Fair play to... Wow, he didn't even play for us for that long. He only made 100 appearances over 6 years. What a guy. It's like a Roman Emperor. He does a bit, doesn't he? Best IRL player ex-coach. Hang on. IRL ex-player who's an unemployed coach. That is an extremely specific question, and I would have no idea how to work that out. I guess we could look at staff and then sort by coaches and then just see if there's any names you recognize for anyone who's good. Let me do quick, actually. Coaching, coach, and then just sort of see if anyone's decent. Could look at ratings, probably. Alvaro Odriozola is probably up there. Declan Rice. I would say it's probably, yeah, it has to be on these guys because of the ratings, I'm guessing. So either you're looking at Declan Rice, who is actually an unemployed coach. Has unflat... Oh, no, he doesn't. He has reserved. But still, he's a bloody good coach. He's big Deck. Should we see if there's any space for him? Under 19s coach. You know what, Deck? I think since we decided the under 19 thing doesn't actually matter that much, we can definitely bring him in. 442 checks it. It does, doesn't it? What about Odriozola? Or is he actually... Oh, he's actually currently at Atletico. So we probably won't be able to sign him up. But we'll take Declan Rice. It's going to cost us less than 105 million. Says a no. I guess I could, but I don't like using that filter outside of the... I suppose I could, but that's probably the best way of figuring it out. Been so far. Who'd like one? Well, basically, to narrow it down, Mate, us. Ferencváros won it first season, then second season, and then us. Pretty much ever since. There's not really been a lot of variation in the old OTP Bank Liga. Past winners. So yeah, first season Ferencváros, second season Ferencváros, with us being second, and then just us from then on. Obviously, the runner-ups have been a bit more varied, with Haladash being the biggest sort of rival, I would say, in recent years. Kisvada had a couple of good years, but Haladash are the guys. They're the ones with the big boy players. So yeah, that's that. And Kai Havertz, who is no way he's still in the game. Missing 1 star. Are we? I don't think we are. I gave it 4 stars. And we got our 4 titles. Sorry, our 40 titles. So yeah, Havertz spent... He was at Chelsea till 2034. Then went to Barcelona for a little bit to finish off his career. And it looks like he... 420 as well. That's a lot of goals. 145 Premier League goals for Chelsea is actually outrageous for Kai Havertz. And 109 goals for Germany as well. Ridiculous. But there you go. But yeah, so we've got the 4th star on our jersey. Oh, sorry, on our badge because of 40 titles. I sorted it out the other day. So, a couple of things to catch you up on. Obviously, we're in the Champions League. It's all gone normal. Debrecen had like... oh, Christ, who was it? It was Dnipro and... someone. They weren't particularly difficult sides. It was Velazna as well. So yeah, it was pretty easy results for them. They won both legs in both ties. So there is some transfers, though, to show you for other Hungarian sides. I only made 1 signing after stream. Also, Man United are back. 13 million this time. Hang on. 13 million this time. It's getting there. But on the plus side, Dylan has actually made another appearance for Manchester United. So I still think we can get more money out of this deal than the 13 million they're offering us right now. Because that still doesn't feel like enough for a player that's worth 150 million pounds. But that's enough about that. Yeah, I picked up... those are future transfers, obviously. Those are... Oh, no, sorry, there is one new guy. Do you remember last stream? We found a guy called Rit van Beek, who was at Utrecht, and we liked him, but he was worth like 20 million pounds. So randomly, his value dropped to like nothing, and I think it might have been because he signed a pro deal or something. And so I was just able to swoop in and pick him up for 300 grand. And I thought, for 300,000 pounds, he's definitely worth it. He's played his yearly game, him and Tex-Mex, yeah. So that was really strange. One other player I picked up, who actually has joined us, literally just one dude, obviously Matthew Rothwell joined us, is this guy, Nicholas Herlem Pedersen from Vålerenga. 2.6 million, yet another player who comes out of Norway and is quite alright. Like, I think he's a solid player. I think he's a bit better than solid, honestly. He's worth 21 million pounds. 2.6 million for him. Pez, bring him in. Good passer of the ball. Not the most upwardly mobile player, but he's got good mentors as well. Still only 16 years old. I felt we're plucking so many talented players out of the Norwegian leagues in this save. They've been so fruitful compared to, say, Norway and Denmark. Although we've had a couple of Danish guys. But Norway has been, between Sweden and Denmark, Norway has been killing it in this save. Despite the fact that they've not done anything on the national team level since their ridiculous World Cup and Euros victories. Now, other Hungarian sides, it's been a bit weird. So as you'll see here, I don't know even where to start. So bringing it down to here, obviously you know about him. Kisvada signed a guy from Benfica for 1.2 million pounds, Satoshi Noguchi. Then also Seydou Fofana for 1.5 million there to Kisvada. Mukhtari going from Maccabi Tel Aviv to Újpest for 1.6 million, which was quite cool. Haladash sold a dude, one of our former players, to Ferencváros for 2 million pounds. But this is when it gets a bit more interesting. So Van Plava Marine for 3.4 million. I think that's a really good piece of business from Nacional to Ferencváros. Ferencváros have done the best business in this window without a shadow of a doubt. Újpest sold a dude. Ferencváros also brought in Tiago Gene from Vicenza. They're making some great business. They also sold a dude, Jose Eduardo, I think he's one of our former players. Oh, no, he's not actually. For £5.7 million back to them. Robert Prekop for £5 million to Ferencváros. He was a player that I very distinctly remember us assessing and deciding that we didn't quite fancy him. But he's blossomed into an excellent player, has Prekop. I remember that name very, very vividly. This guy here, Petr Vachal, to Újpest from Sparta Prague. So these guys are mostly doing the business. You notice not a lot of business from Haladáš in here for some reason. Tony Bosniak as well. £6 million to Ferencváros. They're doing a lot of business. Moves to Liverpool. Maybe. Hopefully for big money. But you'll also notice some big outs here. Victor Jimenez from Kisvárda to Újpest for £8 million. It's kind of weird that Újpest, of all people, are the ones spending this kind of money on these types of players. But now the big ones. So Ferencváros... Haladáš did spend £15 million on Ildefonso Guevara, although I think you guys already saw this, because I think we showed this last stream. He's worth a lot of money, but he is 30 years old, Mexican international. The biggest sale, though, was this one. Sayed Anwar for £26 million from Ferencváros to Barca. A player that they spent, I think, what was it? £6 million on 3 years ago, and they've just done 18 mil in profit over 3 years for them. So that's the reason that Ferencváros had so much money to spend, because they cashed in on this chap here. Now, obviously, the other clubs are in good shape as far as finances go, because they've got European money, but Haladáš didn't really spend much of it other than that one dude. They kind of just blew their entire budget on one guy. And I think the reason they did that is because their squad is so stacked with our loan players that they don't really have any holes to fill. So they're kind of going after young players a lot of the time on free transfers. At one point, actually, there was a spell where... where is it? Let me just show you this. Look at the amount of loans going out. There's an awful lot of loans. I think Ferencváros have actually loaned out about 7 guys. You can't entirely see it, but all of this basically is loans. It's brilliant. They're doing their own little loan farm. So, oh, good point, yeah. Boom. So you can see here that... Actually, we'll do 2 so we can see what Haladáš are up to. So you can see Haladáš brought in some players. But one was from us. They brought in Fruto on a free transfer. Jensen on a free transfer. Yalilu for very little money. Kvaman as well. They also got Frank Svart as well. So they're just like little tiny signings here and there. I don't know about Fruto, though. Aldia... Not bad. On a free transfer from Deportivo Cali. They've got themselves a backup goalkeeper, which is what I assume he is, because I took Akaveke back from them because he wasn't playing, basically. I still haven't managed to find him alone, sadly, but that it is what it is. But yeah, so it's looking pretty solid for the other sides. As for all of their fixtures, I'm not going to go into too much because it just takes so long to look through every single team's fixtures. Point being, they're going to be about as... There's not going to be any really hard or rough draws just because of the way it goes. Our fixtures, though, we'll show you those. United at home. Porto at home, Crvena away, Atletico away, Man City away, Ajax away. We have 4 straight away games there, which is kind of interesting. And then we finish off with Slovan Bratislava and Red Bull Salzburg. We always have 2 relatively winnable games after Christmas, it feels like. I don't know why the schedule always shakes out like that, but that just seems to be how it goes. So, I think provided we're in good shape after the United and Porto games, the City away is going to be the toughest one out of them, for sure. It's the only one that I feel like we might have to try operate on a slightly different system. Yeah, it's tough. And obviously, coefficient-wise, at the start of the year, with Debrecen doing the bits, we're currently sat like this. So we have temporarily gone back into second spot again, and have got 1.2 points over Spain. Still going to be tough to outscore them this season, but we only have to... If we can stay within a point of Spain this season, we'll actually get second spot back. But you'll see that Italy and France are starting to encroach a little bit there as well. Now, Újpest have always seemed to do that. For some reason. They always seem to spend a lot of money. As far as I know, they haven't made any changes. Yeah, I feel like I always have the home games in January too. I don't know why that is, but it just seems to be the case. Other Hungarian schedule. Like I said, I'm not going to go through all of their schedules because we'll be here all fucking day. I would... Alright, fine. We'll do it. But I didn't want to because we'll see who they play when they play them. And I'd rather get into the matches so we're not like going forever. But you can see that Haladáš have got Nice away, Malmö at home, PSG away, Real Madrid at home, Brugge at home, Hoffenheim away, Juve at home, and Chelsea away. There's winnable games in there for Haladáš. I can see no excuse really for them not qualifying out of that group, personally. That should be comfortably good enough for them to qualify. Giamot is going to be... Oh, they got Malmö as well. Wow. Giamot, bear in mind, Giamot are newbies to the Champions League. I'm not expecting anything from them in this. If they do well, then that's completely, you know, against the run of play, so to speak. But Malmo at home, Nice away, Barca obviously at home, Dortmund away, that's tough. Leipzig away will be tough as well. But Red Bull Salzburg, Liverpool away, and I think there's points in there for Giamot. Maybe they could squeak out enough if they pull off an upset in one game. But for them, I'm not going to be too bothered if they don't get through. That they're not expected to, I suppose. Because Vardar, they've got Europa League, obviously. Celtic, Leeds, Rangers. Wow, both Scottish sides. Then Cluj, Lille, Olympiacos, PAOK, and Young Boys. Not easy. Giamot got a lot of our loanees, kind of like what Halash did, where they got a lot of loan players from us, and then they were able to parlay that into just going better and better and better. They came third last season, so they weren't even like, they didn't even sneak in. They're actually legit good. Vasas obviously aren't actually in Europe. Kekshmet aren't. Újpest are though. They have got Shakhtar, Wolfsburg away, Roma away. God, that's tough. FK Sarajevo, Sturm Graz, Valencia, Feyenoord. And that's quite a tough group for Újpest. I can still see them getting out of it. You know, as in top 16 maybe, but that's going to be tough. They're not going to get top 8 with that kind of draw. And then the last one is... Oh, there's Ferencváros too, isn't there? Who are just a bit rubbish at the moment. Marseille away. Dinamo Zagreb at home. Atletico at home. City at home. FC Copenhagen away. That's always a banana skin. Villarreal, Milan and Bayern Munich. Ferencváros have to get out of that. To me, if they don't get top 24 with that schedule, then there's no hope, frankly. And then the last team in Europe, I think it's Debrecen. Of course it's Debrecen. That's our Conference League team. And they've got Brighton away. Wow. Brighton away, Karabag at home, Flora Tallinn away, Hearts at home, Shakhtar, Soligorsk at home. And basically, they should be winning 5 out of 6 of those. They'll lose to Brighton at the Annex, or the Brighton and Hove Community Stadium. They should really be winning against Hearts at home as well. They should be winning the other 5 matches. So that should be enough probably for top 8 for Debrecen, I would say. So it's looking... Those draws actually aren't that bad. I was expecting them to be way worse than that, honestly. So there we go. That catches everything up. Let Newcastle sign Frank Sinatra. What? I guess he's got to do it his way, right? Yeah, Flora Tallinn getting into that group is actually very impressive, to be fair. Ferencváros have not started well. They've kind of done the opposite of us. Like, they've not scored a goal yet, and we've not conceded a goal yet. We still don't look emphatic yet, but we're still doing pretty damn well. Let me just do a quick little checkaroo on to see how this morning's video is progressing. Okay, looking solid. Nice. Cool. Right. Well, Ferencváros, obviously it's early days. Honville are looking like they might be at least capable of staying up. Molfevar, though, they look dreadful. But Giamot and the standard big 4 now that we would consider them are basically doing well. Although Ferencváros will catch up, presumably. But yeah, they certainly didn't score a goal yesterday, that's for sure. So opening day, this is a weird one. So it's us, obviously, here. But look, there's also, weirdly, a Europa League game because of the Celtic Rangers thing. So Guzvada are actually playing their match today as well. So we'll have to make sure we put that on the other monitor. You know what I mean? Haven't done the actual team yet, so we might have a couple of injuries. In fact, I believe we do have a couple of injuries. So Durin, Bigmanovic, Ingram. Okay. Yamano Velazquez, Baumeister, Dala, Monti. Yeah, that's pretty much the best lineup, isn't it? No one's quite pushed into the starting 11 yet. From the other squads, that is. Let me just do the unavailables there. Yeah. So Kevin, the benefits this year is we've got Kevin back. I think that's the only real addition to the first team squad this year. What's this? That's hilarious. I mean, hey, it's not like he's pretending. It is his name. Forced any sales. No, they actually haven't. I don't think at any stage in this save have the board forced any sales. Now, part of that might be we've had good boards, but part of that also might be we've been a lot more careful about the way that we have our finances so that the board almost can't, but you never know what they can do. Pablo, thank you for the 30 months, my friend.
30 months.
30
wow,
months.
Where does the time go? Thank you as always for the okay content. Glad you're doing well and your YouTube videos are taking off. Nothing more than you deserve. Also, whilst I have this platform, shout out to the database master Hadrian who helped me out with my BAN file for next year. Glad I was able to pass on the deadline day info, which should hopefully help force some late loans next FM.
That
and
was
finally, woozy face, 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 woozy face.
I thought he was done there, but he just fucked us at the last second there. Just when we thought the woozy faces had finished, they weren't. So, we're at home against United. We've got to go for this. Is that literally... I love how many players we've sold to United and not one of them is in this team, other than Urza, who wasn't actually from us directly. Ignore the bids, no sales falls through. That's not true. The board can force transfers to go through. They will literally say, we thought the offer was too good to turn down, blah, 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 and they can force the sale through. Most of the time they don't, but we had that happen so many times last year. It was actually to the point of absurdity. Particularly as one time, we actually protested it, succeeded in the protest, and then it just went through anyway. That was the one that made me want to delete FM. Oh. Yeah, no, I always keep an eye out for Hungarian teams. I mean, not that it matters, because, of course, with last night's result, the amount of people that tweeted me the Ferencváros scoreline from yesterday. Ah, dear. I mean, I'm glad. I love that people are taking just as much of an interest as I am. So, let's go. Tariq Radio, yes. He's a Croatian centre-back / midfielder that we picked up. He's solid. He's just more of a depth option than anything else, but he's still a good player. Have to win our home games. Yes, we do. Be nice if we could. Oh, wrong one. That'll do. I think he's getting there slowly. Also, note the complete building site here that is this stand. So we may lose several walls today. Dominic Thompson's Manchester United. Seri's on the bench. Dylan Chambers in there with Stephen Hood. All right, Hood. There's also a guy called Mies Druppers on there. And Tex-Mex doesn't even make the bench, chat. Texie isn't even on the bench for Manchester United. I feel like if they'd sold him, we'd have got a notification just because of solidarity payments, maybe? I think he might have been left out of their squad. So yeah, we're getting a 9k update. Oh, wow. What's going on here? Oh, it's because it's on comp. I was like, what? I forgot we haven't played a game since the final. Yeah, so that's the ongoing construction for the 9,000 seater upgrade. So we've dropped our attendances down to 25k for the first half of the season. But after Christmas, the stadium will go up to, I think, 37,000 seats, which is pretty good. I think that might be our cap as well. So after that, it's like you'd have to look into like actual new stadiums. One thing as well. Get the Europa League scores up here too, so we can keep an eye on Kishvarda, who are already leading through Fana. Kishvarda lead at Celtic Park. A good start. Right, who we got? Halash Nice, Ferencváros Marseille, Giamot Malmo. I'm going to be honest with you. I expect points out of those games from the other Hungarian sides. This is the first game, Christian. Yeah, we're just getting into it. Man United at home. Probably the second toughest game we have. We have City away. Velasquez. Go on, Thomas. Bang it. Oh, it's a great finish. Lovely near post hit from big Tommy Velasquez. That's fine. I think if we can beat Man United here, it's solid. It's a solid start. Oh, Ergen Ukay just scored for Juve. I swear he used to play for Uipest because we always used to make the jokes about his name. Right, good nil. That post, yeah, literally. I'm just hoping that we've had a couple of years of poor luck in the Champions League, and I feel like we never managed to get back-to-back seasons of, oh my goodness me. Well, okay then. It's 2-0 to MTK Budapest, and now Baumeister's pinged one off the post. As Stanislav Suhi's busy doing bits. This is a beautiful free kick. What a replay. I like the part where we saw the goal. Brilliant. Kenny is... I'm so glad I extended Kenny's contract. I think he's the sort of guy, actually, I could see retiring here. He's just that little bit of extra class. Why on earth PSG thought that they could get rid of him when he was 30 years old? Because he was past it. And he's gone on and been an absolute legend ever since then. But now United are back in it through Serkan Özür, who does celebrate against his former club. Sort of. Replay was just about the technique. To be fair, it was good. Yeah, Bobby scoring for... At least Bobby didn't score against us for Real Madrid. Although this game suddenly got a lot more... intriguing. Just trying to keep an eye on all the other scorelines at once. It's been a bit of a cagey game. Giamot lead Malmo. Giamot have scored their first... Roger Herrias has just scored in the Champions League for Giamot. A good start. As Halalash take the lead from Živkovic too. Oh my god, how have we not scored again there? Kishvarda 2-0 up. Wow. All three Hungarian sides currently... What a strike! Yeah, there is, Triton. If the stadium's like being upgraded at the time, then yeah, it is. Hey, Dan! Speaking slow, I'm trying to speak a bit slower, Comrade. It's more of a thing where, because I'm doing videos, I can, generally speaking, force it a little bit, because I can just do a retake if I need to, as Kenny's into the box now. Good lord, we've probably could have been 3 up. Not 3 up, but could have scored 3 goals there. It's a great strike. Oh, God. Come on, Dali. You've got to get back now, bud. Luckily, Amodi is apparently the slowest man in the world. Oh, big tackle from Big Manovic. It's going good, Dan. Well, so far, anyway. A really currently... Oh, God, he's a bit tucked in there. Good day for Hungary, but Petrucci is getting a lot of joy down that side as Özür bends one wide. Harris doing the bits. Roger was not meant to be good. No, Roger was just a guy that we thought, fuck it. Right, here's my prediction. Every Hungarian side's win, except Ferencváros, who conceded a late goal. Freaking place it misses. Interesting. So last year it always used to be from... I could always just tell from the position. Solo goal. Do you know what, Dean? When we play the away leg at Manchester United, he can play in the Dream Theatre instead of the Theatre of Dreams. That was yeah. We move. I think Kevin... He'll get a lot of league games for us this year anyway, just because he'll be part of the rotation squad. But I do want to see what he can actually do. I have put him in the lineup for a couple of games already, I think. That's a good pass, but the keeper should come for that, and he does. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I feel like we've been in this position before where the Hungarian sides have threatened... They've threatened us with a good time and then balls it up massively. And let's be honest, we're only our goal up here, so there's plenty of time for us to be the ones that screw this up. Although it did look like we got a bit better towards the end of the half. It had some decent shot. Oh, okay, that should be fine. Oh, what is he doing? Right, shit, right, they're gonna score. I can almost feel the goal coming off this play. Why does Montiel clear the ball to the side there when he has a goalkeeper waiting? Oh, actually. Wait a second. Oh, no, never mind. I still feel like they're going to score off this play. Someone is going to score off this play. I'm going to keep making predictions until one of them turns out correct. Darla's ball across, and it's in, but that's offside, surely. Yes, it is. There was a goal. Someone did score off the play. It's not going to count, and it was us. But other than that, my prediction was absolutely spot on. I won't hear anything negative about it. As there you go. Rayon Traore scores for Marseille, and Ferencváros lose. Ah, dear. Standard. Yeah, I love how there's only one VAR screen. Right, let's put Kishvada back on the main screen. Bloody hell. Celtic, are you okay? It's Celtic 0, Kishvada 4 at Celtic Park. I mean, I know these guys have won a Europa League, but even so... Also, why has that not updated the scoreline yet? I'd have expected more. Ah, there's the goal. Right. So, as usual, Ferencváros at 5. It's 5-0. 5-0. Does anyone know what Celtic's record, like, European defeat is, by any chance? At home. Because I feel like Kuzvada might be about to try and beat that. Bigmanovic pulls it back across. It's cleared away again. The pressure's back on. Third goal, really kind of important at this point. Is it 7-0? It's at least 7. I mean, there's time. Give him a chance. 2-0 to Marseille. 2-0 to Halalash as well. This game doesn't feel safe. Something about it still feels a bit dodge. Like there's a random United goal in this, because we've not actually threatened that much in the second half. Durin is already on booking as well. Yes, because of Lee and Cooper, they haven't got no one in goal. Bigmanovic. Velasquez again! Drills it home. Second goal of the night for Thomas Velasquez. I love how he was a player that we brought in to be like the ultimate anchor. And then he just had such good potential, clearly, that he was able to develop into just an all-round brilliant footballer. And now he plays as a playmaker that can get forward and do things like that. That is a lovely little daisy cutter off the defender's ankle. That probably should have been an own goal, actually. Barnalicious TV, thank you for the follow. Home defeat was 5-0. So their record home defeat in the Europe is 5-0. Wow. That's not going well for them. Go on, Kishvada. You know, I reckon that finishes 5-1. You know, Velasquez has been scoring quite a bit since we moved him into that role. Speaking of bad performances, hey, look, it's Marseille. Ferencváros letting us down massively. Like, I know Marseille are not a world-beating team. Not a terrible team, but come on. Right, Sem's going to get a chance. And honestly, because of the tiredness, I think Kevin might be a moment here. Maybe even Romero, honestly. Romero is so good against tired legs. Yeah, Velasquez has just become... He's a real operator in this team. The fact that Yaman has actually become the more limited of the two players. Not that he's limited in any way. He could happily play that role as well. He just doesn't need to. Cleared again. Okay, 10 minutes to go. 2-goal lead. One more goal would really kind of kill this off, hopefully. He is a bit Rodri-like, yeah. Like, he keeps the ball ticking over, but he gets forward occasionally too. Arrives late on the edge of the box, and I think he has really good long shots. Or certainly it seems like it, because I feel like every shot that he scores is basically from outside the box. Right, we need a big header here, and we don't get it, but Velasquez is back, doing defensive bits instead. Yeah, Ferencváros channeling the vibes of last night's game in real life into this as well. Watch them come bottom of the Champions League group now. That feels like such a Ferencváros thing to do. Oh, Diego, what are you doing, buddy? Don't overplay it. Actually, this could turn into a really nice piece of football. What a ball. Van Dam! It's 4. Sem Van Dam. Long shot is a very random attribute. I notice a lot of players with poor long shots scoring a lot of long shots. So, yeah. That is some finish, though. It's 4-1. We are 4-1 up against United. Who was this with the pass? Was this Romero? Look at that for a ball. Full on the volley from Van Dam. Pokes that home for 4-1. That's lovely. And... the main thing for me is Haladash looked pretty good in their result. We're looking pretty good in ours. That's obviously sewn up. That's obviously sewn up. It's Giamot. I am worried. I think it's make or break for them potentially. I think this opening win in the Champions League could be massive for them. Getting off to a good start is so key, and not dropping points against teams like Malmo. Then again, I say that, we can still fuck this up ourselves. Although, not with Thomas Velasquez in the form that he's in today. Yaman does a bit of space out wide. She did the right pass here. Kenny finds the pass. Van Dam's in again! Okay. That's another goal. It is MTK Budapest 5, Manchester United 1. Yes, we'll take that. Sem, off the bench, starting to actually look a bit like the player that we signed all those years ago. Like, it's a sensible run, great pass from Kenny, and it's just an excellent little finish past the goalkeeper. To see Sem score a couple of goals like that is a really nice sign that we've got a fantastic backup striker that can do a job for us. Announced VAR's decision to the crowd. What, they actually like with a microphone? No, I haven't seen that. I haven't actually had a chance to watch it. The games are on so early that it's always an annoying place for me. I probably could have watched the earlier game earlier on today, actually. Was the guy just laying there? I think Sem does want his place back. I mean, he's certainly going to get a lot of football this year. Rested whenever Blaz isn't available. But Blaz didn't really do a lot in this game so far. And bringing Sem in, watch him score a hat-trick now. Because Kenny's in the right position for... Oh, look at that. Tries the outside of the foot as well. It's cheeky. 6-1. Sorry, 6-1. 5-1 is very harsh on United. I don't think we've been 5-1 good. But we have definitely been decent. Oh, what a pass. Right, Kevin on the ball. Can he find an assist for someone, maybe? I'll tell you what. He's found Sem Van Dam. Van Dam's through. Van Dam has scored. It's a 6-1, and Sem Van Dam has scored a hat-trick off the bench. Duvet Matt. Yeah, underrated one was Duvet Matt. But now you all know about Desire the Cot. Commenting on Mitchell, that's not really much to comment on, is it, really? Until something happens. That's a lovely pass from Kenneth. Kenneth? I feel like he should be called Kenneth. It's a great pass again, though. But Van Dam, this is the kind of display that we saw out of Sem when he burst onto the scene originally, and he just couldn't seem to consistently do it. But 6-1. Nice and easy. MTK Budapest 6, Manchester United 1. He scored a hat-trick in 10 minutes. I mean, he's exactly what we needed in that game. There was me thinking that Velasquez was going to be man of the match, and honestly, he probably deserves to be, but still. He's very good at kicking. It's very true. Yes, I think Pog and I are going to go see it next Thursday. That's the plan, anyway. Oh, they got a Van Dam in it. Well, no, even if they're very similar attributes. I think it's because the similarity, unless they're identical, then there's always going to be a slight difference, as well as hidden attributes. Could be to do with their height, weight. There's all sorts of factors, I suspect. Personality. I don't know, because obviously personality is made up of hidden attributes. Usually, if players are very similar, it's probably something to do with the hidden attributes. Potentially, anyway. Or it'll be an attribute that you don't think matters. Well, that's exactly the question I was asking earlier, LFC. So we're going to look in a minute. So Giamot win. We win. Ferencváros obviously get absolutely embarrassed. Haladash, though. Nice are not a bad side by any means. So to go there and win 3-0 so comfortably is very, very nice to see. Mercy Miss, thank you very much for the follow. Exclamation mark tactics in chat and you'll get the whole pack. Yeah, Sevilla is a tempestuous scene for Sevilla. Little 3-0 there with Stanislav. I love that he's still playing as well.
Cooper,
we need to find our own Dolph Lundgren. True. Leaded petrol. You're illegal. Thank you very much for the follow. I really do appreciate that, though. So, yeah, that's a great start for us. God, putting Man United away like that. And the fact... I want to look at the stats for this game. Like I said, Fraj, yes, Pog and I are going to see it next week. Hardly doobie dad. Whoa. I mean, not being funny, right? But that isn't even close. I know that obviously it's very rare that you see like 5xg. That's a completely deserved result. They absolutely twatted them. Yeah, no, we're going to see them offline next Thursday, ideally, anyway. They just got demolished. That's ridiculous. Maybe Kishvada are massive. Maybe this is just their scene. Isabella Tefrick. Yeah, do you know what it is? We might do a double bill. Maybe a triple bill. Throw Barbie in there too. If there was time. Right, so, Hardly Doobadad. Imagine if there was. And there was me thinking that he was going to be the funniest name of the video. Oh, how little I knew. Sadly, no Hardly Doobadad. We hardly knew him. What's this? Fair one. I mean, there's just nothing better than a your mum joke. They're just classics. Right, so we got some money there. Good stuff there. Good stuff there. Very good stuff from Sem. 3 shots on target, 3 goals. No, I haven't, Ross. I've literally... Haven't had a chance because they're AstroTurf boots specifically, so they're just going to sit in that box until next Saturday, basically. That's the plan. I'm sure that'll be fine. I see no reason why that could cause me any problems. To be honest with you, I feel like if there's something wrong with me there, and for example, if I'm bad in the charity match, the boots are not going to be the problem. It's going to be my fitness level, footballing ability, and general mentality that will probably be the issue. Ah, dear. Desire Decock. Sorry, I should call him by his proper name, Desiree Decock, but sadly no, he's not available. Twitch Hoppers, thank you very much for the 15 months. That is super duper nice of you, my friend. I hope you're having a lovely Thursday. Let's just check on text match. No blister risk. So I have blister resistant socks. In theory. In theory. So to be fair, actually, they do work. I always use blister resistant socks when I'm running. So what I might do is put my blister resistant socks inside my football socks and use that as a way of helping with that. Because, yeah, they're actually really good, the blister resistant socks you can get, though. If on the save. So basically, obviously there's full information there and also a video about it, but he's exploring his options. To give you the rundown, basically what we're trying to do is make the Hungarian league the best league in Europe. Which is really difficult because obviously if you win loads, even if you win every single Champions League, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to do it by yourself. You have to have other teams in your league also succeed on a European scale. And you can see that we're currently sitting second. Well, technically third, at the moment second, in terms of the European coefficients, which is what judges the quality of leagues based on how well the teams within those leagues have done in Europe. And so far in this save, we've won 3 Champions Leagues ourselves. We've also had 2 different Hungarian sides win the Europa League that weren't us. We've also had 5 different teams on 7 different occasions reach the final of the Conference League, and they've lost every single time. So eventually that's going to turn around. But basically that's how you build the nation. You have to have the other sides be successful in Europe as well, and that's where the fun comes in, because it's not just about what we do. We have to look out for all the other Hungarian sides too, and I just really enjoy that. Crap one definitely. Oh, that's a bit uncouth, isn't it? Which channel? I assume it'd be on Callum's channel, right? If I had to guess, anyway. But don't worry, I'll tweet it out on the day as well. I mean, I know some of you are actually coming to the match, which is fucking sick. I'm looking forward to meeting people. It's going to be dope. Right, yeah. How'd you go about doing it? So the way that we've gone about doing it is the best way that I've found, generally speaking, is a loan farm. So basically, we will sign players. Even if those players aren't good enough to play for us, we will sign them with the express purpose of loaning them to other Hungarian sides. So as a result, we've built up a loan farm which currently exists at negative 115 players. And the reason for that is because in FM, if you go over 128 loans, the game breaks and it starts counting backwards. So we're actually at 141 players out on loan currently. And some of them are quite good. Bear in mind, this is based against our team. So there's a guy here who's literally a 5-star player who is on loan and has been for the past 10 years nearly. And you look at some of the quality of the players that we've got out on loan, that's basically how you build the nation, by slowly but surely. Yeah. Pinder. So the issue with Pinder basically was that he was complaining about wanting to leave. And I thought I'd put him in his place. But you're right, he probably should be in the senior squad. I think the reason he's pissed as well is because I left him out of the Champions League squad. The reason I did that instead of Limoero is because Limoero has a higher squad status, and Pinder doesn't care about being left out. Limoero would, and it's just a pain in the arse like that, isn't it? Only loan bond play. Yeah, that's why you have to look at the loan rules as well as just change them if you want to, right? Stack over to 0. So you'd need to. I wonder what happened at that point, because you can't get rid of the negatives then. It would have to start counting back up again. I reckon if you get it to 0, it'll actually go to like 257. Maybe. Yeah, the train strike is not ideal for that day. Luckily, I am driving down, or rather, no, I am going to drive down. I think Pog's going to drive me back. I think you could find out just by, you could use the editor to find out, surely, James. Just assign a load of players to a club and then loan them out. So, what have we got? Budapest Shakhtar. And that's it, because they're not playing this day, are they? And then there's no Conference League on this day either. I always forget about that. I'm always like, where's the Conference League fixtures? And then they're just not there, are they? Ooh, Cholos. Oh, by the way, chat. You remember the Ethiopian chap we found on the last stream? I spent ages trying to get him fully scouted. We do now have him fully scouted. Well, we can now see his attributes, which is the main thing. I also found a couple of other players that I'm kind of intrigued by. Right, where is he, though? Here he is. Still rated as an E. Still rated there. But I personally believe that at 15, with these levels of attributes, he at the very least is a solid player. Now, I think the issue is most likely going to be that he just has no potential. And that's fine too, because if nothing else, we get to sign an Ethiopian dude for the loan farm from an Ethiopian club. I still can't sign him yet, though, because he's still doing the whole I'm too young to sign for you thing yet. But we're going to sign him anyway when we get the chance. Yeah, he's blatantly someone that's got, as you say, like 95 PA. Sorry, 95 CA and like 100 P. Maybe like 120. But either way, he'll be a nice loan farmer for someone. It's cool to have just found this guy. But also, I want to highlight this guy here. We got a scout report from Leon. They have a Madagascan playing for them. Ando Rasoanavio. Sorry, no. Rasoanaivo. Which I just thought was kind of cool. Problem being, he's really good, and I'm worried that he might declare for France. But he was born in... Yeah, this is the reason I was like so sad, because when I saw him, I was like, oh, he seems really cool. Can't afford him, though. Kasin Sparshik getting in. Yeah, exactly. Also, one other player. We were getting, obviously, the African reports through, ironically, just right after we looked at the Ethiopian dude. South African reports started coming through. One player stood out to me. This guy here. David Lamini. 16 years old. Now, we don't know much about him yet, because he's not fully scouted. But... does have red injury prone, or like dark orange, which is a little bit of a downward problem. But resolute personality, reserve. I think if we could sign him, which we obviously can't yet because it's again the same problem, I think he's another one of these players that could be quite decent potentially for us. It's rare that we see these types of 5-star players anymore, really. So I think he'd be a decent one too. Dathud Lamini, of course, yes, his Welsh cousin. I definitely want to do. I was thinking about doing Nigeria for the next one as Uipest win. Excellent news. That's another win for a Hungarian side. We'll check the coefficients now. Springtide, thank you very much for the 3 months.
Matto stalks 15-year-old Ethiopian with a free sweet sign.
I know. Bro wasn't interested. I think we'll have to wait till he turns 16, and then we should be able to maybe sign him then, because that's how I managed to get the Yal dude, who actually does join us in January, so it'd be interesting to find out what he's like. Also, Skamrat Rovers beating FK Sarajevo. Big up them. But yeah, I definitely want to do... for the next World Cup video, I wanted to do an African nation that would be taking players from France. I was originally going to do Nigeria, but I feel like I've had England as a base for too many videos in a row now, and I want to use France as a base instead. So there's so many options with France, whether it be Senegal, Cameroon, Algeria, tons. So I'll figure out which one I want to do based on who would get the best players at the start, potentially. But that'll probably be the next one in a couple of weeks. Let me just a little check on the video. Got to keep these things under wraps after all. A very solid start, I would say. That's looking pretty decent. What are we up to? Oh, damn. Actually, it's a 9 out of 10. Wow. Okay. Fair one. I suppose there is like a World Cup match going on right now. German leagues too. It has to be one league, really. If at the moment I turn on a second league, it kind of becomes impossible to simulate to do the thing in one day, and therefore it kind of makes the video untenable at that point. Loan with an option to buy. Basically, when they give you that thing, they will not sign for you under any circumstances. So even if you do a loan with basically when you try to do a loan with an option to buy, they do the same thing. So when you try to do the contracts, they still the same exact thing, unfortunately. I mean, we could try it. I only ever know him as Moaz, but as far as I'm aware, let me just ask his agent first. Yeah. Let's just try, though. Oh, yeah. You can't loan them, of course, because one, we're outside the transfer window, and two, because they're too young to be loaned in the first place, so you can't do a loan with an option anyway. Fiona! Lord Faulty, thank you very much for the follow. How are your towers going? Formation to do on Barca? I have no idea. I have never managed Barcelona on Football Manager. Time for it depends, Ross, on the video. So, for example, with the World Cup videos, all day. So I'll start in like, I don't know, if I start at like 10 a.m, if I'm done by 6, then it's a good day, and that's without breaks. Although technically there is breaks, because obviously the simming, so I'm still not actually working full, like, on it all the time, but I can't do much else other than let it do. So that takes about 8 hours, and obviously the edit takes about 5 hours as well. That's what I was doing yesterday. So those ones are quite an investment in terms of time, but I really like making them, and people seem to like watching them, so I can't really complain there, because they are fun to make. Yeah, I know I do, Kermit. It's because I'm so used to doing it as part of the saves when I could just look at the editor, but I almost kind of want to keep a little bit of mystique, you know? Don't check the editor for things you don't need to, I suppose, right? Rarest nationality. Ooh. Ooh, Guadalupe. Or Guadalupe, I suppose. Very decent. Got 47 caps by the age of 21. Bro has got easy, if he carries on, doesn't retire internationally, 150 caps. Ezpez. What tactics do I use? I have a whole pack of tactics, Ali, which I use, but which is the ! Tactics. But that's the current shape we're currently using. When we play against massive sides away from home, though, if that's what you're trying to do, then we often deploy a strikerless tactic to keep ourselves a bit more tight at the back. 200. Yeah, it's very rare that you see 200 caps. I actually had a look when I was doing the video for Jamaica to see who had the most caps into that save, and I cut it out of the video for time, but we can have a look on this one, potentially. See if there are any mad ones as far as cappage. International cappies. At least 50. It's weird that you can only set it to at least 50. Like, that's the minimum you can set it to. Right. National team caps. 194 for Marwan Salah. That's a lot of caps. How old is he? 37? 38. He's a real player as well. Holy shit. Hey, Maris. He's very good. Well, I say very good. He's had a lot of longevity. 194 caps. Also, shout out to Marco Guerrero. 174 caps for Mexico is no mean feat. Usually you see players get like close to 200 caps for like relatively small size, but also Jean-Baptiste Brune, 156 caps for France as well. He's still only 34. I could see this guy going for unless he's not playing anymore. No, he's still going. I could see this guy getting close to 200 caps, honestly, for France. He's been a world-class goalkeeper since, well, the beginning of time, apparently. I wonder who's the most goals. 119. Oh, well, that works on so many levels. So, linking into your picture, the player with the most international goals is Ludovic Gideon. But also, of course he does. He's Gideon. Any player called Gideon is bound to be good. It's just the rules. Yeah, I've seen a couple of players break the 200 barrier. Was he really, Basil? No shit. He was the guy that I nearly... Oh, my God. Yeah. He was the keeper that I was after right before we didn't get him, basically. And then ended up having all sorts of keeper trouble for far too long. Right, so Declan Rice is being brought in. I'm just going to get rid of whoever's cheap. And because we don't care about their personalities. Turns out that was not really a factor. Luckily, he's got good personality anyway. Desire to cock. I love how we're just going to get a steady stream throughout the entire stream of just people coming in and saying desire to cock. And I'm fine with that. What a name. And to think we would have probably never noticed that name. If I hadn't have just randomly checked on Fulham. RDF. How's it going, my friend? Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Zim. Let me get you a shout out, sir. How's things going? Did I see that you'd found a new injury bug the other day? I've done that correctly, and I have. One time I nearly raided someone doing that. Joao Gaspar, thank you very much for the follow. 70 more. To be fair, I think he's probably played a lot more international games than he has club matches, right? Even that they play. What's that? You get like he's got like 120 goals for his country. Then the team just farm him out wide or something. 225 million. The answer is almost always yes, but let's have a look. Sorry, the attribute colours threw me for a second there. He's very good. He's 24. The thing is, he could probably be one of the best strikers in the world. If he's like 29, 30, I'd be willing to take that kind of cash. Once the strikers hit 31 for me, they're basically dead to me. No, it's just that at that point, it's kind of like a tipping point where I always kind of think to myself, will I ever get any more money for him? But though, frankly, with that kind of price on him, the question is, Mike, can you replace him? Or is it going to cost you? Is he worth more to you than just pure money as well? Sentimentality is a massive thing. Mitch forcing me to Saudi. I mean, I don't think it's... Again, I'll believe it when it actually happens. When I see him in a shirt, then I'll know it's happened. It's like with Kim Min. Yeah, I was offered 260 million by Chelsea for Kim Min on my Bolton save a few years ago, and I turned it down. And everyone in the comments was like, what are you doing? And I'm just like, this guy is the legend of this club. He's still only like 26 at that point. I saw no reason to sell our best striker at that point. Yes, we did, Zen. Or I say we. Max determined it, and I amplified that opinion because I just listened to everything Max says. But yes, the coaching, you know what I mean? Basically, if you've got like your under 19 staff, they don't actually affect the quality of the regens. Now, obviously, having good staff makes the regens develop more, but it won't affect the actual quality of them, their generation, so to speak. Probably replace it. Well, this is the thing. Can you? People always say that, but then I always ask them, like, replace them with who? Because unless you know that player straight off the bat, good luck. If a player is going to be worth that kind of money in the first place, then you're not going to be able to find an easy replacement. Because if you could, surely the Man City would have just signed that player. That's why I always like to try to have players coming through every single time. So if we sell a player, there's two more waiting behind them. I tend not to like to sell a player if we've not got anyone directly replacing them in the squad. Oh, hello. Damn. Real Madrid will owe us another £10 million as well soon. They also owe us £26 million in January and then again in June. So we're going to get a lot of extra cash coming in soon. Like Leonardo DiCaprio. Pretty much. I mean, Bobby, when he was... We got 106 mil for Bob. I think that was good. personally. And he got to go and make the bag at Real Madrid on £450,000 a week or whatever it was. So Porto's 10 days. We can play whoever we want for this game. Yeah, screw it. Give Sem a run in the middle. And also, give Kevin a start. Because I do want to see... Oh, try again. See what Kevin's up to. I do like him as the Trek. Did that assist he got for the... Oh, no, I think he was playing off the left. I show Bob. I can show Bob. I can show Bob and Virgin. Bobby Tree. There he is. So, obviously, you can see here, phenomenal striker. Like, there's just no two ways about it. But... At 31, we decided to take £106 million for him because we had a guy waiting in the wings who I personally thought was perhaps not exactly better at the time, but was also like 7 years younger. And this was the guy that we had to replace him. So you could see why I was willing to like let Bobby go to give Blazdurin a chance to start for us. He's 25 years old. He's just, yeah, an absolute worldie. And he's rapid as well. And I think that rapidness is what really carries him through games sometimes. Bobby seems to be doing okay. I mean... No, Bobby didn't score against us in the Champions League, which is really nice, thank God. There was 4 goals scored and Bobby didn't get one. I mean, he's doing okay. He got... Actually, I see that. Didn't start a game in the first half of the year for them. He is now starting some matches for them, admittedly, and he's got 5 goals in 8 starts. So he's not starting every game, but he is playing for them regularly, which makes sense, right? Castillo. Castillo is another player that we sold. We did the exact same thing with Castillo. To PSG. Admittedly, we only sold him for 45 million, but we sold him for 45 million 7 months before his contract expired. PSG could have waited 2 weeks and approached to sign him, but instead they paid us 45 million pounds. And again, now he's 33. We were able to move on to the next step. It's standard Madrid. It's standard Spanish wage structures in FM, basically. It happens so often. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Although I'll swap this 2 over because that's just the preferred lineup of those 2. No, at the time to register Bobby. True. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, the reason he probably didn't play against us in the Champions League was... Wait, hang on. He was probably cup tied to us anyway, wasn't it? Or did they get rid of that rule? Needless to say, I think we sold him after the window for registration anyway, because that isn't implemented in this save. I think it is in your... if you start a new save. But I think that's probably the issue, yeah. But it wouldn't explain why he didn't play any games in the league, or didn't start anyway. Or to get game time. When you say being a pain, Taylor, what do you... Wow. How, in what way, Kevin sent off, in what way are they being a pain? Are they like turning down what you consider to be suitable loan moves? Because if that's the case, you can change the sort of requirements and they'll then listen to exactly what you want, but you have to change it in 2 different places sometimes, because obviously. Treks on the attack. I don't, honestly, that's far too tactically in-depth for me. All I know is I like them in the team. They play well, they play lovely passes, and they score some goals. It really does come down. If you want to talk, if you want in-depth stuff about Trequartistas, you're going to want to ask RDF about that. You have far more knowledge about that. Yeah, so basically, Taylor, the way that would happen is potentially because you might have things set up wrong. So firstly, is that player on the dev list? If he is, check what you've got here as far as your dev list requirements. If he's not, then there's also a secondary set of requirements. So you have to go into responsibilities and transfers, and then offer to clubs, even though this isn't you offering to clubs. Make sure this stuff lines up as well, because if it doesn't meet these requirements, they'll reject it on your behalf, basically. So that might be why, because sometimes people set one set of things and then forget this side of things, and you have to do both, basically. Ah, dear. Ingram's still transfer listed. True, but I don't think his morale suffered, but we maybe should take him off the transfer list. Just for his own... Let's have a look at his actual... Quite good, but it doesn't see... Okay, he's considering his Wait, I don't think that's the same thing as considering his options, but we'll take him off the transfer list. But I don't think it's having too much of an effect on him. But hey, any little helps, right? Oh, we didn't look at the coefficients, did we? Right. So we're up to 4.2 now on the year, which is good. Obviously, this will even itself out a little bit once these... I mean, Belarus are sitting in 4th place. Don't know how they've managed that. The key thing is, though, we're actually outscoring Spain as things stand, which obviously will change over time. But the better we can do against Spain, the better. We have to... If we can stay within a point of them this season, we'll actually go back into 2nd spot, which I would not have predicted. And we've got... Oh, God, Shirokshar. They're in for an absolute battering, I suspect. Also, notice Dias Jori. Top of the 2nd tier... 20 goals, sorry, plus 20 goal difference. They've scored 27, they're averaging 3 goals a game. Also, Shakvari sitting in 2nd spot. They're the team that have got all the players on loan from like big European sides for some reason. They're doing their own loan farm. But that also comes in, yeah, so they've got a guy called Aldo Caballero, who I think might be on loan from us. Yeah, of course he is. 13 goals in 9 games. He had 11 goals in their first 4 games. Yeah, Pushkas is just sad. They're probably not even going to get promoted. Actually, I think they probably will. Or at least be in the battle. But I'd like to see Dios Yuri come up. That'd be kind of fun. Owen King Miles, thank you very much for the follow. Ooh, Lanush. So we're getting some South American reports through today, so which means, hopefully, maybe get back for the Catholic daddies and see what's up there. Just means there's a chance for us to find some good players as well. Bill Benjamin, thank you so much for the 3 months. That's really, really nice of you, man. Hope you're well. Oh, go on, Lanush. I mean, these guys are probably still decent, but it's just like, there's only so many players we could scout at once, right? I feel like we're likely to see worldies. I feel like we're going to find... Ooh. Well, yeah, speaking of, have they adjusted this price at all? 13 million still. I mean, it's better than it was last stream when it was 600,000. But I love how his value's now gone back up again. Like, as if they're still only offering us 13 million pounds. Man has admittedly only made 1 appearance. Oh, yes, this guy here. 19-year-old Italian. Mauro Aguiari. Now, for some reason, we can't seem to get any proper scout reports on him because I've been scouting him for ages and it doesn't seem to improve. So we'll just have to sort of keep an eye on him. These guys are the same. I think it's because this guy's injured, actually. But yeah, Aguiari, for some reason, no matter how many times we tried to scout him, no changes happen. It might just be that he's not played in a match or something, even in like a friendly. So, Jose, £400,000. Is he worth... I think he's worth 400 grand on a releasey, right? Even if the wages are a bit high, is he got... No cheeky second nationality in there. I think for 400,000... Basically, any players like this, if they're under $1 million, they're pretty much worth it. And that potential seems to be pretty hard stuck now, which is nice. Even if his wage is going to be a little bit high. Well, won't be that high. We'll just have to put the clauses in to get what we want. Be nice for the loan farm. Oh, only 2 years though. Shit. 23 grand. Christ. That's quite a lot. Oh, that's perfect. When it actually hits the exact number. Things you'd love to see. And I think I can only offer him... Yeah, it's only a 5-yearer. But that'll have to do. Damn. I do love finding those players in Spain with the ridiculously low release clauses. See, look at that. Giamot have started the season so well. They are actually stacked with good players. Most of whom are ours. But they've got a few of their own. I mean, not really. But they do have a couple of other players. Oh, they've got a... Is he Georgian? Yes, he is. Shavgulidze. Georgia's got a couple of alright players. I mean, nowhere near as good as Kigaradze that we've got. I just wish I could find him alone. Also, Bergvold, remember him? 46 million he's now moved to Chelsea for. All we've missed so far, Peter, is we won our first Champions League game 6-1 against Manchester United. And Giamot have won a Champions League game. Haladash have won a Champions League game. Ferencváros got absolutely twatted. And Kishvarda beat Celtic 5-0 at Celtic Park. And now, for some reason, we've got... This happened before, didn't it? One time when all of our... I know the first move made a lot of sense, but this one doesn't make any sense really as to why... I'm sure there is a reason. Yeah. Oh well, looks like we're going to have to keep an eye on these as well. Those are both tough games though. If they take anything from those... I'd expect Újpest to maybe get something from the away game at Wolfsburg, but the Leeds one... This happened a couple of years ago too, didn't it? I can't remember why. I just put the first one down to the whole Celtic situation, because Celtic and Rangers couldn't play at home on the same day. From last night. Was it their goalkeeper that was at fault for the goals last night? God, they really have struggled. They've started this season appallingly. And we are actually, unironically, not top of the league. Probably going to have to no, we'll get rid of that. Rectify that. 5 pickers in Spain in the past season and a half. Yeah, it's like... Hang on, 205 PA. Do you mean 200 PA? Or... I kind of like the idea. I really hope it's actually the former and that you've just signed 205 PA players. What would 5 PA even look like? Have they even got enough attributes to actually make up even a second digit on some of them? Good AM coming through. So, in terms of the depth for AMs,
in winter,
let me just have a little look.
Very depressing.
Trying to find one. Carpenu. Although, not really, actually. Christ, why are they comparing him to Sogos and Romero? I'm trying to find the damn... Nunez, there we go. So... There isn't a direct one. The problem is this doesn't expand enough. So it's a pure... Wow, look at chat. We're in the squad planner. We're in the squad planner. This is... This is new ground. It is a bit of a weak spot, but we've got a lot of play. The issue is, like, right, we could easily get any of these guys coming back from their loan spells, which is, of course, part of the issue. But what's great is this. This is a squad planner, but don't anyone know. New feature. Server! Thank you for the follow. Phil Jones is here. 205 star here. Oh, damn. That's surprising. New screen, who it is. Yeah, I think we should just pretend that you didn't see that screen, chat, and it'll be absolutely fine. The squad planner can't hurt you. I promise. Can't put it through the middle. I think of those two, I'd still rather put Big Manovich there, honestly. If that's what we're doing. Just randomly putting players in this team now. I guess it's because the games are so close together. Plus, it's a cup match. I wouldn't be surprised if Big Manovich can absolutely clean up here. Smash the squad planner. And maybe, I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll implement the things I wanted in the squad planner in FN24, for all I know. And then I might actually turn around and be like, you know what? It actually is good. 2 more goals from Nunez. 3 assists for Carpenu, though. Really, really nice there. I'm used to us putting like double digits past some of these teams here, but Siroksar are actually, I think, our second tier, to be fair. So it'd be a bit rude to expect that. But you can see that so far in terms of goals, Blas has actually underperformed his goals, which is rare for him. And obviously it's a small sample size, so we'll give that. To be perfectly honest, those are actually quite good results. Like, Kishvada not losing to Leeds is really solid. And Uwe away with Etienne, one of the players we were just looking at. No, I don't find anything useful about it at all, but I think it could be useful. It has the potential to be useful, but not in its current state, I suppose is the best way of describing it. So, I think they're pretty good results. Like, I wouldn't expect Uwe to win at Wolfsburg, and I wouldn't expect Kishvada to beat Leeds. Bear in mind, Leeds were in the final of this tournament last season. They lost it, but they were there. I'm certain it was them against Liverpool. Yeah. And they only lost to Liverpool on penalties in Cardiff. So Leeds are a bloody good side in this save. So the fact that Kishvada and Uwe have both gone 4 points on the board straight away, that's really good news. That's surprisingly good, actually. Obviously, they're going to be higher up there because they played an extra game, but still. 4 points out of that, and that's going to give us a few extra points. Takes us to 4.7. Keeps gapping France. Keeps gapping Spain a little bit too, which is really important. A depth chart. Well, you can get the squad depth thing back again, but you have to do that using the skin because Saz added it back in hilariously. Thank God. But what I'd want it to be able to, my like blue sky situation for the squad planner is, when you're on a team thing here and you go squad selection advice, I would love it so that this took into account the way that you've ordered players on your squad planner. So if a player is unavailable, it uses the next one in your depth chart on your squad planner that you have personally set. Things like that, and having different options there that you could set different rotation thingies, like you can do with different squads here, but you have to pick the exact players. Whereas I'd like it so that there was like ifs, ands, and ors kind of thing. Magic Hungary as well. I have not. No, and nor shall I, because it is utter dog shit. Not Hungary itself, the international management and FM. Plus, it would just slow the save down, and we'd have no benefit from doing it. So we're getting Jose. Nice. Hey, Bengal. However, my calves always get tight as fuck. So I suffered. It means you're probably running correctly in many ways, because it means you're not heel striking, because you tend to get calf soreness when you're landing on the ball of your feet / midfoot. What I do to try to alleviate that before I run is when I'm brushing my teeth in the morning before I run, I'll just go up on my tiptoes and then lean back on my heels, like to get like dorsal flexion going, just repeatedly for like 2 or 3 minutes while I'm brushing my teeth. Then there's a calf stretch you can do where it's hard to explain. You like stick your foot against like a solid object with it like bent up the wall like that, and then bend into it. It will sort of stretch your calves off. I find doing that has certainly helped my calves not get so sore. Yeah, exactly, Christian. Yeah, players that you assign to them, and it doesn't just like rely on you actually having to pick the exact squad, because you can sort of do that to an extent, but not in such an automated way. Yeah, if the squad planner, if your assistant used the squad planner when you were asking him questions about stuff, that would be kind of sick, actually. Christian, thank you very much for the 17 months, my friend. It's very, very nice of you. Hello, Pog. How's it going? Washington Medeiros is Washington as a first name is just an underrated first name for footballers, just in general. But to be honest, I don't stretch as much as I should do when it comes to running, honestly. But then also, touch wood, I've not suffered any serious running injuries ever so far. So whatever I'm doing seems to be working fine for me at the moment. Right, so this is rotation. Obviously, then I have to go and have a look, because that is slightly... Oh, Mihal's back. He's not fully back, though, so this is more of a almost like a, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a shakedown game for him, potentially. Romero, Pinder. Oh, nice getting Pinder in there too. Gvardiol right back. Actually, we were talking about players coming through at AM. Pedersen's probably one of the best players we've got coming through at AM, actually, as it happens. Instantly trying to sell. Yeah, it has too many consequences as well. Hey, Graham. I'm excellent, Pock. How are you? That'll probably do. Straight have a penalty. Ooh. I might put Akaveke in goal for these games because I think that he has a higher ceiling than Schwede does. Or maybe. And I want to see him actually get some game time to help with that. I just think there's a lot of stuff that could be done with automation potentially in the squad planner. Maybe. I think we might lose this, which is concerning. Wait, who's getting numbers? Oh, damn. Oh, of course, Schusterreiter came back too, didn't he? Reba's not getting number 11. It's bold. I admire your ambition there, bud, but you're not getting number 11. Although, weirdly, that guy I just looked at there, Zoltan Reba, I think his name is, he's worth like £19 million. Even though he's a random youth player that we had. Where is he? Oh, sorry, Istvan Reba. Oh, sorry, £13 million. He's actually developing into quite a good footballer, and I could see him getting Hungarian caps. What I can't see at the moment is us taking the whole of the league, because currently we're actually now no longer top of the league, and also not even within a game of top of the league. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us. I guess that's the downside of having the league get a lot stronger, is that they can get results against you in games like that. Particularly as after the Porto game, we have to play against Girmot, who are no mugs either. I mean, if you had the opportunity to say one thing that you wanted in FM24, just one individual thing, what would it be? Because, like, for me... Oh, wow, is he getting cap? Okay, 16 caps. Wait. Oh, 20 league games. Oh, shit, I forgot you had one of those contracts. That's a rarity. It's a rarity that we have one of the... Rare that we see one of those clauses actually get triggered. I think if I'm being realistic, I would just like to see the... I'd just like to see international management be a bit more, like, I suppose better set pieces, true. I think that would actually, yeah, you're right, probably better set pieces would be more appropriate, I suppose. Just because I feel like that would affect more saves, and that would be something more people would care about, honestly. More face in the games! I know, you're right. I think we should have at least 10,000 of them. I think the stats thing is bizarre that they don't track those. It's always weird that it prioritizes everything as league, and then you get no other stats in there. It's like, do cup goals not count? Also, does Champions League not count? Girmot win again. Ferencváros are already 12 points off the top. I think that with any kind of reshuffling of set piece stuff, it would still be kind of difficult because it would have to be implemented in a way that isn't super easy to break. Now, I know it's still super easy to break now, but you just think that if they made it too flexible, it'd be very easy to exploit, I suspect. Mentor. No, I mean, they can improve it by getting rid of it, if there's that. Home advantage. I don't even know if I find it's home advantage specifically for the massive side. I feel like it's just... It does just feel like there's something weird about it when we play those big teams. Because we're quite capable of going and beating Man United 6-1 like that. I think if you're going to... one thing I don't understand is I feel like maybe they could allocate some money to just go and hoovering up licenses for smaller leagues that are not super expensive, maybe. Just so they've got them and it just adds more leagues to the game. And I imagine that some leagues would be so cheap to get the licenses for, potentially, that it would be perhaps quite cost-effective. But maybe I'm just totally wrong about that. More African leagues would be cool. Because technically, I believe South Africa is the only league that's on in the base game, isn't it? As far as African league goes. The one specific bulk. Fix the eyebrows, honestly. That's all we need. J-League would be fun. I feel like the thing is, though, if we do see a new league, it's more likely to just be the Saudi League, isn't it? Like... I can't see that happening this season, but if they are going to license a new league, it feels like that's probably where that money would go. Let's see. It's got the 4-star guys here, which is kind of cool. Yeah, exactly. I reckon if you just ask them really nicely, they'd let you have the license to the Tuvaluan top flight. Nigeria League, or like somewhere like Tunisia or Algeria. They're massive, or Morocco. They're massive leagues with huge followings. So, Ferencváros, Dinamo Zagreb. They have to win that. If they can't win that, then we're screwed. Girmot away at Nice. I mean, Halash have already proved it possible. And Halash hosting Malmö. Oh, yeah, true. There's all the licensing issues with Japan, isn't there? That's right. I totally forgot about that. Set opponents, things like trigger press. So, as far as I know, it depends. Hang on, sorry. When you say sim a game, in what method are you using to sim a game? So, As in, are you using instant result? Because if you are, then you can just set the stuff before the game in here, and then when you instant result, it should take those instructions on board. Yeah, I do find it strange how little the variety is in the referees, actually. Which doesn't seem like that makes any sense for that. Right. Porto are a weird one. They actually upset us last year. Or was it the year before? They've definitely got a bit of a history of that. Any fun names? I think Fabrizio actually used to play for... Yep, that's him. The Brazilian guy. Any others? Felipe might have been one as well, actually. Yep. Because there's so many... Any player in Europe now, I just assume has played for us at some point. Friend is done by your coach. Oh, I don't know then. Because if you're not taking... Bear in mind, if you're not in charge of the match in any way, then most likely it'll just be ceded to your assistant. I nearly instant result of that game then. I feel like the goal line technology thing is really strange because it doesn't do anything in FM. But as you say, it just never does anything. It's almost sort of fluff that doesn't serve a purpose. I wouldn't like to see it removed because it is part of football, but I'd like to see it actually make an impact in some way, right? As referees? I think it'd be good if more of them were coaches and not all starting as players, but I suppose, I don't know. Just give me the option to turn it off. Mikel Arteta's Porto. Any fun names in that team that I can see peering under the microphone? Holidays and assistant ones. Yes, so if you don't actually manage the game and when you holiday a game, your assistant takes charge and they can win awards for it. Which I just find funny. But I mean, after all, why wouldn't they, right? They're the one managing the game. Give them what they deserve, Fraj. Jeez. Offside goal is awarded or not. Yeah. Oh, good. Within 4 minutes, Ferencváros, the absolute disappointment merchants extraordinaire, are at it again. I mean, they've had 2 winnable matches to start their Champions League group, and we said at the start, if they can't win and get out of that group of games, then they really don't deserve to be in Europe ever again. Although in this case, what I would say is, if they carry on like the way they're playing in the league, we won't have to worry about that because they won't be qualifying for the Champions League next season anyway. So on the plus side, I wouldn't actually mind a little run of having, say, Kijvada, Halalash, and then Girmot as our Champions League sides, honestly, as Kenny Baumeister slots us 1-0 up. Come on. Yeah, Smackle, was that the special one? Hey, they've got to back themselves, even to be an ass man. I'd love to see that Anarith, and it's the sort of thing that I have brought up to people that matter, but it's a question of how far that isn't the priorities with them, right? They have equalised, chat. It's happened. Ferencváros scored their first goal of the Champions League this season. They have equalised against Dinamo Zagreb. Dynamic PA. I think the problem with Dynamic PA is I'm not really sure how that would work in practice, because at that point you'd have it would sort of defeat the point of scouting, because essentially you're saying that this player could just be anything. So then I'm not sure what you'd be able to achieve. I just don't think Dynamic PA could really work beyond a certain... I think they would sort of defeat the point of scouting in the game. I'm trying to think of a way that they could implement that wouldn't just be the most annoying thing ever. And I know that you could say it's more about development and coaching then, but then all that would do is basically mean the big sides are even more impossible to beat, because you wouldn't be able to sign young players and develop them in the same way. And that's the problem. And you know how that would... Because it would work like that, where the big sides just basically make every player they get into an absolute god. Because it would be super unbalanced like that. As Nice take the lead against Girmot, annoyingly. And Halash's game is obviously so far down that we can't actually see what's going on. They are playing Malmo, though. We've got to trust them. We just have to trust them on that one. I swear if I... Well, okay. So essentially a kind of situation like you get with the editor, where players can have like say -9 as their PA. But the problem is that wouldn't really work with when the game generates, because I still don't think I'd want to see entirely dynamic PA. Now, I think maybe you could have life events that could happen in the game that could maybe affect their PA, so it becomes dynamic like that, but I don't think it could be done purely based on the development. Because I feel like a potential is a thing that a player can reach. So if the potential changes, then it's sort of odd. Well, that kind of does happen, Magician, in a way. It's just that the game has to have some... If it's completely random, then it would completely remove the need to have good youth facilities in the game. And so I guess you've got to decide what factor that... How random it can be. And it kind of already has an element of randomness to it. For example, when I was doing some tests for the Next Agent video, I found a player at AFC Filed in the first season with 195 PA. So there is still an element of randomness to it. You could still get a ridiculously good player at an insanely shit club. It's just extremely rare. More dynamic CA. But, I mean, CA is very dynamic. If you consider dynamic to be movement, then CA is already dynamic. I don't know, Magician, because it's for a video I'm doing, and I haven't touched it yet. It's for my next agent video, where I'm going to be a player's agent for his entire career, and he's the one I've chosen to do it with. So I haven't actually done any more than where I currently am. Also, I just noticed that us and Haladash are joint top of the Champions League, which means they must be beating Malmö as well, which is just dope. But the fact that we're only a goal up here just worries me a little bit. We're always... Yeah, for example, Emmanuel Dala, for example, our right back in this game, he clearly has ridiculously high PA. I'm going to guess maybe high 170s probably, right? But he gendered a non-league Angolan side. He's a good example of that. Of a player that is just... He just never, ever found his level as... Oh, it's a poor effort, though. Magician, thank you for the follow. I think that to have certain events maybe... I think you could have more events that could affect their PA off field. Also, I think Gimot have equalised because they're up to 4 points again now all of a sudden. What events in the game currently? Not a lot, and I would like to see more of that sort of stuff, basically. So you can have like a random event sometimes where it will say something like, this player is doing some really cool stuff off pitch, and as a result, they've gained a determination boost. You can see that one as well. You can get a child, I suppose. That's another sort of Easter egg thing that's an event. But just more little things like that to keep long-term saves more interesting would be super fun. Well, to be fair, Crew, as far as I'm aware, have really good facilities, don't they? Well, they certainly used to. Their recruitment, at least, should be probably still quite high. Mass train. Yeah, honestly, anything like that with the mass options would just be good. As Durance in and has missed the target. Yeah, we got a stadium renovation going on, PLOEG. It's, they've closed one of the stands so that we can improve it. Caption, guess whose toilet is such randomness. Well, guess whose toilet is it, Marius? I need to know. Is it Eric Sandberg's toilet? Yeah, one player out clubbing, that's the thing that can happen occasionally. Bloody hell. Felipe's just gone and absolutely murked someone. You say French French are winning. Holy shit, hell has truly frozen over. They're actually coming from behind to do a job. Which actually makes me think that we're not going to win this game. For some reason. I just feel like it's set up weird. Oh, hang on. Go on, slip him in, Pretzel. That'll do. Begmanovic into the box. Hey! What a wonderful cross. That is a great ball, admittedly, as Nunez slots it home to make it 2-0. Runa Espion's poop. That's blatantly my Traore, isn't it? Oh. Yeah, exactly, Dark Ice. That's kind of my opinion on it too. I think that you could maybe have some certain events that could maybe change things. Well, yeah, this is season 21, so 2020... Nope, that's not right. It's 2021. Nope. It's season 21, which is the year 2042. Got there in the end. Turns out I can actually speak English. Who'd have thunk it, eh? The Crowbar's toilet. Stroke. No, Stroke City. So at the moment, things look pretty good for us. Equaliser for Dinamo Zagreb. And as usual, the disappointment merchants. Is it 21? No, it's definitely season 21 because the last recap was for season 20. Can't recap a season if it hasn't happened. I mean, I suppose you can if you're like John Titor, but... Oh. Okay, that was nearly the same goal. Stroke City playing the Bung Arena, yeah. Thank God we scored that goal. Because it looks like we've done everything we can to throw away this game at the end here. Just throwing that out there, fine, then. Couldn't think of a famous time traveler, would you believe? There's so few to choose from. I would like to see, yeah, the random life events thing. Like, players just had a child. He's therefore got a slight morale boost. Oh, Gadget's nearly got that as well. Can't buy a win. You see, you've gone up too fast. That's what it is. As if there could be such a thing. But good luck. So we do concede. Luckily, that's not going to make much of a difference in the end. So, yeah. We've won the game. We were doing everything we could to throw it away. Sogos had an absolute shitter. I bet stats have gonna... Do you know what? Man actually knew that Luke were going to get promoted. He knew it all those years ago. Crazy. So Ferencváros do throw it away, but they at least get a point, I suppose. But they're not going anywhere, are they? This is Gus on Twitch. Hello, Gus. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, even if I had no in-game effects, I would love just the extra fluff, honestly, yes. Yeah, Halash have done us on goal difference. Giamot. Nice 1, Giamot 1. Giamot are just massive. I'm telling you. That's 4 points on the board. I expected nothing from them in this Champions League, and they've already got 4 points. And Halash, just the 4-0 win against Malmo. So they won 3-0 in France, and now they've gone 4 goals up against Malmo as well. Halash are genuinely... I feel like they're going to be the first team to really make a proper impact in the deep stages. The deep stages. Been watching too much Silo. Oh, speaking of watching things... Do you remember on Tuesday's stream, we were discussing the movie Twister for a bit. So Pog and I watched Twister last night. Fuck yes. Love that. Really enjoyed it. Helen Hunt is a badass. I love her character in that film. Right. So we've got Thursday's matches, which is obviously going to be less games because... Oh, no. Wait. They're still playing. There's going to be obviously a fixture. There's obviously going to be some fixture day where these two don't play in here, but this is apparently not this week. As Kijvara get a chance to do the Scotland double. They're going to deep fry all the Glaswegian teams. And Budapest away at Roma, so no chance there. That has to be a win, though. Yeah, Twister was... I haven't, Fraj. No. Do tell. They got rid of the... That's... Pog actually mentioned that when we were watching the film as well. It's such a... Just a really fun film. Let's have a look. Oh. You know what? Yeah. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. This one would have made me think it was a bit boring, but I can see there's a lot more detail on it from this particular picture. Hello, Michel. Je m'appelle Matt. Quelle est la date de ton anniversaire? Petit déjeuner. Sean, my boy, thank you very much for the follow. Using Giroud does generally make me like it slightly more as well, just because it's hard to not engage with that beautiful face in it. Yeah, Kurgia in the Conference League too, yeah. The pattern definitely does help, yeah. Santa Fe. Ooh, even Mando. Oh, wait, no, I think I've seen this guy years ago. Fuck it. Why not? How's it going, Mike? My name is Matt. There you go. I think I said something about my birthday and something about breakfast. These are just things I remember from my French GCSE. Kijvara lose at 100 Rangers. With a 90th minute penalty. Oh, good. Rangers had what? 0.6 XG before that. The good Lord giveth and the good Lord taketh away. What I'd say, Gus, the best thing you could do as a brand new player is either manage the team you support or one of the massive sides. And if that's both, then fair play. Because you'll already know all about the players, which means that you'll kind of get an idea of looking at a player from what you know about them. You'll be able to sort of understand why the game has done what it's done to make the player be how they are, and it will give you a little base point basically, so you'll already have a little bit of knowledge. That's what I would say the best thing to do to start off with. And also, don't worry too much about like taking control of everything. Yeah, 2 1-0 defeats. Let me guess, Debrecen fucked it as well. Yep, although pretty close. Ah dear. Yeah, Mike, you were at Cadiz. You're back at Arsenal at the moment. You've actually played a couple of first team matches, which is annoying because you're just that a little bit too good for us to be able to sign you at the moment. My hope is that you don't get enough game time and we can pick you up on a free. But I suspect that won't be for at least another 5 seasons or so. From a song. I don't know. I just remember it being something to do with your birthday. Daniel Agger. I mean, honestly, he might be. My guess is, though, most likely it's just going to say no manager. Or, no, tell a lie. He is still managing them. I did not know that Daniel Agger's middle name was Munther. Do it for me, Mike. Refuse to sign a new contract. You should have that programmed into your face in the game that you refuse to sign contracts. Hey, Anderson. So, all in all, not the greatest day for us with all those defeats in the Europa League. But the Champions League certainly carried for us there as more points on the board. And it means that we are still 1.4 ahead of Spain. That's what matters. Yeah, I completely agree, Jerry. It's just... Because if you jump... Like, the first save I ever did when I first got FM in 2013 was like a local team save with a downloaded database. And I had no idea what I was doing because... Firstly, lower league management in FM is notoriously funky as it is. So you'll get a better experience if you just pick the team that you support or a massive side, either way. Or if it's both, then even better, honestly. Just for a little bit to kind of get the hang of things. And then once you're kind of understanding the mechanics a little bit more, then you sort of branch out after that, I guess. Fiona! DS Jarry, thank you very much for the follow. League in terms of rep. So rep, we're still number 6. But that's probably because, if I had to guess, even though these star ratings would suggest that maybe not, I basically think that Premier League and Liga Santander are probably both at 10,000, even though it's not got the stars. I reckon that's the case. And I reckon the rest of us are like pretty close to that as well. But I would be surprised, even if we got to number 1, I'd be very surprised if we went above 6th place. Basically, the rep thing is really weird, and it just doesn't move at a rate that you would feel would be sensible. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get a chance to spend enough time in the top few thingies and we'll find out. Most random. Oh, UEFA Youth League is fun for shit like that. What should be totally boring? Oh, actually, it's not super interesting, but it's not super boring either. Well, actually, there you go. Bodder 1-1 in 20. And I can see why, because that generation of Bodder players, I think we actually got some of those guys later, and they were very good. Then we've got FC Copenhagen with back-to-back runner-up spots. Fenerbahce winning it too, which makes sense. Obviously, we've won 1. But then the reason we don't tend to do so well on here is because, obviously, most of our players that are any good all end up loaned out, so they never get a chance to play in our under-19 teams. Cool to see Celtic win 1, though, as well. Lyon, Ron in there too, but it's mostly the teams that you'd expect, really. Best worst feature for everyone to have. Mine would be the media create fake stories that you've had an affair with your players. I'd love that. That'd be such a fun story to have in the game. It makes no sense, but it'd be perfect. So far, we're 2 for 2 in the Champions League, Patrick, and so are Halalash. And Girmot have got 4 points of themselves, and Ferencváros are disappointing us as per. Club coefficients. Let me just... this one. So, I mean, that's... Look at that. Ferencváros and Kisvada, 23rd and 24th on the coefficient charts. Halalash, 28th. And probably will keep growing. Újpest have fallen a bit because obviously they've missed some seasons in Europe. This is why these are the guys. I mean, obviously the coefficients don't matter as much. And they still matter to an extent, but not in the same way that they used to matter a lot more than they do now. Marnie missing the World Cup at Senegal. Oh, really? What, was she injured in the game, or was she injured before the World Cup? Also, is it still 1-0 to Australia? I love that just like you get some random sides here, like Zalagaseg, that still have coefficient points. I don't know why they do. Because as far as I know, they've never played in Europe in this save. Unless they're on this list here. Yeah, I have no idea. Also that we are still the number 1 seed, though. Injured before. Ah, Jesus. Was it a bit like when Rooney missed the World Cup for England with that... do you know when everyone suddenly knew what a metatarsal was? That particular injury. Yeah, we'll go full strength here because we kind of need to start winning some matches. It's points based on the country competition. Yeah, but then why those teams specifically and why not other random teams in Hungary? I guess. Like, there's some teams there that are not even in the top flight anymore, but there's some teams that are in the top flight that aren't listed there. So that's what I was trying to be a bit confused about. Well, I wasn't trying to be a bit confused about. I just was. Let's have a little look at Hungarian national team. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's only 5 players in the Hungarian national team that don't have a second nationality of some form. Puskás, of course, being one of them. The guy that, despite signing for us, never played a single minute of football for us in his entire career. Ah, dear. Signs for 600 grand, is loaned for the next decade, and then joins Ferencváros on a free. Can't complain there. Yeah, loads of Brazilians. So we've got Ari, Augusto, Diego, Bruno, Rodrigo, Manuel, Lucas, of course, in there too. Then obviously Akos Bertush, who's at Nîmes, came through at Bekeshaba, who's a team I always struggle to say. Istvan Toldi, still in there. Big up Istvan. Wow, he's worth a lot of money. Christ. Mario Mihal's in there too. Now he's sort of a bit more, he's a bit different because he actually is just full on Hungarian. He didn't like change nationality or anything. Tamas Konch, of course, is the PSV goalkeeper guy that we quite liked at one point. I might scout him again. Just eyeing up a random Gacic replacement at times. Zoltan's still in there too. His value's creeping up as well. Wait, was Ronaszewski in there too? Oh, he is. Our youth intakes have actually produced some alright players. They maybe just weren't rated correctly to begin with, perhaps. It's higher than their own coefficient. Ah, okay. It's just really weird seeing people like Zalagaseg in there with a European coefficient, despite the fact that at no stage in this save in the last 21 years have they ever played in Europe. Sergeant Pickle, reporting for duty. Thank you very much for the follow. That'll be fine. They're a bit tired, but we just kind of need to win this game. Yeah, I imagine he's showing them his ID, and they're just like, "We just don't believe you. You've just written Pushkas." Okay. RichardCastle.gif. That's very strange. We've been a bit mid in the league this season, and then we go against a team who are actually really good and just clump them 7-0 with a really, like, bad... Like, that was a tired-ass lineup, too. Blaz now not top scorer, actually, had Valdo with 8 goals already. He's not even playing as a striker. My God, man has got 11 goals in 10 games and 3 assists, and he's not even playing as a striker. How has he only got 14 caps for Brazil? Well, Gimo are good, but maybe they played a rotated side. Oh, God. Okay, that's not the end of the world, but that is kind of annoying. And Kenny's also slightly injured too. And Kevin as well. There we go. Yeah, don't forget, that's he who was deemed by my assistant not good enough to extend his contract despite being a 5-star player, who's just got 11 in 10 from right wing. I think he'll just about survive, say. Oh, Lanza, yes. That was the name. I was trying to think of his name a couple of weeks ago on stream, Basil. And yes, you're right. It was Pierangelo Lanza. He was the guy that I bought as a striker to play as a right winger because he was super tall and he was so good for those back post headers. What a great name, too. Although no one's name will ever be as good in that save as Marco Quarto. Yeah, I mean, we know that Fies does not know ball, basically. That's what we've now managed to assess. Oh, Fluminense, go on. Oh, it's Lorival again. Tell you what, if we were actually looking for an AM replacement, maybe someone like Lorival. Oh, he's worth a lot of money now, though. Might be training is super important. In terms of development, it's massively, it's vital to have sensible training. As Jory are really struggling. Honvi, though, as I suspected, have started the season relatively okay because they've got a good team. Lower divisions. So the player face pack thing, if you mean the thing that puts faces on regens, that's the Z-Gen pack, which !Z-Gen in chat will get you that. I normally use DF11 for the rest of the faces, though, for everything else. And I think that's in pack as well as in !faces. Good teams use as a lower division. I don't know, because it depends on what type of save you're after. If you're already going to the lower divisions, then you can kind of just choose wherever you like. I don't really have any thoughts on it, Darren. It's one of those things where until something actually happens, it's just meaningless media fluff again, isn't it, really? We're in a position of strength in terms of wanting to sell him, i.e. we don't want to. He has a long contract. Basically, it's up to them to come along with a bid that we basically go, fuck, all right then. And as far as I can tell, that certainly hasn't happened anytime soon, or hasn't happened yet. So we'll get that in there too. Scheduler friendly there as well. I'm curious to see which fixture day they're going to choose to take out the random Hungarian sites. But Bassi. Now that's interesting, actually. We haven't spoken about that. So I've heard that we've put a bid in. I think it's 14 million is the written bid that we've submitted so far for Calvin Bassi. What a... Kel. Oh. Michael Honda and is shortened to Kel. Brazilian Japanese? Yes, please. Don't mind a bit of that. I mean, right foot. Honestly, South. That seems fine to me. I like to try and have... 2-foot instead of if I can, just because I find it's easier, but not the end of the world, right? God, you did the base. Oh, that just got better as I go along. Also, big shout out for you duplicitous taint. Oh, Millennium, you truly are a wordsmith, but solely of the insult variety, and I'm totally here for it. I've never been called a duplicitous taint before. And this is what I'm on about when I talk about the vibes and how if that was a first time chatter style message and someone called me a duplicitous taint, actually I'd probably still find it quite funny, but I'd be slightly perturbed. Oh dear. That's great. Also, can we talk about Credence Quintal for a second as well? Hang on, wait, my brain's formulating. Hang on. We can have... Nah. Do you think that if his career started to stagnate, you know where I'm going with this, we could have a Credence Quintal revival? It was too easy. It's there, isn't it? It's just right there. It's Pair of excellent names, though. Kellen Credence Quintal. Just, actually, while we're here, I must look up Credence as a name. I know someone's probably about to Google this, but, like, I must know. Oh, it's Credence. That would explain it. He's the only Credence in the game. We're going to take him with arms wide open. That was a link. So, yeah, literally, that's exactly the case, Inferno. When I see a certain chat, like, for example, when I see a sub message and it says id halve, I'm like, right, I'm just going to sit back for a second, and as he spouts all sorts of things, I feel a bad mood arising. Oh, Colo. Sebastian Vazquez. We go from those names to the most FM regen sounding name possible. Actually, no. I think Carlos Santos is probably the most FM region sounding name possible. Brazilian Faroese. Ooh. Is that? Oh, right, okay. I thought that was your update. I was like, what? Do you know, Captain Ginger? I suspect it's probably still going to be... Would you look at that? It's still none. Lowercase L. Oh, it might be. In fact, it probably certainly is LD. I've always just assumed... Like, I know that it's an L, but I always read it as id halve. In fact, I know that it's an L because it's literally his name. Not L. His name is an L. Quivanino actually just got a big move. As it happens, you're a lowercase L. Is that worse than taking an L? Taking a lowercase L? Right. Christ. Chat, how do we spell Quivanino? Le Havre. Yeah, he's actually a French football team. It's supposed to be just L. Like LT Smash, yes. Yeah, it's Quivine. Ah, like that. There he is, Quivanino. Yeah, he's at Leipzig now. I never trust again. I know all of you that you've been duped. You think I was hoodwinking you with the camera switch the other day. You've now been duped on a whole different level. Hey, Leaf. So yeah, you can see that Quivanino has actually forged out a ridiculous... Yeah, there he is. So basically, Harv, we were discussing about how when I see messages from certain chatters, I'm always just like in the back of my head, well, this is going to be good. And it was like you with sub messages. And then we were debating about the fact that I'd forgotten that it's not id halve, it's LD halve. Ah, dear. Ooh. Yeah, so Quivanino, very good player, basically. Be liking that. L halve, yeah, maybe so. Get clipped. I don't know if it did, you know. If not, I'll certainly put it in the recap video regardless. Denise Van Outenright with a little L. Regular cock look. Oh! There you go. So, standard cock check. Always important. You know. Got to be safe. It's time for our regularly scheduled cock check. So, first, go to people, obviously. It's the standard amount. Oh, Cockaline is a good name. Don't want a bit of that. Jack Peacock, Calbert Alcock, Todd Alcock, Cock. Okay, I do like Cock Van Steensel. That's a good one. I didn't remember seeing him last time. Giorgio de Cock. Rube de Cock is decent. I thought they said Raphael Willie then. Neil Brock. Nick Griffiths. Nick Chad. Stefano Cola is just a cool name. Ashley Cole. I think my favourite one of these ones is Cock Van Steensel. Where's Rube? I've lost Rube. There he is, Rube de Cock, who's Belgian. I've noticed a lot of the best names like this come out of the Belgian teams instead. Just for example, think Desiree de Cock, for example, just a plucking one out of thin air. Cock when he goes to Spain. Cock of Steel is his nickname. What does Steensel, like Van Steensel, mean? That means like from, so I'm assuming Steensel is like a place, maybe. Rube de Cock. Let's just see if there's any more de Cocks while we're here. A bit more specific.
Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler!
There's actually only two dudes with de Cock as a surname. It's Giorgio and Rube. And he's a fitness coach with 4 fitness. Well done, Georgie boy. Not your best work. And just in case is... Got Justin Blaise. If that helps. Oh, dear. Oh, spelled it wrong. There we go. And, oh. Always want to make sure I have a look through these, just in case there's anything outrageous, but sadly not. Not on this occasion. Sign only Cox. What do you think I've been doing? What's that? Sheila, maybe? Oh. Okay. Random Debrecen game being played on a Wednesday. Backspace OTI. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. And Sammy Engel, thank you so much for the follows. Was it the cock chat? What did it? I find that whenever we do funny names, it's always like, yeah, I think this guy's got the same sense of humor as me. Another good win, though, for Debrecen. I say another good win. It's their second game, but still, they do at least go ahead there, which is going to push us to 5.7. And we stay ahead of Spain, which is the key thing. Nothing at all, Sammy. If you can't have cock chat with the boys, what can you do, right? Can you with the champions even just... It's like Tom signing a team of Toms in the showdown. It's just me signing a team of cocks. It's very on brand. I love that you guys have got like eagle eyes. You always spot names in here that I just totally miss. Because I'm always looking at the top. But for all we know, there could be a, I don't know, a fun name. Just lurking. Lower down. Wonder Kid scouting priority, says. What do you mean, Tiger Fella? When you say Wonder Kid scouting priority, so... like we've got the scouting assignments. Oh wait, no, hang on. Sorry. The scout pro. Oh, recruitment focuses. Oh, I don't use recruitment focuses. I have a recruitment focus set, but it's only set to explain how bad they are. To continually use it as an example of why I don't use them. Basically, I don't touch recruitment focuses. It's over the line. Thank you very much for the raid. How was stream? More just. I don't think they have. You know. Okay, there is actually a Jizz van der Hart. Also, Jizzax, but coming back to that, we do have Jizz van der Hart. Jizz from the heart, chat. And you're too late. You could just a bad name. That's So there is technically a Jizz in the game. Just good. We take that. Boom, boom, boom. We're ready. Nothing at all. Just looking at Jizz with the boys. Jizz de Cock. Technically, it is possible, yes, because it's a Dutch setup. Although I've noticed de Cock seems to be spawning more on Belgian players, and I don't know if that's maybe because it's not in the Dutch name pool. But I feel like it should be.
Okay. Vitha. Tatu Gimog DBM Manutia Meda Gen Manuchami Roth. You are worth it. Don't forget that. Okayest streamer second yellow card. Cheers, mate.
Is that like an Icelandic L'Oreal advert? Because you're worth it. But still, nevertheless, thank you so much for the 22 months, Ragnar. I hope you're well, my friend. It's John Pino. Don't maybe go back to... So apparently in Indonesia, if I remember this correctly, Big Bird is known as Big Pino. Well, no, not Big Pino. We've been through this whole thing before. We're not going back down that route again. Mostly... Okay, there's actually a few Fartos. There's Marcelo Farto, Alejandro Farto, Fernando Farto. Didn't realise that was a name. Oh yeah, there's loads of Hornies. We actually found a team that had a centre-back pairing of Horny and Kiss. Yeah, no, the Hungarian League has no rules when it comes to registration. Like, it's kind of just, you go, girl. There's a lot of interesting first names that could mix up with that. Is it all Uruguayan dudes? I'm curious. Yeah, so Farto is obviously a name that's in the Uruguayan name pool. So that's why it's only Uruguayans that happen to have that. Even though I'm sure it's a name you can have otherwise. Large glass of pina colada. Maybe so. A Fartstein Grombach. Fartstein. Oh no, Fartine? That's an interesting first name. Friendly. That's fine. Kevin Griffiths. Look at him leading the line here. It does still baffle me that he hasn't got any England caps when you see some of the shite that we've had that have had England caps. For example, that one dude that we signed for like one season that had one... that still managed to get an England cap. I know that narrows it down, but... just got to be checking every single name pool now. Which means the small. Yeah, but... Kiss. Skinner. No, Skinner was decent. It was Celios, I think. The Cypriot or Greek DM dude that I took off City. They always seem to just get that one cat when they play for us, except for apparently Griffiths. Harrison Sotelo. Okay. We're certainly in the right territory here, anyway. Sound like bodily sounds. I mean, at this stage, you'd expect that, but unfortunately, we're going to have to make do with a normal whiz quiz today. Mainly on account of me forgetting to actually do another Wikipedia one this morning. It's weird seeing us 4th in the league, like, on genuine points, rather than, like, on... because we've got games in hand or anything. We are going to need to sort that out. Ooh! Francisco Torres. Okay. Ecuador coming in. And Javier Ayoivi as well while we're at it. Bit of that. Lovely.
Cooper, do not hate me.
Fine English. Oh, I can tell you who it is. It's this guy. Well, it's not that guy because I've spelled it wrong, but it's it'll be Celios. This dude, who actually incredibly now has 28 caps. But when he got his first cap for us, I think it's him. I'm certain it's him. I'll have to check actually. Slappy F. Naffin. Thank you very much for the follow. Ooh. Oh no, it's just that. He's actually pretty good now, yeah. But he wasn't when he got the England cap. It was definitely one of our random freebies. It's definitely... God, remember Nick Jonas' passage? Those were halcyon days. Was it Ogley? Oh, I'm not going to... I can't go back through all of these just because this is going to be an absolute pain in the tits. Because every time you go back off of a player, it reverts the menu to the current year and not the year you were looking at. And it is one of the most infuriating things. Why? Why doesn't it just hold it in stasis until such time as you come back to it? Like, why is it when I go here and then go back off of it, it takes it back to the current year? It's so irritating. And I don't understand why it's been programmed like that. Why would I want that? If I was on that page, presumably going back means I go back to the same page I was on. Most seasons with the team, 32, which was my last save on FM, which was with Treaty United in Ireland. The last save that was like this, basically. I'll refund your points for that, Marius, because I couldn't actually go that back, yeah. The past never happened. Picked up caps while at the club and the number of those caps. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I don't know why that wouldn't be a thing. That's true, Mimika. They've only got like 300 employees, to be fair. But no, it's just little things like that, particularly when you set it so that... Because you know how you can actually adjust where the back button goes? And you can either have it go off the menu entirely, or you can have it go back to the last screen you were on. But it's like basically the moment you leave that screen, it deletes the cache of what part of the screen you were on in some way. That's the only thing I can put it down to. Right. It's only worth £9 million now, actually. So Lorival is still very good. If we were looking for another another AM, he would be potentially on the list of people. No! Credence! I want a Gonzalo report on him because of the name. I feel like he's owed that at least. Pedersen, they keep saying he's an A- player, but he's a model citizen, actually. Maybe we'll go back for him next time when we're actually in a window. Padrone? £9 million, though. I don't know if I want to drop 9 million on him at this stage. I'll acknowledge so I can still go. Odd leans on the shortlist. Kel is better, and Kel's cheap, too. Potentially. You're on loan from someone else for the moment. Lucero. Maybe a bit expensive. It was fickle person. Wow, it was a lot of cons. Oh, he's on both sides potentially, which means he's going to have 2 good feet. Tackle's okay. Crossing's okay. Model citizen. Might be a bit expensive, but he's all right. Did I just delete the wrong dude? I did, didn't I? Brilliant. Fuck. I hate it when it does that. That's another thing it does as well. When you go to a player's profile, sometimes you come back and it will select a different player. That's fucking irritating. Oh, he'll come back around. Control Z would be cool, actually, yeah. No, it was Kel, wasn't it? You're right, it was Kel. It's fine, we'll just find him again. Luckily, he's called Kel. Never mind. Luckily, he's called Kel. Right-click the back button. Wait. Oh, yeah, you can, yeah. Yeah, if you right-click the back button, it gives you a choice of different places to go on since the last, like, continue. It was Fluminense, wasn't it? So we'll just find him in here. There he is. Actually, now that I'm looking at him, I'm not sure I'm entirely convinced that I actually want him anymore. I don't know if he's even worth the £2 million. He's just a bit... 2.1 million for a Honda. What kind of Hondas are you buying? Yeah, the thing is, it's a release clause. Unless I ask his agent. Yeah, which means they would have to take the release clause. And I don't think I want to pay 2.1 million. Oh, it might be Honda. Yeah, I know it is, but like, I still don't want to pay it. Take it to Keto. I think it's just a bit too much for someone who's so mid. Hey, Ben. Cookie Elmo. Thank you very much for the follow. That is an interesting name you got there, friend. Is this that randomly big gap? Ah, there we go. Wow. Damn, that Man United game really was like the tough one. Other than till we come up against Manchester City as well.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed.
Hey, it's Tommy Quinones. You want a 12 for Tommy Quinones? I love seeing like slightly interesting, more like anglicized names on South American players. It's just great. Calgar, thank you for the follow. And Cookie Elmo, thank you so much for the 10 bits. It's very nice of you, friend. Unfortunately, it doesn't read them out. Sorry, I forgot. But thank you so much. That's really, really kind. Not necessary, but I appreciate it. Right, French Farish, we rest for that. Probably lose as well. Although, they're bad too. So who could possibly tell? God, I love actually having enough of a squad that we can actually make those quick switches like that and not have to constantly go in and like redo everything every single time. That being said, I could see us losing here as well. Hey, Palestino. So it was 1-0 to the oh, good day for the Pacific, I suppose. So 1-0 wins for both New Zealand and Australia. Sem again with a brace. Also, we actually go back to the top of the league. Love to see it. Sem is actually starting to look, this season at least, a bit more on form, which is nice. I still don't think he's ever going to be as good as Blaz, but he's an excellent backup. Sem's the kind of guy that we keep around as a backup until basically he's like 29 years old, and then we ship him off to Bayern Munich for like 100 mil. That's my plan with him. Because by then, surely we'll have found another ridiculous player. Valley has just won the Ballon d'Or. Wait, in October? Is that like an old news? Or did they hand out the Ballon d'Or? Have they changed? Oh, no, because they split, didn't they? There was suddenly it went from like there was Ballon d'Or and there was another award as well, weren't they? I've always lost track of what's happening with that. Right. Armelino. That too. Oh, thank you, Cookie. Well, that's very kind. Don't do something you regret. But thank you, and welcome in. It's so super duper nice of you. Wins again for the big lads, as usual. 1 PM. Ah! Fuck it. If it's a day off, what? Who cares, right? I never understood this design. Like this. I mean, personally, I know exactly how you feel, though. Whenever I'm on a day off, I'm just like, I feel like I should be up doing stuff when I'm like, no, you've decided to have a day off here. At least actually do that. But then all I do the whole time is go, oh, I could be working, though. It's not healthy. Giamot finally dropped some points, which helps us out a little bit, but the other two don't. Damn, 3 unbeaten sides still, and it's just a runaway pack at the top at the moment. And French Farish are sitting 10th in the league. Their manager must be under threat. Staff. Surely. Stable, apparently. Just takes one thing. Indeed, Stewie, indeed. Bit of that. Suggest a new national set. I don't think I've got that kind of power. New contract. No, we've done this already, Blaz. You've got 3 years left. You're good for the moment. Montiel really has got no... Usually he's fine with it, yeah. If you're the national team manager, I suppose. I guess, but then, like, in real life, would you ever have that kind of power? Probably not. So I guess that makes sense that you wouldn't. That was cool. Off to Spain, Costa Rica to run out. Oh, nice. Wait, where is the World Cup? Is the World Cup actually being held down under as well? Is that why all the games are on at like this time of the morning? I actually didn't even occur to me that that's probably the reason why. Is it being held in Australia, or is it like Australia and New Zealand? Bobby is one appearance. Oh, okay, so we're going to get another round of 10 million in a minute too, which would be nice. I like 10 millions of free money. Coming after the middle of September, hell yeah. Oh, so it's like oh, that's kind of sick. So they've both won their opening matches. Take note, Qatar. It is possible. I guess the home crowd obviously will have helped a little bit, but still. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's really bad. That's Kishvada's star striker.
Train coming anytime soon? Oh yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Shit. That's a big oof. Oh. Lucy Lunsgaard, thank you very much for the follow. Lack of crowbar. Yeah, it does feel like we've basically... I've had him... There was a brief spell where he was able to get players to do what he wants, and now it's gone again. Don't know why. 8-1. Holy shit. That's a good... It's a pretty good scoreline. Ah, finally a bit more information on the Italian chap. Took long enough. Van Beek's already joining us. Lipinski is a player I've looked at for a while, and I think I'm starting to lose interest in him now, honestly, even though he's got that release clause. Lorival, I'll shortlist him again now, so we keep an eye on him for the summer, maybe. Conch is 9 million. I'll shortlist him as well, just in case. Sorry, who's he wanted by? This will give us a tail. Oh. I mean, be silly not to, wouldn't it? He will get caps probably, but at least I'll be able to guarantee a long contract with him. Really no harm in not doing it. There we go. 7-year deal for him. That'd be good. Looking for a goalkeeper? No. Not in particular, no. I'm not really looking for any in particular positions at all anymore. We've thankfully got ourselves to the stage where we're never really on the lookout for any specific players. We're just like, are you good? If so, get in the van. Credence. Gonzalo's ruined your chances. Gathering Wonder Kids. Speaking of Denmark, I mean, have you tried what sort of scouting method are you using to find or to attempt to find the players? I suppose is my starting point, Lucy. I think Lorival, yeah, he's probably the next one I would be willing to dump actual money on, really. They're all offering him contracts now. We'll see. My big van, yeah. Other teams will always bid. I think even if I'd offered him some money, they'd still come in potentially. What the wow. I'm excited about Affinson. I can't wait till he's actually old enough to loan out. Yeah, just get in the Volvo with me and Crotty. I really hope I haven't lost that footage from the Crot song. Someday I would like to bring that back. Once we're through the days of me having to play copyright-free music on stream. A second recommendation? Surely not. No, the crap still, of course. Goalkeepers are so like temperamental with FM. You really do just find a guy you like and you just stick with them, honestly, because we've had some problematic goalkeepers on this save. Like, for example, Portilla, this guy here, Junior Portilla. You'd look at him and go, oh, he's an absolute world-class goalkeeper. No doubt about it. He was rubbish for us. Was constantly dropping the ball. Constantly just being shit, basically. Luckily, we sold him for £60 million. Wait, he's exploring his options. Just bring him back in again. Then replaced him with a goalkeeper who is decent, but is killing it. And naturally, they do better at PSG, because obviously, but still, he was crap for us. It's Zgens, Yonoki. On Raymond and... Oh, I see what I mean. You must have thousands saved up, Inferno, but I suspect you'll be a bit of both. That might be something I can work on for the start of FM24, honestly. Because there's less things I need to switch over now. Now that we've stopped using the animated stuff. The only thing that I would need to... I just need to figure out how to do the audio routing properly, basically. That's the only thing that needs to change. Right, Shivana Vesta. Current ranking, second... Well, third technically, but second provisionally. Baumeister, Nunez. Yeah, we'll give Nunez a chance, honestly. Oh, Miha's back. Yeah, fuck it, why not? I love that lineup as well. Cookie, thank you so much for the 5 again. That's very, very nice of you. Proper glow up. Don't forget, though, we had Joao Virginia in there, too. So we had terrible goalkeeper, phenomenal goalkeeper, goalkeepers who then looked good but were actually terrible, and then back to being great goalkeeper. Also, with Gacic. So I tried to give him a new contract, and I did, but then I realised that I did it before his current contract had reached 1 year to go, and what he actually did was tricked me into signing a 1 year extension where that 1 year was just the year he already had left on his contract. So now I'm going to actually have to offer him another contract. Which doesn't make any sense, because I swear I dropped his wage. Challenge for the Champions League. I mean, buddy, that's probably likely to happen anyway, but I just don't want to risk it. Wait, I could... What are we doing here? Why can't I offer him... Talk about the league ranking. Yes, that's what I said. The league ranking. So we're currently third. We are provisionally second. That was the answer to your question. Yeah, we need like a contract extension by club. There we go. That'll do it. You can only do 1 year. It's weird that they won't even let me offer him a new contract beyond this year, though. He's got plans, apparently. He's going to buy a boat. Oh, question will be... Well, with when we do bring back the normal music, it'll be a case of I'll just have, like, final veto and stuff for obvious reasons. But, you know. Though we will at least be able to hopefully bring back the stream playlist, which was a playlist basically that had loads of music I wanted on it too, but people could have like a channel point reward where they could put a song permanently on it as well. Level of training. Hang on. When you say level of training, what do you mean? Do you mean the training ratings, the training happiness, the quality of the facilities? Because all of those have very different answers. I think Liam Cooper and Akaveke definitely, but like, the thing is, Gacic, she's 35, but like, that's still young for a goal. I mean, he's certainly not elderly by goalkeeping standards. He's just that good. Not happy in training. That is a tougher one. Basically, that means that they'll actually tell you, Gingerbread Man. So if you go into their training reports in here, you'll be able to see down at the bottom and it'll actually tell you why they're unhappy. And if you can alleviate that with your training stuff, that can often alleviate that a little bit. But honestly, I would just say try out the what's it called? What is the training schedule I use called? EBTS 23. That's the one I would recommend at the moment. So his contract, yeah, strange. Either way, he's got 1 year extension now anyway. Goalkeepers are totally like voodoo in FM, yeah. They're just all over the shop. Sometimes they're just good for no apparent reason. When was the last time we had a game refereed by a referee? We just sort of turn up and do our own rules now. Progressive Rockstar.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yeah.
Here to watch you suffer.
Sure.
Because I am in control. Or something. You have to pledge allegiance to the band of Mr. SYC and will not fight him for creative control. Elliot and John Oakey, thank you so much for the follows, friends. No Michael Oliver, sadly no. There's not any random... Wait. Oh no, there isn't. Well, we'll leave that on there for the moment. So we've got Halash at PSG, never mind. Giamot hosting Barcelona, never mind. Ferencváros hosting Atletico, never mind. I'd be amazed if any of them get any points. Yeah, it does seem strange that there aren't region refs. We're still starting well for old Daniel Agger's boys. Now, the last time we played against Crvena, we were 0-0 at half time and then beat them 7-0 in the second half. So hopefully we've got a bit of that to look forward to today. But either way, we just need to make it 3 wins out of 3. And hopefully Haladash can join us. But I suspect that even their current level of quality isn't going to be enough to get them a win against Real Madrid. But you never know. Bigger things have happened. That's a nice ball. Mihal can just drop this across. And he does. And it's a great finish from Blaz. Love to see it. Pietja, thank you very much for the follow. Lots of follows today. If you are new to the streams and you have enjoyed what you have heard / listened to / that's the same thing, Matt. Synonyms. Then drop a follow. Drop it for synonym. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's why I'm not concerned about training unhappiness. Although most of the time it seems that the good training sessions tend to lead to training happiness anyway. So I'm not super... Also, Connie Sport doing a bit alright there.
Fiona!
Drop it in for Synonym. Quacker's lucky. Thank you for the follow. Was it because of the synonyms? Subscribe for cinnamon. Why does my phone keep flashing up? What's going on here? What the hell? Weird. Oh, he's got another goal. My apologies, chat. So my phone was going a bit mental with loads of messages popping up. I was like, what the hell is that? Who doesn't like... Actually, to be fair, I'm not even a big fan of synonym. Synonym. That guy that was upset about me missing that goal was going to be so annoyed. That looked like a good strike from Velasquez, though, to be fair. Oh. I once... The last time I had oh my god. Why is my brain struggling? The last time I had cinnamon, got them in the end, was... I was waiting for someone at a train station in London, and I went to get a coffee, and I misheard the lady when she asked me if I wanted cinnamon on it. And so I just said yes, and it was just horrible. My brain just completely broke there. I saw the replay of the goal. In my defense, I saw the replay of the goal. So I'm not used to my phone flashing up with loads of messages like that. Right. Because I'm very unpopular, you see, chat. Well, they're hanging on currently. Remarkably. Synonym regrets. Did I think she said synonym? Yeah, I was like... I was like, can I have a coffee, please? And she said synonym. And I said, beans found in South America. And she was like, what? Definitely broke because of the cinnamon. Exactly. It's just not something I would choose to have. Oh my god, it's 4. This is a good day. So far, we're solid. Okay, cool. It works occasionally, Christian. It has its moments. Like, think of the way I started today's stream. I was on it. My brain was communicating perfectly with the rest of my body. Almost too perfectly, to the point where I felt that something was a little bit sus. This feels like the type... I mean, it's not quite Rosenborg bad. There will never be a game in this save, I think, in terms of like a competitive match against a decent side, that will ever be as embarrassing for the opposition as that Red Star game was. That was one of those games where I think FM just broke and just let us keep scoring. This one, I think we could easily win it 7-0, but that would still be, remember, if we win this 7-0, that would be 8 fewer than we scored against than we scored against Rosenborg. Although we have missed about 5 chances as well. So there's that. Ah, Ferencváros losing. Shocker. Imagine. Yeah, Giamot down. I mean, I think basically the only chance we've got is we're going to win today. The others, if they pull anything out, then it's a true miracle, frankly. They're not the games we'd expect them to win as, oh, my God, Red Star have a chance. Oh. Forgot your water bottle. Oh, that sucks. That's an hour and a half of that. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Oh. Tell you what. Bloody, what's his name? Baumeister. Those free kicks are lethal. I don't know what his free kick stat actually is. 16. I mean, 16 is decent. But he really does seem to have a fantastic record from free kicks for us. As Mihal's in, he's just going to square this again, surely. And Nunez now slaps in a 5th. Wow. Mihal has made a good impact today. And that's his 7th goal of the season for Nunez. I kind of feel like he's just kind of got that position now from Ingram. He showed it last season that he could do the role and be equally as proficient in front of goal. And he's continued to do it. It's a lovely pick out. And I think he must be one of our top scorers at the moment. Certainly in all comps. So it seems that everyone... I think it was a second goal just went in as well. Yeah, so Erkan Öztürk has scored both for Barca there. And then... I hate the fact that this doesn't work even on this menu. I assume it's because you're still sort of in-game. So it has the same glitch attached to it. It's not been a good day for Red Star. Boom. Score 4 goals. Yeah, that's first halves against Red Star. If it makes you feel better, Kokosa, I only saw 4 of them. I've only seen 4 of our 5 goals in this game. But chat ensured me that the second goal was an absolute perler. So I'll have to take their word for it. I saw the very end of a replay of it. Oh, that's just the highlight. Okay. Pure Beng-powered goodness. Do you think that we have that on like the club's training tops? Powered by Beng? Because if not, we should do. Definitely no, I like the idea of an 80-year bicycle. How is that not a penalty? He's just cleaned him out. Oh, it's much better than that. Lord Richard, do you remember last year when basically if you got a free kick anywhere near the edge of the D, no matter who was, it was basically guaranteed goal. There was just no two ways about it. You almost had to just sort of accept that a goal was going to go in. Right, now might be a good chance to get someone like Kevin, actually. For Baumeister. And honestly, Sem, I know he's on a hattie here, but Sem deserves an opportunity in games like this. Maybe get Dala off for Teixeira as well, because he's nearly as good now. I'll leave Bigmanovic on the bench for a moment, because he's looking a bit complacent. And he can stay there. Sogos is a strange one, because he's a very, very good player, but he does seem to go to sleep in certain games. I find that Sogos actually can be sometimes really bad in games where we're dominating. Watch him now put an absolute wonderful cross. He's really good, I often find, against really good opposition, but he does sometimes go to sleep in games like this, where he's just not really asked to do any defensive work. I think what it might be is that he's not getting through any defensive work and he just happens to have not got an assist or something. That's a good point, actually. I could get Guardiola on for Yamin, actually. Yeah. Oh, so he's 2.5 stars now with the anchor, so he must have a certain amount of familiarity to have attained that. I assume the other games are still going just as goppingly as we expected. To be fair, they're not losing by huge margins. Like 2-0 defeats against Barcelona and Atletico for teams like Girmont are not bad. And I don't suppose we actually know the Haladash score, do we? Who are they playing? Was it Real? Oh, they're still drawing. Of course, you can see the league table, can't you? I mean, if they get a draw there, then it truly would announce them for me as being big boys. Trying to settle me instead of the squad, yeah. I mean, if they get out of that with a draw, then I think they're not far off being a team that could actually start mounting challenges in the latter stages of the Champions League. Now, they've got there a few times, but they have really kind of gone out a bit poorly. But I feel like this year might be a little bit different for them if they get the right draw. We might actually finally have another team in Europe that we can rely on a little bit more as Mihai with a thunderous effort. I think my favourite other Hungarian side at the moment is Haladash in this save, just because they're the one team that I feel like might be the guys. They're genuinely a phenomenal football team. They've won a Europa League. I say they've been the furthest in the Champions League, but that's not actually true. Technically, Debrecen are the team that have gone the furthest in the Champions League, which is mad. When they turned that one around against Dortmund and went through, they're the only team I think that's actually got through a knockout round so far. Kevin Griffiths, that's offside against Van Dam. Oh. 10 more minutes. Oh, a red card for Roger Herrias too. Pushkash did disappoint me. They were set up to be the team that could do this for us, and then they just haven't, have they? I think they just got a draw against Real Madrid. 7-0. Sorry, 6-0 in the end. Kind of faded a little bit in the second half, but that's fine. Strong result. Stuff every preseason now. You're thinking of Fott. Although Fott seemed to have disappeared entirely now. So only 3-0 with a red card against Barca is not bad. And Ferencváros even got a goal back against Atletico. Remarkably. Which was actually enough to keep Haladash above them. Which means Haladash just took a 0-0 draw. Sorry, yeah, you're right, it was PSG. Away at PSG. They are truly massive. By the way, we've got a plus 12 goal difference after 3 games. We're killing it. Oh, that's a good start. Meanwhile, Újpest busy getting extra time against Budaurs in the cup. Oh, how things are slightly different from team to team. Got 14k in 90 minutes. Any Fs? No. I dropped some frames right at the start of the stream, but it should be okay at the moment. Still weird seeing Kyrgyz in Europe. Right. Okay, so Thursday. I think Honvéd stay up. What I am a bit concerned about is someone quite large getting relegated. I don't want any of the European sides to get relegated. Ah, here we go. Oh, this might be that. Okay, so there's no Europa League this week because they've already played their games. And then we've got... Have they already played their game as well? Oh, they have, haven't they? I'm an idiot. They already played their game, didn't they? It's Vasash's turn. Oh, God, no. Have they ever been in Europe in this save? I feel like they might have done one random season in Europe in this save, back when they had Adam Armstrong in the team. So that's all fine. So where does that actually now genuinely leave them? So Gijvada are 16th. And Újpest are 18th. It's weird, considering how decent they've actually been, that they're actually that far down. But I suppose it is the Europa League. Don't let Fener go down. Imagine if Fenerbahce get... Not Fenerbahce. If Ferencváros get relegated in this save, that would actually be sort of in theme for them, right? But Debrecen did lose the one game we expected them to. I still think they can win out from here and get 15 points and go through fairly comfortably. That's fine. All right. Okay, Bolivar there too. Right, so that's... Doesn't really change anything, does it? Because the coefficients are now... Ooh, Spain are catching us again. That's not a good match day. But obviously there's going to be bad match days for Spain as well. But they've had a really good match day there. Because we are now what on the year? Jesus. 5th on the year. To be fair, Croatia will fade. But we need to be better than that. Right. Quick little bit of Hulk yoga and then I'm going to have a quick pee break. It was a bad match day as we didn't play. Yeah, but bear in mind, we already played. So all that was balancing it back out again. So it kind of puts us back to par, if you like. And unfortunately, what that means is that maybe we weren't doing quite as well as we thought we were. I don't know. Oh. God, I actually didn't. My back's been getting a bit more tight the last few days. Didn't even run this morning. I was too knackered from yesterday's run. Right, okay. Quick pee break for me. And I'll be back in a second for, well, the rest of the Champions League matches. You know what to do. Where's my button?
I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Uh-oh. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know. If I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red lights. I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. I'm not gonna lose myself. I'll be standing high and I'll win the fight. Not gonna lose myself. And I wanna know, yeah, I wanna know. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red lights. I could just stay the same or be winning the game. I'll be standing high and I'll win the fight.
I came straight to the dirt, my sleeves pulled up, my head held high. No shirt, no shoes, but a beating heart, and I made sure that my tongue was tied. Try to shut up and just put up with all the lies they told. Guess this is what it's like when you grow up. I'm feeling old.
So, did anybody get it? In fact, I see that James did. Someone might have got it before. It was Jamal Loza, who I genuinely think, I believe he was a Jamaican international, which is actually completely coincidental. I find players for that list by doing the same thing. I just literally scroll down the list randomly and stop it, and it just happened to land on a Jamaican dude. But yeah, it was Jamal Loza. I completely forgot the ASMR. Cancel the stream now. I've had it, chat. I'm done. How do people know that? I suspect some people might be Googling it potentially sometimes. With some of the ridiculously hard ones. It's hard to tell though. We're on an honor system here. Oh. Right. Ruining the stream for that. I know. It's what you all turn up for. I can see the viewer drop now. It's like he's opened a can of Coke and he didn't do it on like what we even doing here. God strongest. And boom. Cool. Yeah, exactly. I'm professional now. Haven't you heard? None of that ASMR crap. Oh, dear. Oh, nice. Big up, Rajesh. Could you please... Oh, I'm so annoyed that he decided to declare for Spain. It's like, he's never going to get in the Spanish squad. I reckon he's got more chance of playing for Hungary than he does for Spain. Which doesn't really say a lot, admittedly. Right. Oh, we should get a youth intake preview. I don't know why I always say that every time as if I'm, like, expecting anything massive. That being said, I could just see us randomly, one of these days, just getting a stupidly good read amount of content. No. No content, just vibes. Boom. Holy shit. Robert Hogg, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. That's really, really kind of you, Robert. Thank you. That's just come out of nowhere. But thank you. Super duper kind of you. To Callisto and Blobsnail. Wow. Half-star, yeah, we should just start calling it half-star youth intake day, because that's just what it is, isn't it? That was a bit mid from us as well against Vashas, who are painfully mid. 25, fair play. It's not going so well for Fehavar in this save. They've never been relegated, as far as I know, actually. Have they been relegated? I don't think they have they? No, they haven't. But they're on the brink this season. It's not going super well for them. But then again, Ferencvaros have not won a game yet. I did notice that. Oh my god, look at their record. They have... Ferencvaros this season. 9 games, 6 points, 3 goals for, 3 against. No, 8 against. They're not a scory bunch. Oh, well, thank you, Rob. That's really kind of you. Hang on, you had me on when you were driving? Do people do that? What, like the radio? God, that's the worst radio station possible. My voice. I couldn't even imagine. So we're seeing 9 unbeaten for us. Like, I'm so used to that number being way higher. Were Fehavar particularly bad? Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, 25 conceded. Still not bottom. Mainly because they've scored 9 times. Hilariously, their one win was a 1-0 win. Was okayest radio. Don't know if that's even possible. I have a plan for my Saturday run. Pog thinks I'm mad, and I might be, but that's fine. Because I haven't done a... oh, there we go. Haven't done a park run since like 2021, but I'm supposed to do my long run on Saturdays, and it's annoying. So, plan is, I'm going to drive to park run. I'm going to do park run. Then I'm going to run home. And that'll get me a nice 3 miles for the park run, and then 9 miles to run home. And I don't see what's wrong with that. It'll be fine. Oh, truck driver. Oh, sick. That's... God, I always forget, basically, like, that I could just be in people's ears for, like, long periods of time. And how unsettling that must be. Easy Demons, thank you for the follow. Both for them and for myself. Good practice. I mean, you'd hope so, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, her run that would be a bit too much. But the plan is to do... Bear in mind, I'm not going to run fast for the park run. I'm just going to do, like, a nice steady pace. And then slow it right down and run the 9 miles home. That's the plan, anyway. Because I need to get a long run in, but I just really want to do a park run. Ironically, the time I'm aiming for this... there we go, £10 million. It's going to be quicker than the last time I did a park run, even though it's going to be like a... Not a jog, but an amble. A perambulation, so to speak. That said, I mean, true, yeah, you did ask for it by clicking here. Ooh. Also, what is that first name? Jidivert. I've never seen Jidivert as a first name before. As in, old playlists of me. Oh god, that's terrifying. I could, like, influence your brain while you're asleep. Like, subconscious hypnosis. As opposed to conscious... I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? So, oh, we are actually getting that dude. Oh, sick. So he turned down the contracts from Juve and Lisbon. From Benfica. It's not a real name. He's just made it up for funnies. To be fair, I am one of those people that I always have to have something going on in my ears for the most part. Because silence is deafening a lot of the time. That's why I really quite like long drives. So when I went down to see Viking at the weekend, I was driving down by myself and back by myself. And there's something quite relaxing for me about long drives. I imagine that if I was doing it for a living as a truck driver, for example, I might disagree with that. But I think the thing that I really like about it is that when you're driving, particularly on a long distance, you have no responsibility, I suppose. You're just kind of... There's nothing else that you could be doing at that exact moment other than driving. And so you don't feel guilty about not doing something else, I suppose. And for me, that's very calming. Because I'm apparently neurotic. Yes, lad! Thank you very much for the follow. That's a good point, actually. I hadn't considered that. All names are made up. That's true. I saw a tweet. I say a tweet. It was a screenshot of a tweet on TikTok because that's how I consume content these days. It was I was named after my father. And the comment just said, well, yes, that's how time works. And it's true. It's just like, hey, look, it's a picture of me when I was younger. Every picture of you is a picture of you when you were younger. Find me a picture of you when you're older. Although with AI, maybe we're getting closer to that possibility, which is terrifying. Pog used that, there's an AI filter on TikTok. Sorry, of course there is. There's like an old person filter. Pog put it on me, and then she put it on her. Apparently, I'm not going to age very well, is what I've managed to ascertain from this. She, however, will look fucking identical, apparently. Another brace for Blaz. Good goal for Kenny G. Kevy G. Still not top of the league, but there is a gap starting to emerge now between the big three. Minigame of life. It's still... Yeah, exactly. It's kind of... It is very automatic. There's... Oh. I didn't realise he actually had that in his contract, but I guess Sam's going to stay another year. Well, wait, no. If he makes one more game, which by the end of the season he will definitely. Playing sax now, yeah. He's got to do something. Kekschmidt don't seem to have suffered too much without him, although what I will say is the league is so split right now. It's basically just 3 really good teams, 1 pretty decent team, and then just everybody... Well, no, and then everybody in the mid, and then just 2 absolute, like, shitters, basically. I think this might finally be the season that Molfehevar take the drop. Because I can't see Honvid getting pulled back into the battle. Debrecen, Újpest, and Ferencváros are all good sides that won't, in theory, end up down there for long term. As Ferencváros have finally won a game. Vasas would be the one to get sucked back in, and they're already 6 points above the drop. Hasrico, thank you for the follow. What does everybody do, actually? No, I always forget that, like, people have lives and stuff. What do you guys do? Position. My position is striker. No, I don't really have a position on it yet. Until something actually happens. We're in all the power. I don't see us... We're not going to try and sell him. If they want him, they'll have to offer insane money. And then we'll debate that at the time. But I don't think anything's going to happen. Didn't he play the last game? Secret agent. Knew it. 46 million would be insane money. Would it? We paid 30. Like... I don't think that £60 million profit is like that good, really, for a player that's established himself as a good Premier League striker for us. Like, prime of his career, president. Railway signalling design engineer. Damn. I like that one. That makes way more sense. There's a lot of data analysts here, it seems. I do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Yeah, this is one of the things when you always see those dashcam videos and they'll complain about a lorry like pulling out a roundabout when they're miles away. And I'm just like, yeah, you do realise they're going to have to pull out at some point. Like, they're in a big vehicle, give them a break. People are just so aggy on the roads. Fitness coach with the fitness rate. You're not from Guadalupe by any chance, are you? Services drawings for buildings. Like architect stuff. Advanced brain neurobiology. Holy shit. Oh, don't I feel fucking stupid, eh? Maelstrom for nursing homes? Ah! So you and Viking have the same job. Oh my god! Montiel just got someone to drop their... Well, it can happen. Top scorer so far this year. I think it is still Blaz. Yeah. With 11, but Sem's got 7. Nunez has got 7 as well. Carp's actually got 5. Even bloody Velasquez has got 4 on that one too. What about top assister? It's Kenny. It's always Kenny, but they do need to start... Kenny's creating the chances, and they're just not taking them at the moment, it seems. Mechanical and electrical service. Oh, I see. The civil servant. Ah, yes, one of the old civil servant. A friend of mine is a civil servant, which could be literally anything. Professional procrastinator. Tell me about it. It's been my job for many years. United still paying us pennies? £13 million. It's a lot better than... Oh. I mean, fine. I keep wanting to see the Brandon Silva one pop up here. But I'll take the extra money there as well. I should have 2 week dates off. Ah, I did wonder. Very unlucky. This is the thing. Pog. This is why you never see Pog on stream anymore. Because her... The reason you always used to see Pog on a Saturday because that's her day off. But obviously with my change... Great mentoring. With me changing the stream day to Sunday this year, of course, it meant that less Pog. Although she will be here for next Thursday's stream, as it happens. Nothing to do with this. Speaking of tax, I probably should do my tax return. Kind of deported. Got a little bit deported there. As an operational meteorologist, that sounds dope. You get to decide the weather. Or something, he said, knowing full well that is definitely not your job. Right, rotate. Pick the youth prospectos. Oh, God, I love having to... I love being able to not... Although, actually, maybe we won't do Mihai. I'll do Carp there. That's helped, Matt. Well done. I'll put Reba in, because why not? Apparently, he's actually quite good. You can invent the weather! It's like, well, damn, Jackie, I can't control the weather, but actually, Dan can. First job was data analyst, but I don't analyze any data. Well, maybe that's why you... Maybe that's why it's no longer your job title. They're just like, he's not analysed any of this data. Useless. Oh, yeah, where is the Georgian superstar? Oh, yeah, Kigaradze. Yeah, he really should get some game time. It's weird that he's not been included in that when I say pick youth prospects, really. But I guess it's because he's 20? Even that doesn't make... I do find that your assistant will have, like, random favourites for stuff like that. Insert deity name here. Yes, I am a god. Okay, good. The term tornado is copyrighted. Is it really? You think they'd mentioned that in the movie Twister, what I watched last night and that. But no, they didn't. It was weird. I was remembering random things about that film as I was watching it. Before they even... Because, you know, there's like the evil Storm Chaser team in it. And I was just thinking, this is such a 90s film and I love it. It made me want to... Made me very nostalgic for films around that era too. Good win for us. Ferenc Varos lose again. Oh my God. If this guy keeps his job, which he apparently is still in the job, but surely they must be on the verge of sacking him. They're doing crap in Europe. Yep. Insecure. Wait, they're considered rich? Okay, they do have £40 million in the bank, to be fair. But still. There's no way he keeps his job. They've won one of their first 10 matches. If they carry on like this, they'll win 3 games this season. And they might still stay up, you know. Oh, shit. It's a good film. It's a genuinely good film. We've only conceded 3 goals this season. It reminds me of that season where we conceded like 7. We're not going to get quite as good as that. But we're getting there. Ah. Right, Rolf is now eligible to go out on loan. And he's developing lovely. Well, there's no point in offering him to loans yet, because... Although what I will do actually is... I'll do it anyway, because when I do this, it puts him on the loan list, and that way I won't forget. Obviously, no one's going to take him on loan here in the middle of November. But it sets the stall out. Another cow. Another cow. Well, actually, I think that was the same one. There's so many good lines in that film, too. Maybe that's why it wasn't called Tornado. That's a good point. There you go. And if Twister was, like, copyrighted, they've had to call it Really Big Spinny Storm. But it wouldn't have had quite the same level of, sort of, energy to it, I suppose. Okay. Halash's goal difference, by the way, is nearly as good as ours. Like, they've actually conceded less goals than we have. Oh, God. Have we created a monster? The vortex of violence. Oh. Rolf is such a fat dog. One of the favourite things that a game that Pog and I always play whenever we're watching a film and there's a dog in it, and the dog has got enough of a role to the point where we get to find out the dog's name, we're always predicting what the dog will be called before the dog is named. And the dog, for example, in Twister, his name is Mose. Would not have seen that one coming. Presumably named after Dwight's cousin in The Office, clearly. Even though linear time doesn't work that way. Imagine if it was. Oh, imagine if it was. I quite like the idea of random things like that being... Like, imagine if rain was copyrighted, so you couldn't use the word rain. You'd be like, vertical wetness. Big spinny circle thing. Yeah. Nailed it. Ooh, Caballero's actually kind of dropped off a little bit, despite the fact they've still got more goals than games. Ed Valdo, though, mother of God. Bro has 15 goals in 15 games. Vertical wetness would be a great name for a band. Francois Xavier Hardy's gone. He was definitely the biggest waste of money of this entire... We spent £20 million on him. 20 million. Never even got a Belgium cap. God damn. Grandpa names is a good one for dogs too, I feel like. Like Frederick. After the legendary football charge. Exactly. Vertical wetness was Chelsea's tactical style. Maybe. Oh. Oh, penny roll. Go on. Oh, actually, wait, no. I had it the wrong way around. It's fine. I was holding the map upside down, chat. It's still not amazing, but it's definitely better than I thought it was. Twisted Dog Dave. You see, no, it was Moe's. Got to find that information. It's the most important. It's the most pressing information you can have. I might just send these guys around again, actually, so we can press on. Press on? I said that really weird. I think next time we make a tactic, chat, we must call it vertical wetness. And let's be honest, it's probably going to be later this season when we inevitably get knocked out of the Champions League at the semi-final stage because our goalkeeper, I don't know, twerks the ball into his own net or something. I feel like we're due for something like that to happen. Caracas. Cool. Sick. Okay. Title win. That's true. Yeah, if it carries on like this, the title race is certainly not going to be sewn up by any means, is it? Oh, God, it's another one of these match days. Ferencváros City, Girona away at Dortmund, and Halalash hosting Real Madrid. Okay, gonna be a tough day. I think we should be okay to play our main tactic away at Atletico, but you're just never sure. Provided we've got the first team out. Which we do. Sick. Actually started everyone grab, but you literally, he's... I don't know what it was with France, but I think we just got duped by a bad scout. This was before we... It was either before we had Gonzalo, or it was before we started using him effectively. For the next quiz, names of dogs in films round. I'd be totally up for that. Huge spoiler comment. Jesus Christ. Doug. Doug. Yeah. Designer Cock as well. I'm trying to think of famous films. Famous dogs in films now. So you've got... Hey, what about Marley? Marley? And me, obviously. I'm trying to think... I'm literally now trying to think of the names of the famous dogs. The dogs in the Homeward Bound movies. There was Shadow, Chance. It was Shadow and Chance, wasn't it? Shadow was the golden retriever. And there was Chance, who was like the other dog. And then there was the cat called Sassy. Cujo. What's Cujo? I'm trying to think of the name of the dog in White Collar as well. It's got a really, really strange name. Homeward Bound is a great film. In fact, great pair of films even. Oh, hello. Am I going to have a word with my graphics card? I am. It's over to Futurama. Oh, God, I have no idea. I haven't watched Futurama in such a long time. Satchmo! That's the one, yes. Slightly strange name for a dog. Like, it's not a name I'd ever heard before, but yes, you're right. That's the one. Satchmo. Right. Graphics card, if you could be so kind to give me back my GPU. That'd be lovely. Nope. Still not happy? Okay. We move. Try again. It's very strange how it just randomly does it. Solve one issue. We end up with this. At least we haven't had any face cam freezes to say. He said massively tempting fate. Oh, come on, FM. I wonder if you actually have to let the camera pan around a little bit or something and then do it again. Always find it to be slightly strange. Now it's at 100% usage. What is going on? So strange. Old yellow. True. Right, I want my graphics card back, please. OBS, if you could. Oh my lord. Why are we doing this? What is going on? City leads. Standard. Might reboot. Reboot what? That's not what you need to do. There we go. Cool, we're back. PC's starting to get better at the tasky threats, true. Why would I need to reboot the computer? Ah, dear. Oh, I'm trying to think of the name of the dog. Oh, Enzo. I don't know if you guys have seen this movie. It's called The Art of Racing in the Rain. But there's a dog in that film as well called Enzo. Reboot the universe. Reboot everything. Nunes is through. Goes around the goalkeeper. And it's like, oh, I like that. I like the way that... I don't know. Something about that. I just really enjoyed the way that the keeper kind of saved it. Memory cache. Does it look like I needed to reboot the computer? I ask again. Durin slips it through. That's a nice finish, though. The way that he sort of saved it and it still bounced in. I feel like on last year's game, anytime the goalkeeper got touched to it, basically, it was always going to be a save. And we lead, which is the main thing. Oh. Cassie. What's wrong with... What did you end up going with in the end then, Marsh, then? Why did she object to Sassy? That seems like a fine name for a cat to me. If anything, she should be proud that you wanted to name it something so normal. That must be offside, surely. Yeah, just a little bit. Scout and Nala, but I don't see how Sassy is any more like out there as a name than Scout or Nala is, personally. Kitty. At least you always know what it is, right? Love on a leash. I haven't actually, no. Ramses. Nothing wrong with that. I can see Haladash pulling off something there. He says, literally as Real Madrid score. Good. Remind me never to speak. It only goes wrong. Called Sushi. That's a cool name for a cat. Speaking of sushi, and this is actually going to be a segue that makes sense, I promise, as we take a 2-0 lead. I finally, chat, bought Dave the Diver. And I only got a brief chance to play it on Tuesday, but I played it for like an hour and a half last night. Is this going to be offside? No, it's not. Good goal. And really, really fun. That was a fucking great goal. That was such a lovely piece of football. Look at these little link-ups here. Little one-touch stuff. All knocking it around each other. That is such a nice football. Such a nice football. Vampire Survivors is great, yeah. There's also, if you're interested, NoClip, the channel on YouTube that do like little video game documentaries, they've just done like a 35-minute little documentary about Vampire Survivors. And the guy that made it, this Italian dude, is quite a shy person. So they had his voice, but they got a puppet to be him in the webcam thing. And I just thought that was great. Right. Yeah, it's really, really good. It was a great documentary, yeah. It's a good game, Dean. You'd probably like it. False credential. Thank you so much for the 6 months. I hope you're well, my friend. Did I just press that twice?
6 donks, 6 sausage roll, sick heart.
Sick heart indeed. You'd love to see it. Thank you, friend. Hope you're well. Oh. We're making quite light work of this at the moment. And that... Oh, wow, it's offside. It's not offside. Well, it is offside, and he's missed anyway. Yeah, Vampire Survivors. I would have expected a game like Vampire Survivors to create like a Tetris, to cause like a Tetris effect in your brain, but I've never once had it do that. And I think that's quite telling about why I'm like happy to replay it so much, because it doesn't cause my brain to go funny. Because sometimes
just popped in to drop the sub and back off to the VODs to catch up. Smiley face, dollar bills face, smiley face.
Thank you, Kingpin Mick. I hope you're well. That's if you're still here. Maybe he's back in the VOD. But in that case, Mick, thank you very much for the 7 months. I appreciate that, and you'll see that in the VOD, and then you'll leave a comment, and I'll be like, Sorry, really? So, obviously Tetris was pretty bad for that for me, but like weirdly, one time I was practicing a very specific move in Rocket League for like 2 hours straight, and then for the next like 3 days, every time I closed my eyes, all I could imagine was the shape of the movement, and it was really bugging me. It actually made me not sleep very well. So what I'm saying, chat, is don't work too hard or it'll get stuck in your head. Haladash, I'm assuming, are losing still because they're not appearing here. Never really was a big fan of Guitar Hero, but it's probably just because I only ever played it at parties at people's houses when I was drunk, so maybe I just need to play it sober. Or is it just one of those games that's better like that anyway? See the reticle in normal life? Bloody hell. I know, we'll do... It's 3-0. We'll do Tariq again, but we'll swap those two over, so Yamin can play in that role. Sogos has done a bit better today, but again, he has been the weak link a little bit in this game. Once more. Just to keep things fresh, we'll go with Kevin again. And I'm not going to make any more subs, just in case we get... some dodgy injuries. Oropono, thank you very much for the follow. That's a fun word to say. I appreciate that. Oh, let me just accept the Hulk yoga from ages ago. Patrice again. Damn. Shrevesta are quite poor. They only... they even, I think their pathway was actually quite easy as well. They had basically, I think, pretty much the lowest seeds in every round of their qualifying. Not the lowest, you know what I mean? Like the easiest possible pathway. It was either them or I can't remember who it was. Where are they actually right now? Surprisingly, not bottom. So we get to play Slovan Bratislava later as well. Well, I think that might be on Sunday actually, but regardless, it's that could be a bloodbath potentially. Sikos, thank you for the follow. Juan Inigo Bazanvera still play for Red Star. What, in real life? Because that's a name I slightly recognise, but I couldn't possibly tell you. I suspect that most of the players that were at Red Star when I did my Red Star save have long moved on from the club.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted
An erect eyes function. Ah, I see what you did there. Sort of, nearly. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Blaz is in again. And he pops it home for 4-0. 5-0, sorry. We're 5-0 up away at Atletico. These guys are not a muggy team by any means. Oh, what are your regions? Okay. That's not a name I sort of recognise it. The one that stands out for me would be Florentin Toshka. When I'm thinking back to the Red Star save, Toshka's the one that stands out. That Romanian sort of deep-lying forward that we had. Him, and I had a player called... Was he called Africa? Or was he called China? I swear I had a player either called Africa or China in that save. I think it might have been China, actually. I think he was Ivorian. We are genuinely toying with them. This result is not... Wow, our results in the Champions League this year have been nothing short of astonishing. We put 6 past United, 7 past Crvena Zvezda. The only one that we haven't been dominant was the Porto win, ironically, which was, what was it? Did K-Griff just try to Rabona there? That is so out of character for him. As Yamin's in. Alexis Yamin, can he make it 6? Yes, he can. Oh. 12 to over 2 leg. This is true, actually. But Atletico are one of those weird ones where whenever we play them, it can be a bit in between. Sometimes. The Treaty United save ended with... I think we ended up staying in 3rd spot was the... That was where we finished. Oh my god, look at the XG. How are we 6th up in this game? That's actually outrageous. It didn't finish as... I mean, the fact is, I think there was always going to be a limit to how far we could go with Treaty just because of the limitations that the game had kind of hard stuck us on. How on earth we won that 6-0, I have no idea. And I'm just worried that now that's going to come back to bite us in the Champions League knockouts. There's going to be a game like that. But we are still there. Unfortunately, it looks like everyone else lost. Yeah, Dortmund with the 2-0 there. Halas lose 3-0 to Real Madrid. Ferencváros only lose 2-0. But now it's looking a bit more, well, they're not doing great, are they? And Girma have all of a sudden actually suddenly found themselves outside of the... But they have had 2 insanely tough matches. I think they just played both of their, like, first seed games, essentially. They have to have done, because they just played Dortmund away. I think Dortmund are still first team. Still playing. I don't know who that is. Is that another international break? Oh, it is, isn't it? Another hook. Okay, let's do it. But Bravo, first season. Holy shit. Fair play. Have you had any more luck with the loans? The thing I've found is that, I think this is I actually hadn't really thought about, is that when I'm signing players now, I really do just have to break them down to 2 categories, basically. Loan farmer, or you have a chance in our first team. Because for me, when I bring in a player that I'm a little unsure of and I try to keep them at the club, if I then decide actually maybe they are good for the loan farm, I find it much more difficult to find that player alone, essentially. Usually you kind of have to get the loans. Usually you've got to get the loan sorted out immediately. Otherwise, it doesn't seem to work that well. The best thing you can do is just get the player in, get them out on loan straight away, and then just try and keep them there as long as possible, basically. So, Kishvarda are away at Cluj. And Újpest host FK Sarri. They have to win that. They should be winning that too, honestly. But you just never know with these guys. Debrecen, really, for the rest of this, should be winning. This should be a good day for us, at least in terms of points, for the rest of the Hungarian sides outside of the Champions League. But they've had some tough games too, so they should get some easier ones coming as well. The promise thing, we often do put that in there, but most of the time they just ask for it anyway. I think it's a case of, because they know we're such a big side, they tend to know that they're not going to play and want to put it in there. So it might be worth putting it in there anyway. But I don't know if it makes any more difference. The key... 1-1 draw. Oof. 3-1 win there at least. That's not a great result for Kishvarda. It's now the 20th. But Újpest doing well. But Boda absolutely killing it. I think think they can still get back. I think they've got some easier games to come, potentially. Also, Pedersen with the 8 goals. Bloody hell. How has he only... Hang on. He's been at the club 14 years and has played 162 league games. Has he spent the entire career injured? That's mad. Yeah, Bodder apparently doing it big, yeah. And Debrecen with a 3-0 win. Good. That's more like it from Debrecen. Pushes them back up to 12th. I still think they can get top 8. They should be getting it fairly easily. Because top 8 would be 13 points. Yeah. I think if they get 15, they'll be... I think they could possibly get it with 12 or 13, but 15 points would be better. Right, coefficients. Damn. Although, actually, I think we've managed to sort of at least maintain a bit of tempo with Spain there, as we are now slipped. Somehow Croatia are really killing it this year. But we stay above them temporarily. The problem is when it comes to the end of the Champions League groups, that's when we're going to get decimated by them again. The player ID are Q dots. So basically what it does... Just find a random player. It equates to anticipation, concentration, and decisions. I think it's decisions. So basically, it takes the skin color from your attributes here and puts it up here. So you can get an instant view if they've got really good things in those particular areas. Just a nice little thing that Saz added to the skin, basically. Yeah, Hardy went to the Middle East. I don't know. Was it Sharjah he went to? It does baffle me that he never got any caps for Belgium, but I suppose when you consider as well that, remember, Papa Faye got caps for Belgium. Like, but Francois Xavier Hardy can't get a cap for Belgium. I don't think Papa Faye ever scored for them, though. I kind of want to look him up now, actually. Except I suspect he might have retired. He's a director of football. That's kind of dope. He's an absolutely ungodly, awful director of football. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that true patch. Considering it's like just a random simulation, very rarely do I see any kind of real, well, variation in the Premier League over like a 20-year sim like that, especially when there's no other leagues turned on and I only had the Championship switched on as well. Usually there's very little that happens within that, but the fact that both Fulham and Norwich started doing ridiculous things in that save was just mad to me. Yeah, Fulham got a takeover in the Jamaica video. It was 2026 they got the takeover. He couldn't direct traffic, no. But what I do want to look at is... Actually, can we see his international caps? It's in here, isn't it? Yeah, see, he got 11 caps for Belgium. Never played. Sorry, never scored for them, obviously, because he had 0 finishing ability. But he's had a nice little career. Was loaned to Uipesh for ages and did actually get 19 goals in the top flight at one stage. So I can hardly say that he can't score. He shouldn't have been able to. I think he had like 5 finishing. Region players start to retire. Yeah, we've actually had a couple. We've had a player that we signed on a free, one of the Belgian amateurs from the very beginning. He's already retired at the age of 34. So yeah, only plays from the very first couple of seasons, admittedly. But yes, regen players. There are still some real players left. Very, very few. For example, there was a real goalkeeper who was still playing at 38, who has the most caps of any player currently playing, and I think he's got close to 200. Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry. His finishing was good. He was just painfully slow. So presumably the reason he didn't score any goals for Belgium was just because he couldn't get near enough to the goal to have a shot. His finishing's great and all, but if he's like 50 yards away constantly because he can't get there in time, it's not going to do him any favours. Right, so we'll go full strength today. Well, not full strength. As full strength as possible. Give Sem a little try. See what Beng Sword can do for us. Brazilian Faroese. Ooh. I really need to upgrade Chiasso. Jusan. And so he's Brazilian Faroese. How on earth? Was he born in Brazil or the Faroe Islands? Still very sick. Enjoy your nap, Zenlos. 65 to 17 in one season. Holy shit. That's ridiculously good, though. It's one of my favourite things about the Building a Nation stage is when you first start off and you can make stupid progress straight away and you just see yourself soaring up the charts. It's brilliant. We did, True Pet. Sadly, no. In fact, we only had 2 players in the entire save called De Kock. Both of whom were Belgian. But one of them was called Rube. So, wasn't far off. I guess, no, you can actually do that, Bill. I just try not to. But as long as we're not using it for scouting, I suppose, it's a bit of fun, in it. So you can do that, and then that. And then no. And that's... Oh, no, that shows... Wait. I don't know if it works the other way around. Oh, no, it definitely does. It definitely works the other way around. So there are actually only 315 players left out of the 105,000 or whatever that are real. So these are all that are left. I don't know who has the most caps. There you go. Obviously, it's the goalkeeper we looked at earlier. Paul Wanner's still playing. Jesus. He's got another year left on his deal, too. He does have very high natural fitness. I wonder who the last player... I wonder who the youngest player is. So the youngest players are all 36. And I believe that when you sort by that, it does actually take into account their birthday. So I think Gabriel Fugieri, August, and we'll find out. Cheers, FM. What? So that was so strange. Yeah, Jeff's retiring, sadly. So DiMarzio. Oh, they're born on the same day? Wait, are they all born on the same day? Chat, why are all these players born on the same day? Ah, wait, and he's slightly younger. No, he's older, sorry. How is it that all four of those guys have the exact same birthday? What are the odds of... Well, actually, don't answer that. I thought it might have been a glitch in FM. Yeah, he's 2 days older, you're right. Yeah, so these are the youngest players. Undefeated stuff, maybe, but I didn't think they were allowed to have those players in the game. With sex day at the new gen store? These aren't new gens. These are real gens. Or something. So who's the oldest then? What the fuck? Who's he under a bid from? Sorry, don't mind me, just signing a 44-year-old. Now, the board will only let me offer him 8 months, obviously, but... So, man's got 18 penalties as well. Huh. Well, obviously they'll be lumped together, but bear in mind who's there was only like maybe I don't know, a few players that were born that are still of that year. Holy shit. I love the fact that he's 5 years older than any other player in the game. That's so strange that he's still playing. I'm almost a little bit man has not played a game since... Yeah, you're right. Why is he now under a bid? Bro has not played a game in 17 years. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Kaiser Chiefs with some good stuff. I predict some regens. Fitness isn't great, but it's fine. He's a goalkeeper. Has he got staff? Weirdly, he didn't ask for, like, staff attributes, did he? Like, he didn't ask for a staff role. I really want to sign him now. Surely he'd take our deal. Come to Hungary. He played at the park, but... No, he didn't. Bonfils Caleb Bimenyamana. Oh my god, he did. He did play at our favourite stadium. Back in my day, kids, this is all fields, and apparently it still is. That's amazing. Maybe he's one of these people. For all we know, chat, he could have been in this photo. Jesus Christ, Inferno with the Hawkeye there. Yeah, the fact that he's awaiting a permit is a little bit annoying, but the fact is we were still able to put a bid in on him. So I feel like if it was completely done and dusted, he wouldn't have been able to... We wouldn't have been able to put a bid in, right? Besides, what's to stop us just buying him off of them? How do you bookmark? Control D. So you go on any page you want to bookmark, you just hit Control D and it'll bookmark it for you. Was there a match day that I must have missed? Is Orban actually doing well out on loan? Actually, he kind of is. They seem to be playing him as like their backup striker. Although I guess he's got a lot more game time since Bohatch is obviously injured. Oh, I love the random search rabbit holes are just so much fun when we end up on those completely batshit tangents. Bobby Tree. Now, naturally, Bobby Tree's moved to Real Madrid. He suddenly gets to become one of the best players in the world. Because this game is totally working fine. Baumeister's obviously doesn't count. Trying to find that Brandon Silva naturally on there too. Velasquez is the first. Durin at number 25. Sorry, 24 at 25 years old. That's quite good. Yeah, it's just so rare that we get players on here organically. Seemingly, anyway. Kenny was, yeah, but Kenny's not one of our players. Like, Kenny's a player that came through at PSG, so he was already on that list before he signed for us. It's just, I find it funny how with that list, basically, your players just really don't get onto it. But then the moment they leave you and join some other massive European side, literally the moment they leave you, suddenly they're on it. And it's like, wait, what? Were they not a good player when they won all those Champions Leagues for us? Games a bit like, it's because it values reputation way too highly, and I think they get a massive rep boost the moment they join those clubs. You'd think by now, though, given that we have the literally... Oh, hello! He's 5-star potential. With his interesting first name. Now, that will obviously change potentially, but also that Italian guy's probably not as good as I thought he was. Still. New Zealand. Let's have a little look. Should I put a friendly in between there? Maybe I should actually, just to be sure. Not actually sure to be what I'm being sure of, but needless to say, we will be sure of it nevertheless. Could get friendly in there, and the newest of the Zealands. So, wow, that's a lot of second... To be fair, oh no, they still have less second nationalities in the squad than we do. That is for sure. But it's still a good amount. They've got... Wow, they're all over the place with some of these. Brendan Morris here, who's part Italian. Wait, did he come through at Lazio? Fair one. So that would explain it. Born in Napier, though. Not quite Napoli, are. Then we've got Yingji Kang, who's only got one cap, admittedly, but came through at Auckland City. Born in Auckland, obviously. There's a Czech dude here, Jason Pierce, who presumably generated a Czech side and is still there, actually. Neil Blair at Auckland City there. Finn Fleming, which is a cool name. There's a couple of South Africans in this squad, too. And a Sri Lankan, too. You can't go wrong with a Sri Lankan. Inoka Asiri Keller. That's a very short name, considering. Maybe he has a Sri Lankan, like, the Sri Lankan parent that got to do some of the naming just wasn't allowed to give him too many names. Mostly the normal sort of ones. You said maybe some non-contracts, but they're all at Auckland City and stuff. I suspect most of them are crap. Like, but you know what? Fuck it. Since they're all non-contract, we might as well waste a bit of Gonzalo's time, right? What possible hurt could happen from that? Are all of the Women's World Cup games on at 9 and 11 in the morning? Because if they are, that would be kind of shit for me to be able to actually watch any of them. Or is there some days when it's just slightly different? Because I know the England game on Saturday starts at 10:30, which is still awkward as fuck for me. Slovenia, in terms of like coefficient, hang on one sec. FC Tokyo, oh, they have nobody except the Duke of Wellington. It's not super easy to watch. Latest is 1 p.m. 1 p.m. is fine, although it depends what day, I suppose. 3:30 a.m. Oh, that sounds perfect. Get me up for that. Yeah, no. Slovenia. Oh yeah, we'll look at the coefficients. I don't know. Thing is, I wouldn't know whether it's good or bad even when we do find them. Oh, damn. Oh, there they are, 26th. So they've had a good season there. Well, I say good season. A good season by what would be considered good by their standards of a 6.7. But they've really struggled as of late. It seems like they're actually on the way down more than anything else. Of course, that is their first. Yeah, because the men's game never won one either, did they? Because they drew every game or lost. How many World Cups have the men's national team been to? Was it just that one, or have they qualified for others? Ali! Thank you for the 7 months, man. How's it going?
www.
Buddy, I'm going to need the rest of the web address. What are we searching for? Oh, hey, man. 1974. Oh, wow. Damn. Every time I say damn like that, I always feel like I always remind myself of Gordon Ramsay for some reason. Like when he's really disappointed with a meal, he's just like, damn. Dot. There you go. Thank you, Al Cool. Who's got the rest of the web address? I will only accept it in sub messages. Thank you so much for the 4 months, though. 2 a.m. Oh, bugger me. That's That's difficult. So I like football, but I don't know how much. I don't think I like football that much. I don't think I'd even step up to watch like an England, like an actual world, like a men's World Cup game at that point. 2 hours just ooh. USA Vietnam. Will that be on at a good time though for American viewers? 2 a.m. here. That's a nice evening game for the States, isn't it? Would be the first time today, Agent Anderson. I think I referred to the men's game as real life at one point. Romania had a great season there. Fulham versus Brentford on TV at 9 p.m. Saturday. Oh, is it in the because we're all in America at the moment, aren't we? Maybe we'll have signed someone by then. Apparently we are in for Calvin Bassey, which he seemed to be highly rated at Rangers, but I actually look like they might actually let him go for less than they paid. So I'm like, what have they seen? The Golden Star Women Warriors. That's a great name. International football team names are underrated. Bassey's class. If he's class, why are Ajax letting him go, though? Then I'll be gloating. I'll make you a deal. We can both gloat. Well, not both of us, because that'd be weird. He's snubbed. Chat, we've just been snubbed by a 44-year-old from Burundi. Wait. So, what? He snubbed. They're a selling club. Yeah, but if they're a selling club, why would a selling club sell him for less than they paid for him? That seems like the exact opposite of what a selling club would do. Yeah, I don't think we kind of need that. So we've just been denied. I will shortlist him for the meantime. Oh, I already did that, but I'll just make sure of it. Squad status. True. But, like, he's 44. Can I promise him to put him on pens or something? I think clearly Bidvest Vits want him. Top transfer. Oh, yeah. What do he'll say? Do you reckon I could get... I'll try and bait PSG into taking our best transfer target. Wait, I can't even set him as top target because he's not got a club. He's waiting for the Milan offer, innit? Pacific FC. Bit of that. Boom, boom. Cool. Not good mentally at all. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we need to sign a centre-back. In fact, we need to sign 2 centre-backs this summer, really. Because Tosin's clearly going to be leaving. Or he's going to at least be trying to leave, which he seems to have been trying to do for a while. Offer's been made. Wait. Target failure.
I'm the Pope.
There's a player... Hang on. Already a player joining in the near future that is as good as... Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of goes without saying there. Jeff, thank you so much for the follow. I mean, you're not wrong, Romeo, but that's not really the point of why we were trying to sign him, honestly. Does he realise that we're trying to sign him because he's 44 and not because we're actually interested in his goalkeeping ability? It's also not a goalkeeper. Why did I think he was a goalkeeper? I think I just assumed he was a goalkeeper because he was 44. It's a fair assumption, I suppose. I did wonder why he had such good penalties. He might be that he's become the next, like, 2 feet Ganem. Although, technically, it wasn't even really a glitch with 2 feet. It was just he had some very strange situation. Yes, you can, Jeff. It is Saz23 if you do !skin in chat. Good point. We can try him, yeah. You will get a download link for the skin, as well as a video that explains some stuff, and also a way to support the creator of the skin, which is, by the way, not me, I should stress. Bro rejected the trial. He's not having it. I really want to see how long he goes on now. I've never seen a free agent reject a trial. Huh. Yeah. Now, what if that's because that fell through? Remind me next stream, because enough time would have probably elapsed by then that we can have another go. That's bizarre. 17 million. Holy shit, that's a good amount. Oh, look at that. 2 Indian players in the Toronto FC team there. Lovely set of different nationalities and an Ecuadorian in there too. What a wemp. Yeah, he's not got the bravery to come and actually say that to my face. Post cliche. God, I totally forgot that cliches hasn't actually been in my, like, podcast inbox for the last few weeks. It's big news. See, he's even wearing a blue kit. It's like he knows. Hungary just got relegated to Nations League C. in a group with Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Poland. They got 1 point out of that group. My God. That's the park bench kit. Oh, it is, isn't it? Macherry. Hang on. Wants to play for his national team. But you're French. As if you think you can get in the national team immediately. I mean, bro, I would happily let you go out on loan. But let's just try Montiel. Didn't work. Be weird if more than one of them worked. Oh, he's fine now. Okay. Yeah, I actually totally forgot that. It's weird. When they just stop appearing in the feed, I just forget they exist. Just because it was always something I would listen to on a run. Because it would always come out on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And it would always go straight to the front of the queue. We are, like, unironically not top of the league. That's going to have to be sorted. But I can't see it... Oh, hold on. I can't see it actually being sorted anytime soon. Because we have to keep resting players. Another guy getting into the Norway squad. Okay. Bit of that. Scouty, scouty, scouty. Oh, the Madagascar. I wish the Madagascar... Oh, he's a bit cheaper now. Mr. Madagascar, not quite as expensive as he was. I'm hoping that he might come down in price, actually. I think some of these guys actually aren't that good. Oh, Abando's lost so much of his rating. Yeah, this is why Gonzalo's really helpful. That being said, I still feel like Gonzalo gets it wrong sometimes. And I suppose he would do. Like, no scout's going to be perfect. And I actually think that, if anything, scouts are probably wrong about 50% of the time, it seems. Oh, he hasn't declared for... Oh, why do they do that? It's so annoying when they do that. It will never be as annoying to me as the Tahitian guy I found one time. Him declaring for France is still one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. He was at Saint Etienne. I found him. He had 5 caps for Tahiti. He'd played games for Tahiti's international team. And then he just decided, no, today I feel French. And then never played for France. But then never played a single game again for Tahiti. It's like, I know you don't like the travel, but come on, do this for me. Don't know why he would, but like, regardless, he should have done. I demand obedience. Oh, shit. Okay. We're actually getting quite a few injuries here in awkward positions. So, Christ, who's going to play instead of Yamin against City? It's away from home as well, so it's a Segunda role. Oh, this is one of these times where I actually wonder if we should have kept hold of Sarsenators. Gastal might have to play. I did register him. I could have. If only there was an opportunity to do that in FM, you could just cover players' travel expenses that don't even play for you. Have a Tahitian 5-star pick. That's amazing. Ferencváros get another point to slowly pull themselves away from relegation against relegation rivals Újpest. Both of them have won 2 games. Sorry, between them have won 2 matches. Well, Ferrara have actually won more matches than these two. Just, they've also lost a lot of matches.
Fun fact.
Hey, Joshy.
Just
hope you're well.
from here.
Thank you for the follow as well. I very much appreciate that. So it's Man City. What's the last one? Is it Slovan Bratislava last? Or is it Red Bull Salzburg or something like that? Oh, it's Ajax. Ajax away. Oh, yeah, of course, because then we finish off with those 2 games at home. They're both better than that. That's the weird thing. I'm good, Joshy. How are you, man? So this is rotation. Who does that sound like? That was... Well, I don't know the actor's name. But it isn't him. I can assure you of that. That much I do know. More yoga, my God. My back is going to be firmly stretched out today. And that's a good thing. Oh, bloody hell. I've basically just like lost no weight in like the last 2 weeks, but that's because of all that extra pizza I've eaten. It's nice to like plateau occasionally, I suppose. Get your body used to it or something. Any excuses? I have questions. Oh, I too want questions. Good finish. Don't know what you're talking about. Exercise. Yeah, I run so I can eat more. Now you're getting it. Exactly. Like, the last couple of weeks, it's just been one of those things where, you know, I've been wanting to do stuff with them. I've been hanging out, went to see some friends, so we're just eating slightly worse than normal, you know? And that's fine. I've not lost, I've not gained any weight. I'm just plateauing at the moment, and that's fine. Haven't finished above 16, but you've stayed up. That's the main thing, Joshy, right? Please tell me you stayed up. Another with Valhalla. Oh my God, this is actually starting to become a problem. They are legitimately quite good. Jacob Pitts, there you go. Now we know. Jacob Pitt's actually Mr. Beast. Oh, San Carlos. Oh, no. Sorry, I was thinking of San Felix. Wrong team. Haven't been relegated. That's the main thing. Hopefully we can do the same this season and not be relegated. Although it would be nice if we could sign someone in the meantime. Anybody. I'm going to count Willian as a signing because technically he left the club and therefore he is a new signing. I'm clutching at straws here, as you can tell. Right. I feel a bit lightheaded today. I don't know why. I think I didn't even run this morning. Right, so this is rotation. Although that last game looked pretty rotated as well. Mihal. No. Kigaradze. And K-Griff. Ingram and Gestalt. I don't want Gestalt. I want Pretzel. Because I actually wouldn't mind playing Gestalt in the next game. Because we might not have a choice, honestly. I don't know if this is even going to be good enough to beat Kishvada. For spending... Oh, God. And what a sensational... I know. And everyone thought he was going to Forest. Well, sort of. I think it was like... Some people, like some ITKs had kind of announced it. Even though he was just kind of... I don't know why he was there. I guess it's just that... I think he just kind of really wanted to go... To stay. He was just kind of using it as leverage. And to be fair, I don't blame him. Just pay the man what he's worth. I'm glad, though, that it seems to be a 1+1 deal. Because originally he wanted 2 years. Well played. K-Griff with the big goal. And Gilbert are now starting to drop a lot more points. They've kind of fallen off the wagon of everybody else. So we at least stay in touch. And we push ourselves a little bit further clear of them. Must have went well. Yeah, he's just like, I can't. Can't be done. Oh, shit, yeah, I forgot because we gave him that contract instead. Damn. So I wonder how good this guy can actually become. Although he does have a... What is it with me signing players with competitive streaks? We've won 7 games in a row without conceding now. We are miserly, I tell you. Did I just see that Spartacus were top of the second tier now? That's a new one.
I open my own hotel.
Boom, boom, boom. And Ackerbird, thank you very much for the follow. I think the worrying thing when you're with your club is that you just, with Fulham at the moment, is I'm just not even seeing us linked with that many people. And even when I am, it's kind of like one report and then it just goes away. It doesn't feel like we're like concretely... We've had a couple of bids here and there, but... Oh, FC Copenhagen clash could be Krasnar's last. Is that because they're in the relegation zone by any chance? I mean, I wouldn't want to cast aspersions, but is it because you've somehow got Ferencvaros into the relegation zone despite spending more money than us in the last transfer window? I swear they spent more money than we did. They've spent £20 million on players. We, however, have spent 2. I mean, technically, some of these also count. So technically, actually, I'll tell you what. It's probably pretty close between the two of us as to who spent more money. There's probably not much in it. Any update, Man United? Oh, yeah, there is an update. They've changed it. They've dropped the value down. Great. Ferencvaros have literally seen what happened in the game last night and gone, yeah, that seems like a great way of mimicking. That's the kind of tactic that we need. Right. I must have accidentally not solved that clause properly the first time round. Yeah, we've got a lot of different... We've had a lot of players over the years with competitive streak. I wonder if that goes in hand with like certain personalities that I just really like or something. And that dirtiness is somehow a part of that. I don't know. Wow, I've never even heard of these guys. And they've got 2 4-star players in. Oh, it's Liga MX. Okay, never mind. Just not a team I'm super familiar with. Glad I scouted them, though. Ah, Lamini. Is he still rated as highly as he was before? Yeah, he is. Christ. Might as well try. Oh, they... Yes, come on. Oh, what if we can go back in for our Ethiopian friend now? I wanted to just wait until we could get a deal done. 400k? Yes, please. Like, 5-star potential South African attacking mid. Yes, he's injury prone, but for 400k, that's an absolute bargain. Out of interest. There he is, down at the bottom. Oh, God, there's all the New Zealand players. Right, yeah. I suspect that probably not going to quite make the cut. So none of them survived. Most of these guys aren't that good either, are they? A couple guys at the very top. We'll keep you on the shortlist because I want to see whether he eventually retires. If he eventually retires. So we have a look up for stuff like that, Josh. You hope that's okay. It just keeps us, allows us to keep the stream moving. Yeah, these guys are just not here, unfortunately. These guys I'll keep an eye on a little bit more. But I want to go back and see if we can get our Ethiopian friend. Now, it might just be, though, but I think he was slightly younger. So he might not want to talk to us yet. Is he 16? He is 16. Ah, shit, I can't talk to his agent again yet. I just really want to see if... I want to trust this, but either Gonzalo's got it massively wrong about his potential, or, as you guys suspected, he was more like one of those players that's got high C8 and then low... Yeah, he's not interested yet. Maybe after Christmas? But Lamini, squad player? You're 16, bro. Okay, so we're going to upset him immediately, but I feel like it's worth it still. But what on earth? You're 16. Why would you be a squad player here? I mean, you will be a squad player in the sense that you are part of the squad. Right? That's something. Hopefully, we can just, like, lower him down. But we did have that issue with a player before one time. There was an Icelandic dude I signed under similar terms, and it did not go well in the end. Hopefully that doesn't happen there. So, yeah, what was the player, Josh? And I'll look him up for you, since Asher has sacrificed their points. Working not beneficial. Wait, why are you working on crossing? Okay, I think that's the problem with me not being in charge of their training in the under-19 squad. They do get assigned some batshit training schedules, which we don't want. Alfie Babbage. I mean, bear in mind, the depth of which we are into the save, there's almost zero chance, that he's going to be in the save. But I'll refund Asher's points. Sister's boyfriend. Who does he play for? Bear in mind, we're 20 seasons in, so he's almost certainly retired. Never agreed to go out on loan. That's a good point, yeah. He's probably going to be a bit of a problem, basically. Right, any good matches this time? Haladash Club Brugge, finally. Ferencváros away at FC Copenhagen. They're going to lose there. They're just going to lose there. Yeah, so if he's 18, he'll be like 38 in-game, and unfortunately, he will have probably retired right now. Someone called Longy. Oh, I'm sure there is. Oh, there he is. It's Duilio Longy. 6'2", so he is quite longy if you lay him down. Other teams won it. Yes, Kishvarda and Haladash have both won the Europa League. But incredibly, no one has won the Conference League. We have had 7 different finals featuring Hungarian sides, and they've managed to lose all of them. Wait, no, we want Fortress, don't we? Wait, no, not the MTK Freeze, which I might change the name to Vertical Wetness, or whatever it was called. Yeah, Bobby Tree went to Madrid for 106 million pounds. The thing is, Jack, so that actually used to work really good on last year's game, but they patched it this year so that you can't just change their squad stats like that without them getting an absolute, like, proper toys out the pram situation. But we'll do what we do. Oh, Yaman's back. After all that, he's just back. So we want Baumeister, Nunez and Durin, Montiel at centre-back. Cool. Okay. Anyone I recognise? So, yep, Yoshi and Abdelnabi still in there. One of these days they might be. Okay. This is going to be interesting because we played away at Manchester City last year in the league phase, and I played the full strength squad with with the original tactic, and we lost 2-0 and were very bad. We then played them in the knockouts, and I played this system away, and we were much, much better. So I'm hoping it's going to be enough to at least get us a point here. I just tried to praise the attackers when there aren't any. Hard-coded to fail after a while. Yeah, it didn't last that long here either. Mr. Progger, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Joshy. That's super duper kind of you, man. At least since you're playing the former guy, it's true. See, this is the thing. If we like a guy and we're selling them, we send them to City so they get to play loads. If we don't like the player, we sell them to Manchester United and then they never play. See Tex-Mex, Dylan Chambers, and so on. Although technically I like Tex-Mex. Right. See if we can score a goal. Usually, when we play this system, the games are pretty dead. Pretty dull matches that we're just trying to get something out of. I do feel for Tex-Mex, but I think it can't be argued that Ingram wasn't doing better in those roles. As Haladash do lead. Silver should have gone to United. Yeah, they weren't interested in him. Presumably because they just signed Dylan Chambers for us. Ferencváros losing already to bloody FC Copenhagen. That's a great pass. Nunez, can he start off with a perfect start for us? No, he can't. And it's an own goal as well. It just doesn't bode well. Giamot losing 2. Great. At least Haladash are doing okay. That's true. Oh, they're back into it, sort of. They were briefly back into it. Yeah, United played wingers when they signed him. But the reason that Dylan's not playing, basically, is because United got a new manager. And obviously he doesn't play wingers. So they play like a back 5. Doesn't explain why Tex-Mex isn't playing though, because he's an attacking midfielder and it's 3-1 now. Ah, dear. Well, that was a trash first half, and it's exactly what I was hoping for. This tactic is so good at making dreadful football matches. Honestly, I think we might as well all apply for the Ferencváros job in real life at this point. I mean, and in game, because they are truly screwing it up. This is going to be the end of their manager. He's going to get sacked. They're in the relegation zone, and they've ballsed up what was, once again, a very, not an easy draw. There's no such thing in the Champions League, but a very winnable set of games they've had, and they've constantly screwed it up. FC Copenhagen are deceptively good sometimes, but even so. Well, go on, Darla. I swear to God, if you disallow this for offside, I'm actually going to flip the table. He's actually disallowed the goal. This goal has just been disallowed for offside. I'm certain of it. Disallowed. What? Mihal is offside. Are you shot? What? How is he interfering with play? It's this guy. How could he possibly be interfering with play? That is such dog shit. I thought maybe there was a player here. And I just didn't see him because I was looking at the shot. That is insanity. Imagine that. Imagine if that was disallowed in real life. Wow. Watch that goal, or lack of goal, now cost us. I've got to clip that. Oh my God. Aaron Rodgers, thank you very much for the follow. Oh. Play the same. Yeah, you can, Asher. As far as I'm aware, you can now. I think it might be because one of them maybe qualified through a different method, perhaps. I'm not sure. Yeah, it does feel like we're going to lose this game now. As bear in mind, Ferencváros are now 5-1 down. Truly shitting the bed. I might even put Yamin in here. Sorry, not Yamin. Ingram for a bit. Darla, after all that, I'm going to take him off. Not that it's his fault. Mihal's struggling a little bit. Maybe K-Griff? He obviously, yeah, he said something about the keeper's mum, clearly. That is truly outrageous. That's probably the most egregious one of those offside nonsense ones I've seen on this year's game cycle, honestly. Originally, when it was offside, I thought there was a guy that was standing in the path of the ball and that was slightly offside. I'd have still been slightly annoyed, honestly, but he would have at least been in the way somewhat. That guy is like a good 7 feet away from the goalkeeper, outside of his eye line. Do you think the referee thought that it was maybe a cross? So he's awarding him offside because he thought it was a cross. Oh dear. Yeah, Halalash seem to be doing well again though. But to be fair, they did well last time. But I wonder if they've actually got the quality for top 8 this time, as Nunez now drives one just slightly wide. We've been all right here. I don't know who Halalash are even playing, but it's obviously enough for them to be winning currently. 5-2. Ferencváros pulling it back slightly. Yeah, that is... They really need to... I don't know how that could ever be given offside. Like, surely it should know where the player is stood, at least, to be able to give an offside like that. When he isn't the one that scored the goal. Like, fair enough if it bounces to him, then understandable, but... And the worst thing about that as well is it's just deprived Darla of an absolutely world-class goal, which might potentially be one of the last goals he ever scores for MTK, because he is 35 now. Still a regular starter. We are going to lose this game as well, by the way. There's just absolutely zero doubt in my mind that we lose this game. By some silly bollocks. Ah, here comes the silly bollocks. There it is, nearly. No. Wow. Brilliant save from Gacic. First thing he's had to do in the entire game. I was just expecting that to be the moment. Whew. Just look like Kieran Gibbs. Yeah. I'd rather have that happen, I think. Oh, go on. Last minute winner. That would be lovely right now. As Sogos has now hurt himself, I might just make that change now. Griffiths down the left, though. Come on, Kevin. Show us some quality. Never mind. Oh, God. Don't let him play that ball through the middle. Lads, you're going to have to get back. Okay, bodies? No. Here we come. Here comes the winner. No? Okay. Something is definitely a brew. Usual second taste. Lately, it's been mostly Halalash, but Kishvada have had a couple of second places too. Oh, here it comes. Right. I can feel it. Or is this going to be us playing through their entire squad? And playing off the perfect goal. Nunez is in behind again. He's going to miss, presumably. Nunez is through, and Nunez scores. Never mind. It's Man City 0, MTK 1. Marcelo Nunez does the business, and we lead at the Etihad, and justice has been served. Pay Pay that referee off. I dare you. That was a lovely pass. Who was that? Oh, it was Kevin. Kevin with a gorgeous ball through. Nunez makes the run. That was a dreadful first touch from Nunez as well. But, hey, he made it work. That was probably more offside than the one that wasn't given. Oh. Oh, God. We've got something to hang on to now. Let's not throw it away. Oh, now here we go. Go on, Teixeira. Another pass for Nunez, perhaps. Slips it in. Oh, dear. No, just throw a body at it. How have they not won the ball there? There's two of them, and the ball is bouncing. Just get anything in the way. I think we all know that 1-1 is about to happen, right? Oh, maybe not. Nunez? No. With passes like that, it's very much likely. He has to just hold on to the ball a little bit longer there. Just stick a boot. Right, come on, keeper. Come on, keeper. Come on, keeper. Oh, if that was Portilla, he drops that. I'm telling you now. Look at Velasquez. All the energy. Driving forward. He's got K-Griff. Oh, slip him in. Nunez is through again. Nunez! Oh, he's at the bar this time. Tell you what, Kevin is putting some gorgeous passes on a plate for people. He's been amazing since coming off the bench. He's making a real impact in this game. Halalash got up to 7th in the Champions League as well. Well, we completely changed the game in the second half. Despite me not making any changes to the tactic, just the personnel. But Kevin, man of the match, thoroughly deserved. And Gadget is truly a safe pair of hands. I feel like he's only ever dropped one time like that. 5-2. Bear in mind, they weren't doing well at the time. They'd only won one match, FC Copenhagen. That is shocking from Ferencváros. They need a new manager, honestly. Can't come soon enough. And Giamot with the 2-2 draw. And Halalash with a 4-1 victory. Their goal difference in the Champions League is still pretty decent as well. Bloody hell. So what was it you need for top 8? We reckon it's 17 points? They're kind of going to have to win out from here to stay in there, maybe. Or like 2 wins and a draw. I don't think they'll quite manage that, but bloody hell, they're good. Definitely going to be top 16, though, which is the key. Sogos is briefly injured. Legend. But that extra... Wait, what? Starting more games. Wait, what's your regular starter? Yeah, I can sort of see that, but let's see if Monty can help. No, okay. I might have to do the whole... Yeah. Oh, thank God. Sem. Legend. See, Sem is a team player. I rate that for him. The fact that he's actually accepted that. He knows his place in the squad. He knows what we need from him. And what we need sometimes is just not that. Nunez does remind me a little bit of Tex-Mex back in the day. Like, Ingram did that too. Ingram seemed to get his goals slightly differently than that. But he's just so good. Right, so Kujvada away at Lille. That's really tough. Budapest home to Sterngratz. Not easy matches, but I still hope for points. Debrecen against Hearts. That's probably the last game in the Europa Conference League that I feel like they might not win. Loan him out. Why would we loan out our backup striker? That seems like a silly idea. We need him because he's our backup striker who plays in the league all the time. And Kujvada win 3-0 in France. Get in. Budapest win 1-0 against the Austrians as well. That's a big statement, actually. Budapest go 5th, and now Kujvada up to 14th. More wins. What about Debrecen? 3-0 win. Now suddenly Debrecen are looking much better. They're just starting to bother the outskirts of the top 8 now. That was a really good match day for us. Ferencváros needs him more. Well, he wouldn't go to Ferencváros on loan. And again, like I said, we need a backup striker. That was a good match day for us. We sort of closed the gap to Spain a little bit. We're still sitting 4th on the year, but 8.7 is decent at this stage. Italy are having a really good time, but the gap's still 1 point. Thing is, at the end of the Champions League phase, the Champions League league phase, they really need to think of a new name for that. That's when it's going to be a problem because they're just going to end up doing... This is why we need the likes of... If Giamot qualify, maybe we don't get completely screwed. How close are they to qualifying? 29th. But that being said, they're only 1 point off of qualifying at the moment, and they probably have some winnable games left, right? Liam Sayas, thank you for the follow. Okay, now we just got to get the hammer down and get to the final game. Oh, we are getting David Lamini, even though it's a dreadful contract. There's too much to like about this guy for me to not want to sign him at this point. We've got 4 in the Champions League, although essentially we have 3 because we've got us, Haladash, and Giamot, and then Ferencváros are here too. Presumably managerless Ferencváros. Somehow this man is still on a job. I can't fathom it. As Molfehovar come up with a 4-1 victory out of nowhere. That might be their second win of the season? Damn. Hoyders have got... Oh yeah, don't forget about that. We're almost certainly going to get a trash youth intake as well. Damn, the bottom of the league is actually extremely tight. Honved are 5th in the table, but actually only 6 points off of the relegation places. Ferencváros are closer to 5th than they are to the team directly below them. We've been banging on about them, but look how bad Jury have been. Jesus. That's bad. Sack looms. Well, so they didn't sack him then. Somehow. Despite them losing 5-2 to FC Copenhagen. Ferencváros have fallen off a fair bit. Only really in the last sort of year or two. They've never been the team that we thought could actually do much for us. They've always been a bit of a disappointment in Europe. They have reached one Conference League final, I think. I think that might be it, you know. I think that might be their only one. Haladash are way more competitive, yeah. I mean, obviously the reason they're competitive is because of the sheer amount of loans they have from us, but still. I probably should have rested Durin there, actually. Hope we don't get an injury for him. One thing I will say about Blas Durin is I don't think he's been anywhere near as prolific in the Champions League this season as he has been in more recent years, as we finally do go back to the top purely on goal difference. As Ferencváros take a point, still in the relegation zone, he's definitely getting sacked. I'm trying to see how many Blas has got in the Champions League this year. Yeah, he's only got 3 in the Champions League this year so far. When you consider that he was the top scorer with 18 and 16 in the last 2 seasons. And Man City score was it 1-0 or 2-0 to us? It was 1-0 to us. Nunez scored an absolutely brilliant finish after Dala had an Dala basically had one of the goals of the season disallowed for literally no reason. Did it go down by 2? Did it really? Oh yeah, his pace has dropped too. What the fuck? What is bro doing? Oh, it's okay, actually. It's only a cent drop. It's probably just because he's a bit tired. I don't think that should make too much difference. Weird to see that, but yeah. I just wish you could still see the decimal points like you used to be able to. He's been eating too much, yeah. To be fair, his finishing this season has been a little bit... He's not been mid by any means. He has 13 goals, but he's 30 to 13, whereas last year, training rating is 7.15. Yeah, he has actually been a bit... Oh, wow. To be fair, Bobby Tree did win that last season. Mohawk's getting too heavy. Slurb, thank you for the follow. Yeah, he's finishing his dinner. Just not the goals. Debrecen with another win. Kijvala with another win. Wow, they are. Yeah, Jury are looking at a record bad season as Honvid find a really important win for them. Just want to see if he's still in the job. He has actually remained still in the job. Hey, Slub. Oh, hang on. I want to make sure I have a look at... What? Don't mind me, chat. Just have a little look at the colon here. Oh, they've actually got someone as well. Jorge, or actually I can't remember which one it is. Aguilera, who apparently we already know all about. Which means I'm probably not going to bother with him. Although, who's he wanted by? Porto. Okay. Porto are usually a good sign. Best of all, I actually can't remember Alpho. Whichever one it is, we generally speaking don't get our players winning it. No, this is not happening. Oh, nice one, Slurp. Oh, the Saz skin is just at a different level. I'm so looking forward to some of the things that Saz has got planned for 24. It's dope. That's a mighty fine colon you got there. Sunderland versus New Mexico. That is not a sentence I thought I would have heard today. I assume this was a friendly. Well, obviously it's a friendly, but like... Didn't we just... literally just do this? Wait, 2 clauses? What's the other clause? Oh. Any update? £12 million still. Okay. I swear we just had this discussion. Didn't Montiel convince him? At least we know that Montiel can convince Kevin Griffiths of all things. Because he's easily led, after all, because he has no personality. Which makes sense. Ibule. There was definitely a player called Ibule I had on one save. I think that might have been a YouTube save, though, right? Or it could have been... Honestly, my memory is very thin. It could have been on any of them. Could have been African Adventure, actually. Or it could have... It feels like a lower league player I might have had, though. So, Diosuri have fallen a little bit off the top of the... Oh, Pushkas are actually top of the league now. They've finally got their act together. Slightly. They'll find a way to balls it up, but, yeah. Hang on, Uipesh set their manager. To be fair, Uipesh are doing equally poorly. They're only outside the relegation zone on goal difference, and... Wait, is that a new manager, or is that the caretaker? Oh, no, it's the new guy. Yeah, Zoltan Kovacs has been sacked. Guy had a 40... To be fair, they've never really found a good manager since they had Grosso. Like, Grosso was the king. He was brilliant. Újpest looked like they were going to be the team when he was in charge, but then he took the Italy job. Then they had Fejko for literally less than, just over 3 months, 33%. Lanza Farme did okay, and he's now the one managing Giamot, so he's clearly got some chops. Elias did okay. How the hell did he get sacked when he had a 57% win rate? But Zoltan's not done as well. But now they've got Vitaly Mikalenko, formerly of Real Sociedad. Oh, he was the assistant manager. I would never have guessed that. Oh, no, he is the caretaker manager. My apologies. He is currently the caretaker, even though I've said hide caretakers. It doesn't hide them if they're the current caretaker. Gross, I think, might still be Italy manager. No, he's England manager now. So clearly he was destined for average things. Rwandan players. So the Rwandan, I guess, national team, right? I've typed in Rwandan, not Rwanda. And it came up anyway. So 3 caps. Lots of Jimmies. It's a team full of Jimmies. And a 45. And there's Bonheur Twite. I feel like he should twiddle a mustache when he says that. Twite, I guess it's Tweete, presumably. Bonheur Twite. It's a great name. Jean-Paul Mabumbi. Janvier. I love some of these first names too. Parfait Kalenga. Parfait as a first name is always great. Lots of Jimmies and Johns, yeah. Not really, Alpho. The only one I can think of was Granit Xhaka, who I think did take a job elsewhere. Oh. He nearly took a job elsewhere and then now become Liverpool manager. Oh, that's right. After we sacked him, he nearly took another job. The only player that's come... The only sort of... Wait, what? They've raised our transfer budget by £8 million. Are we in that good of a financial situation? What a strange one. And Gavin Alvin Galvin died, of course, yeah. It was... I don't know. All I know is the closest we've come to like one of our coaching staff actually taking over a decent job was when Alberto Malero was offered the Giamot job. And I really wanted him to take it. Because it would have been great if he was managing Giamot, but unfortunately he chose to stay. Yeah, the board have done that quite a few times in this save. They're just randomly giving us more money. I shouldn't really be complaining, should I, about the board giving us randomly more money. I think what it was with Xhaka was that he was linked with them. And I think he interviewed for the job, or we saw that the thing pop up. But I think in the end they went with someone else. Yeah, so Kovac has been sacked by Újpest. I don't know how Újpest sacked their manager before Ferencváros. Though Újpest, I have noticed, have been quite trigger happy with their coaches in this save, as we've already shown. Ferencváros do seem to give them a bit more of a chance, but surely with the way they're performing in Europe and the way they're performing in general, they can't really expect to stay in their job. Oh yeah, good point. Who is the favourite? Hopefully it's one of our staff members, but my guess is it'll be like the Giamot manager or something. Tamas Tayethi. Who is the... Is that what you want? Are you sure about that? Do you want the guy that's managing the team that have won no games this season and have also in the 2 draws that they got haven't scored? They've scored 4 goals all season. Is that what you need at this stage? That seems like it would be a recipe for disaster. They're useless. Like, no, Rob, you're not useless. Have faith in yourself, sir. I demand it. Got Amundsen, he's going to make a great loanee. I find that they very rarely look outside of Hungary for managers. And I wonder if there's like a transfer bias for managers or something in FM. Because very rarely have they actually gone and signed someone from somewhere random. Other than when Shevchenko rocked up at Ferencváros right at the start. They're trying to tank to get the best draft pick next season. Little do they know. Right, so that'll do. Seb is definitely given Julian a run for his money in some of these games. Újpest are still top division. Yeah, they're just outside the relegation zone. Újpest were really good in this save at one point. They've never really recovered. Yeah, yes, true. Chicone came from outside by sort of working his way up. Surely we have now just cost them the manager's job. Because Mario and Velasquez grabbing the goals again. That's got to be gone. For them as Haladash win again, by both of them are struggling so badly. And we are still level on points with Haladash. After 15 matches. Our record is ridiculous, and theirs is just like as good. How do you pick teams to get a scout report on? So I have it, it's all explained in the video I did about it, but basically I look at the national team squads, and then if there's loads of players from a certain club in like the under-19 squad, then I know that that team is producing regens, and therefore I will go and get reports on that team. Particularly as you can do it straight from that the national team squad page. Spell the good weather. That's true. Just put them in the reserves forever. It'll be fine. Yeah, we've done all right with our defense this season has been stellar. Then again, Halidash have also only conceded 4 goals. And I'm fairly certain that we've conceded goals to each other. And that's it. Or did we draw 0-0? Oh, no. We drew 0-0 with each other. Just to make sure that we kept both of our defensive records intact, we decided to just do a nice little 0-0 draw. No one's the wiser. Nice little bit of match fixing. We have really got no... Has he been sacked now, finally? Seems like he surely can't still be there, right? There he is. Okay, so Andorka is just the guy that's in charge currently. Let's see who the favourite for this job is. What should be the same dude? NA. They're fucking clueless, aren't they? Ooh, Carlos Ram. Wait. You're 5-star. Wow, okay. I don't even remember who this guy is, but all I know is January is going to be a fun month. Getting some of these guys some loans. No one's good yet. No one was playing in the midfield for that game. Ooh. Trulet. Okay, he's a bit of an attribute merchant, actually. You're not applicable might be just the guy they need, honestly, because their form has been not applicable this season. I think it's just because we looked on the exact same day as he was sacked. If we look on the day of the Giamot game, hopefully they'll have actually had a chance to assess some candidates for the match. Hopefully. Not making any promises, though. Let's see. Now, it should be... Yeah, that guy's very cheap. They've got no clue, do they? Does it even say in the news article? As yet, the media seem unwilling to speculate as to who will replace him. But look. The guy that's... the other guy who's most likely to be sacked is the guy that they're all after, apparently. This is where French Farish just don't approach anybody. They just go managerless for the rest of the season. That's the true strat. Good lord, what's with the red cards here? Ah, finally, dropped points. Azuri get a point, and French Farish actually get a point as Uipesh lose again. I really don't want either Farish or Uipesh to get relegated this season. It would not be helpful for the save, but it would be extremely funny. I still have a theory that Vashash will get relegated. I'm calling it now. I reckon they still get the drop. But Honved are finally looking decent. I reckon over a full season, they will both manage to sort their shit out just enough so that Vashas bottle it and end up getting relegated. Which, honestly, given how mid they are in this save, I'm actually okay with that. Yeah, it's good for content. It's great for content for the memes, but terrible for what we need in terms of Europe. That being said... Moving on. Hey, look, chat, it's a half-star youth intake. Imagine us with a half-star youth intake. That would never happen. Not on my watch. Try and remember the last time we had a youth intake preview that wasn't half stars. And I genuinely can't think of one. Yeah, I'll put Sem through the middle there as well. Zoltan and... Oh, hang on. I meant to put... where is he? Kigaradze in as well. There we go. That'll do. I mean, Jim are a decent-ish team. They've fallen back into the clutches a little bit after that ridiculously fast start, but they'll probably still get into the Champions League again this season without much of an issue. Particularly as they've got less competition, because the competition is, well, Sem with another brace. Oh, a goal for Kigaradze. As we finally do lead the league again, for the first time this season, we are officially on top. Kishvarda with another 3-0, though. They're not even that far behind themselves. Damn. Banfield, okay.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Morganis, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't know if there's any way that... Imagine if you could trial managers. Bring them in as like an assistant on a trial and then they get poached by the other clubs to be their manager. Obviously, that isn't how it works, but imagine if it could. Hello, Owen. How's it going? It's actually 2:59 on my screen, so unfortunately you are incorrect. I'll have to ask you to leave. Van Tam. He's not going anywhere. Oh, hang on. Look, the values have dropped again, chat. Here you go. Almost certain that the values have just randomly dropped through the floor. Okay, not everybody's values, but a lot of players' values. Like Van Dam, during the last transfer window, I was getting bids of over this for him, and his value was up into like the 80, 90 millions. And he's playing too. Federico does that. Oh, it's almost. I think I'm almost certain he is. I don't know if we can really find that out that easily, but I'm almost certain that he's facing the game because I've seen him in other saves before as well. Georgie's now got a wage bump. Achieved everything. Buddy, you're 34. I don't think you're going to go anywhere else and, like, kill it. Hopefully he wants to stay. Yeah, that's fine. He's just threatening me. It's all good. He's still got 2 years left on his deal. He's going nowhere. I want Darla to finish his career here. I'd love it if we could somehow get him, like, a double testimonial. That would be fun. But I just don't think we're ever going to be able to keep a player for long enough. We have to sign him at, like, 16 and then keep him to their 36. Wait, what? Oh, it's because of that star player bollocks, isn't it? Right, okay. I'm just going to tell him he can play. He does this exactly the same time of year every year. It's very annoying. But it was the only contract we were allowed to give him. Hey, Real AMC. Real AMC. How's it going? You're coming just in time for our final Champions League game. Which, if we win, would actually mean that we'd go, wow. Oh, it wasn't quite as good as I thought, but still, they've got some... There's a lot of depth in the Boca Juniors reserve team. If we do win this game, I'll leave that for the moment. I'll handle that after stream. So Milan Liverpool on the Tuesday. If we do win this, we'll actually be winning out so far. And fact is, if we win against Ajax away from home, I think we've got every chance at going completely 100% because the playoffs teams, one of the many playoffs teams that sit in Argentina. Because our last two... I agree, Owen. We were talking about this last stream about how I think that facing the games are way too frequent. And I think, what was it? I had 700 and something of them in my save currently, and I suspect that number is around about the same now. We're actually top of the UEFA Youth League as well. I guess it's because we've signed so many players that are too young to even be loaned out. Giammo against Red Bull Salzburg. That's a big one. Haladash away at Hoffenheim. Huge. Ferencváros away at Villarreal. We already know that. We're not going to see that game because it's at the bottom of the list, but we already know what's going to happen in it. They're going to lose like 2-0. Durin, Nunez, Baumeister. I might start Kevin, honestly. I think he's earned a chance. Montiel looks to be suspended or injured or something, so he won't start. Do you know what I do, Comrade? Do you know what I do? I've heard of it once or twice. Right. Ajax away, let's go. We always make reasonably good time. Even though we've taken a few, like, tangents today, we've still always managed to get it done in a reasonable time. Boom. Cue the Champions League music. Cue the hopefully good result. Boya. I think that's one of our former players. I don't click it in case it restarts the music again, but I still think he whiz. Nah, Owen, the glitch is just that it exists. Every now and then we'll have someone come in and say, do you know about the face in the game glitch? And the glitch is just that it exists. As if it's a glitch. Right. Haladash away at Hoffenheim. If they pull off a win there as well, I'll start to believe that they could actually get top 8. But until they pull off a result like that, still not sure if they're quite on that level. I think they'll end up coming about 12th in the end, which is still bloody fantastic for them. But they need to get a good draw in the next round. And I think just getting top 8 would be so good for them. And the money they'd get as well for playing in that next round. It's like another 10 million quid or something, isn't it? And I feel like they can take on a lot of the best sides. They certainly don't lose that often. In fact, have they even lost a game yet in Europe? Ball in. Ooh, okay. This is a big chance for Kevin as well. First time I've thrown him into the starting role in the Champions League match, and I want to see if he can be as good as he was off the bench last time. Durin! And that's offside, surely. Yeah, miles offside. Ah, the old invisible regen faces. Oh, yeah, you're right. They did lose to Real, yeah. It's like 3-0, wasn't it? How the hell did he end up playing for Ajax? I swear he was at Spartacus last season. Unless he's one of those guys that, like, got released and then just randomly went to Ajax. I noticed that happens a lot. A lot of our players upon release do seem to randomly end up at Ajax as Giammo take the lead. They're leading against Red Bull Salzburg. That's huge. That would take them to 7 points. I reckon a good result in one of their games after Christmas and they'd actually have a shot at getting through top 25. Sorry, top 24 rather. Baumeister. And it's over the line. I think he's offside as well. No, he's not. Oh, yes, he is. Where is he? Actually, no, I'm not sure. It says it's offside there, but normally it doesn't. Oh, it's given. There it is, 1-0. Strange. Marcelo Nunez again. 11th goal of the season for him. Kenny grabs yet another assist as well, which is really nice. I thought Durin was the one that put that over the line, actually. Looked to me like it was during, but still. We take that. Particularly, yeah, we win this. We've got 2 easier games after Christmas. We could go for 24 points out of 24, which is the most we're ever going to get. Yes, we are. Real MC. The plan is to do... Oh, Kenny's in. The plan is to do Malta. That was the previous goal. But the weird thing about it is because I got confused because it had the Baumeister assist bit underneath. Well, Kevin's been a bit subdued to start with, but oh, God, Patrice is so dangerous in those situations as Kipolino's given Dortmund the lead against Barca. Halash need a goal. They're going to have to sort themselves out here. Still no... Ferencváros have not conceded yet away at Villarreal. Incredible scenes. When they've yet to be incompetent. Yet. Give them a chance. Malta pretty far down as Giamont now have a second goal. They lead 2-0 away from home. Sorry, at home against Red Bull Salzburg. That would be a monumental win. Halash losing to Hoffenheim. Genuinely a surprising result, that. Not what we need at all. I would have expected at least a draw for them there. There's Guevara, and it's 3-0 to Giamont now. Hot damn. I could get Mal to help me with it. While this game is 1-0, I don't trust it. Yeah, I probably am going to make some subs, but I don't like making them right before we... Blaz has struggled again. I think Sem's going to have another chance here. Maybe Mikhail. Romero. Oh, yeah, Sogos is injured, isn't he? I'm trying to think who could change this game around a little bit for us right now, and most of the options are kind of already on the pitch, so I might actually just... No, Karp's injured. I might just roll the dice on throwing Bigmanovic in as well. This feels like the kind of game that's going to finish 1-1. We've only ever managed one 100% season in the Champions League group. And it's so difficult to do. And bear in mind, we've won against Manchester City and Man United already. But this game just feels like it's got banana skin written all over it. And we've got Hungary loaded down to the second tier. And then I have 100,000 players loaded as well. Darla's in. Just square it. Just square it. Or be fouled. That's fine too. I just... Purpose in the future? I don't know. I mean, bear in mind, Smorries... I mean, people have gone like 1,000 years into the future, haven't they? So... How many times are there in Malta? I don't know exactly, but regardless, we're going to be constructing the database ourselves, so we can kind of give it the realism we want to anyway. Velasquez from the spot. Oh, God. It's a great finish, to be fair. I always forget that sometimes he randomly ends up on penalties when a load of people have been substituted. 7 goals this season for Tommy Velaz. That's good. We take that. Right. That should be enough for us to see out the rest of this game. Although, actually... Giamont are genuinely... That's their 7th... That will be 7 points on the board for them in the Champions League. Their first ever Champions League season. In fact, it might even be their first season in Europe in this save. Oh, Christ. Straight from the kickoff. Abdul Karim Boyer celebrates against his former side there as well. Well, we'll end up with as many divisions as it will be to keep it realistic from at least that standpoint. Obviously, we'll be editing the rules around other stuff, but yeah, that's great, isn't it? Just concede immediately there. I guess I'd settle for out 1-1 with Halash there, but I feel like they're capable of winning. Oh, are they coming back, though? It's a rare goal conceded from us as well. Uh-oh. Oh, God. That penalty made me feel like it was safe, but now I'm not so sure. That was offside, surely. What could save? I feel like, well, if you do view only and stuff, it's possible. I think you could do that even in base, but, like, yeah. 4-1. Darwin the Lion with a hat-trick against Red Bull Salzburg in the Champions League. Things you'll have to see. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is 2-2, isn't it? Or is it? Is it a breakaway for us? Bodies left and right. Sem's been a bit anonymous since coming onto the pitch. Maybe he's a bit pissed at me. Go on. Here we go. Right, just need that one run. There's the pass. Oh, no! It was a weak shot. Sorry, not a weak shot. It was a weak pass. Did a bit of power on that, and he's in. Try that again. I'm worried about us losing the ball here. Because we're good in possession and all, but one little loss of possession could cost us a lot. That's offside, I think, against Nunez. It doesn't matter. He's missed it anyway. Ferencváros lead. Villarreal 0. Ferencváros 1. They've scored, and they're sinking the Yellow Submarine. After all the disappointment, they've got and hopefully won in Spain. That's great for coefficient, because that denies Spain points too. The Nugent faces, that's exclamation mark Zigens, which you'll see now in chat there too. So, bit of a shaky one that for us there, but... the other results look pretty pog. Halash getting a draw there is it's a bit not amazing, but it's fine because look what else comes with it. Firstly, Giamot moving their way back into the top few groups, and Ferencváros are still technically just about within touching distance. They're not going to get through, but at the very... Wait, hang on, did they? No, they did win. Schimmelpenning with the winner. That's a really good result. Villarreal obviously aren't great either, but that's a great result for Ferencváros. Huge. They're not automatic. It's automatic in a sense, but like you have to run the software, and the software does it automatically. But you still have to run it manually. It's hard to explain. If you watch the video, you'll see. Okay, good result there. Right, Thursday. How many goals has Darwin the Lion got this season so far? 13 is decent. Wow, he only had 2 Champions League goals before that day, and now he's banged himself a hattie. Good stuff. Right, Thursday is super important, though. Thursday will help us out with the coefficients tremendously. Beto Games licensed. You never know. Weirder things have happened. Újpest Valencia, that's tough. Kishvara away at Olympiacos. I could see them both losing here. Debrecen hosting Shakhtar Soligorsk. There's no excuses for not winning that. I want to see 7 points between the 3 of them. Now, I know it's a lot to ask. 2. Oh, well played. Okay, good result there. Okay, 4 points. And Debrecen, there you go. There's the 7 points. We'll take that. So now Debrecen move into 5th. As we expected. God, Napoli are in here. There's some quite good sides in this, actually. Also, Brighton have dropped points. I thought Brighton were going to win it. But now, Debrecen look pretty stable. And in the Europa League, Újpest 10th, Kishvara 11th. Doing mad things. Excellent. Really good round of football for us. 10.4. Take that. We suddenly move right back up into 3rd spot on the year. 10.4 already. We're still right in touch with the big boys. We're actually ahead of Spain on the year now. So we're extending our gap over them, which I think the difference could be if Giamot get through to the knockouts of the Champions League, the little bonus we get could be enough to keep us in the hunt. Because Spain are obviously going to get a huge bonus probably, because I suspect they've already got at least 4. They've got Barca through, Real Madrid probably through, Atletico through as well. But Villarreal might... Actually, we might have 3 each, and it might actually be balanced for once. You never know. That'd be nice. Right, we get to save the game there. Bloody hell. Oh. Schimmelpenning will need to Schimmelpeng like he's never Schimmelpenged before. Yeah, that's true. Database lookup. It means you can like look up stuff. It should explain it right next to it. It's like to look up players and clubs and stuff like that in the database. I.e. in the save. Right. Let us see who is streaming this afternoon. Who do we got? Ooh, who do we got? I think we did Kev last time. Gavin was not around, so let's try. Let's do David. Favorite flag. I think we've rated David before, so I think we already know his favorite flag, but you're welcome to ask him again. I mean, he's a regular chatter in here, around these parts. So, that actually was pretty... To have more than 10 points by Christmas is a really solid one, because we'll still have 8 games in the Champions League left for all the Hungarian sides. 4 more in the Europa League as well. And there's also another round of fixtures in the Conference League too, that will happen before Christmas too. So there's still another 14 matches in the group stages. I reckon we could make a good go at it. So, I'll see you lovely people on Sundat. If you haven't checked out the Jamaica video that went out earlier, I would advise you to do so. It's a fun one. Desire the cock happens and other cool stuff. So, yes, I'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.